Seeing a larger than expected decline here in month-over-month retail sales in the U.S. Data just coming through -1% versus -0.4% expected there for last month. Again, -1% on the retail sales number versus -0.4% expected. The core retail sales number down 0.8 versus -0.4 expected there as well. We also got import and export prices to the downside as well, bigger than expected there. -0.6 and -0.3 for import and export prices versus basically flat readings expected. We're also getting some Fed speak currently. Goolsby, supposed to be, I don't see him yet, but New York Fed's Goolsby going to be on CNBC apparently coming up here at 8:30. And then we'll get Waller at 8:45 as well. I don't see anything else on here, but a little bit of comments possibly coming through affecting the overall market. All about the banks this morning. Beats right across the board. JPM, Wells Fargo, Citi all higher after better than expected results for each. Pretty impressive. JP Morgan, wow. Decent move to the upside. Speaking of, yep, CXAI is in the 20s. I mean, it was 5 something yesterday. We'll talk about all of these. There's SAI, there's IDAI. SAI, by the way, is a blockchain company apparently, but being grouped in with all of this AI craziness. So AI, everything to the moon so far today. We'll talk about that. Tesla coming through with more price cuts as well. A few negative notes on the EV group otherwise, including Lucid and Rivian to get to. It's Friday, April 14th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Was actually a bit of a reaction there for futures on that import number. It looks like was lower than expected. So downside initially, retail sales as well, as we saw there, downside initially, but back to the upside right now for both the S&P and the NASDAQ as we get going on a Friday morning. That's going to be an interesting one here. Futures actually back to positive, or the S&P is anyways, after dipping into negative territory. This one, to kick things off here, IDAI, just coming out with an offering there before we came on. So $7 down to $4 on a $5.2 million notional offering there in the pre-market after a couple of days catching a bid here with the rest of these crazy AI stocks. So if you're wondering, that's what happened. Otherwise, yeah, retail sales, we get a nice look on import and export prices there, all downside. So market upside again?
Yeah, but kind of confirming what we've been talking about lately, guys. Shifting in spending from goods to services. We've seen airlines come out with robust projections. And the retail sales, well, those are mostly goods. So kind of confirming what we already knew. But you never want to see that too aggressively, though, because that's going to hurt some industries.
Yes, I mean, people still spending, obviously, but a little bit lower than expected, therefore, retail sales. We're going to have to wait a couple weeks here before we get into retail sales earnings, but obviously kicking things off today with banks. We don't actually, typically it's Friday, we get a few, and then Monday, we get the rest, but next week it's actually Tuesday that we get Goldman and some of the other banks coming through. So we're going to have to wait a day on Monday. And then also next week, I mean, Netflix is coming, Tesla is coming, going to be a huge week.
Yeah, it's a big week of earnings, obviously. And welcome, everybody. Sean's back. He had a fantastic game. I think we'll definitely get into that one. Getting to check that great game out. Yeah. But look, this SAI thing, let's just get the AI thing out of the way, because there's two parts to this. One, you saw the offering with IDAI. There was a question yesterday in the chat in the afternoon how to protect yourself against an offering in a stock like that. Quite frankly, you don't. Not holding overnight is pretty much the only thing you can do in a situation like that. There's nothing else at the end of the day. I mean, you have a stop order, whatever, it can get run. If you have no access to pre- and post-market trading, it's a pretty risky endeavor to be sure. So this SAI, I just feel like it's a fade today, because if it's not even an AI play, like, aren't people going to figure that one out? But the other ones, low floats, get away from them. The banks have had all strong moves today. I don't think Brendan mentioned their Lucid and Rivian under some pressure. Not very good delivery numbers for Lucid. I mean, they're not even delivering like the amount that they're producing, and it's a fraction of it, and this is a couple of quarters in a row. So not looking terribly good for them. That retail sales number kind of maybe confirms we're headed toward what I think everybody realizes is going to be a recession. I mean, there's no money out there, so we'll see what happens with that. But it was super strong in tech, so there are some good long opportunities across the board. If we do have some dips, there were some levels that we broke out from on individual names that look pretty good. Got some of these AI names on my mind, but I do feel like you don't want to get overwhelmed. So I'm focused on SAI, which I know is not an AI name. I don't think I'll be trading that CXAI. We can't short it. It's like ridiculously expensive to short, so I don't think it's going to be much of a trade. This SAI, I think that's going to be the one I'll focus on. Can't be trading 4 or 5 of them at the same time. It's nonsense.
I kind of feel the same way about the banks. I mean, they're all trying to blast upside a little bit now. JP Morgan up 6%. The rest are moving around. Citigroup, BAC, WFC, not BAC, WFC, JPM, and Citigroup all moving around here. JP Morgan, what a great number, up to 136. Wow. You know, we talked about this up here at 144. You get that dip down to 130, and the rest is history. We did sell some, I think it was 128.50, something like that, once we broke, or 126.50. Now we regret that as we're right back to the upside, raise some cash on that one. But wow, nice move to the upside. I don't think we come close to 145 at all today, but we may get there next week if we follow it up with some better bank earnings as well. Looks like the Signature Bank sort of kerfuffle might be through for right now. I mean, we already know the story with that bank. We're waiting to hear stories on some other ones. WFC, they're not up as much, I don't think. No, only up 3% right now today, or sorry, 4%, now up 4%. Was down here at 40, just got a nice little bump to 41.50. As this name, we looked at this at 39 bucks, and we're well up now as well. So I think, you know, if you want to trade, individual banks are great, but you do have XLF. I don't want to XFN there because of the Canadian banks, but this name is also nicely up here today as well. So some of these bank stocks starting to hit the market now with these earnings, and they're pretty good. So watch out for the conference calls and things like that, the earnings calls. But, you know, it's been a good day so far. It looks like with the banks are sort of clearing the way for us. The ES down right now, 0.1. But the NASDAQ is the one that's really getting hit. So I think there might be some good opportunities to dip by in the NASDAQ. We were up 2% yesterday, giving some back. So you were down 0.9 on Wednesday, up 2% yesterday, down 0.6 today. So all in all, you put it in the machine, you mix it up, and you kind of end up at the same spot again. So let's wait to see if we can pick the right names with Meta, with Apple. Did you see Apple's chart yesterday? I mean, that was ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Apple and Amazon both back on the sticky note right now here today. And we did talk. We had a great time yesterday, and somehow Canada, here's a little picture. We went to the game yesterday, and you know, sold out. It was really a lot of fun. We got these cool little hats here, and it was just a good time overall. And you know, Canada wins in overtime, which is amazing. Wish it didn't get to there, but it was a fun game. And now that we can't watch Raptors anymore, and the Maple Leafs play next week against Tampa Bay Lightning, which I've already bet the Toronto Maple Leafs. Oh, well, they're favorites. We'll see what happens.
Of course they're favorites.
All right, Brendan, here we go.
They did come second in the draft.
Yeah,
they were good. They're a good team. They're a good team.
Yeah, they're a great team. I don't.
You see how excited Toronto fans get for the inevitable playoff defeats? Like,
I know. Oh, the thing is, we got to play the Bruins, I think, in the second round if they can get by Florida, which they should be able to get by. So.
And I got to hear from my brother-in-law and my nephew because they're Bruins fans, and they take every opportunity to talk trash.
Well, they should. I mean, Boston is. I mean, what don't I mean? The Celtics, the Patriots, the Bruins.
I hate Boston teams. It's
Sam
not
Adams.
fair. Oh, that's actually a good beer, so I'm not gonna.
Lobster. All right, back over to the handsome gentleman at the desk.
Just be aware, guys, for the overall market, Goolsby on CNBC, Fed's Goolsby making some comments right now on their continuing battle with inflation on CNBC right now. And then we get Waller coming up here at 8:45 as well. So strap in, could be exciting. Pre-market Citi here as well to the upside. The last one to come through this morning on the earnings train for the big banks. I mean, it was decent across the board. For Citigroup, but never the one that takes the spotlight when it comes to earnings. Wanted to show you this as well. Interesting chart here. I mean, we've been so focused on tech. We've been so focused on the NASDAQ specifically since the beginning of the year. But blue line is the bank index for the S&P. This is the overall market. So lots of room to maybe make up here if the banks want to get going.
Yeah, interesting look for some of these banks, Brendo. A lot of them reporting the same sorts of revenues, both JPM and Citi basically saying that their deal making was, their lack of deal making was kind of offset by the amount of money that they were making on the higher interest rate products that they were serving their clients with. So Citi reporting some good numbers there. It looks like $2 billion in the first quarter compared to 0.8 the year prior.
Yeah, as I was mentioning, not going to be Monday next week, but Tuesday we get more. Goldman comes through, Morgan Stanley comes through, so there's more bank earnings specifically, not until Tuesday though next week. I saw a few people mentioning ETFs, like financial ETFs this morning. Instead of trying to pick and choose which one you want to trade today, JP Morgan obviously the strongest one, but a few people asking essentially, is it better not to just look at an XLF for a day trade today?
I think for investing purposes, a lot of times like that can be a really good way to go. For trading, a lot of times I looking at the levels, and quite frankly, you do pick and choose. I traded an ETF when you had some of those like smaller cap banks, so the regional banks were moving, and I didn't know which one to play. And that's just easier. Like sometimes that is the way to go as a day trade. From investment purposes, I can understand just wanting exposure to the group. But I always tend to look at where is the stock trading and what is the opportunity being given to you. So, I look at where, specifically looking at like JPM, it just broke the 50 period. You got 135 in on that 50 period. I know if it gets up into the in the mid 140s, it's like, okay, above 142. Like look at the daily chart, like that's a fade zone. Like it just sets up some levels for the chart that I like to be able to trade off of specifically. And it's so much stronger behind more volume than the others that, yeah, I can see exactly why I would want to focus maybe specifically on a JPM, and I wouldn't necessarily be looking at something like a Citigroup. I don't really ever trade like a Morgan at all. So I think you got to stick in your own zone. I'm not going to say it's the wrong thing to do because I've done it in the past if I don't find something that I like on the equity side, but I am looking at JPM if I had to pick one today. So I think if you're not sure, absolutely, then play the overall strength by going in and out of the ETF. I just do like some of the levels I see in JPM. Doesn't mean they have to get there. Maybe I don't find the dip I like. Maybe it doesn't get high enough for a selling opportunity, but I know where I like it in JPM. The chart's telling me a little bit of the story there. And actually, not really looking at any of the regionals in this earnings cycle. Like the big names didn't have the same kind of effect, so I don't really want to have any. I haven't even looked at any of the regionals that were affected by the crisis today, and I don't think that I will. I think if I trade any of the financial names, it is going to be JPM. I saw some levels that I might like on Morgan Stanley, but they don't report till next week. It's JP Morgan for me.
Brandon has a sticky note right now. Yeah, so I was trading KRE like Neil was talking about there on the regionals. And I think you can look at XLF if you really wanted to. But again, 2 million shares. It's going to be a lot of program trading in here. So you're going to have to look at some key levels there. $33 obviously coming into play there. But you don't really care about the numbers. It's more about the action on the stock because it's not specific to a price, right? It's an ETF, so it just goes in there. It's a basket mixed up, spits out a price, and that's what you get. So you're going to have to wait to see for XLF. That would be one to look at. And then I was just talking, Neil just talked about JP Morgan, but I think Wells Fargo at $40 gives you some decent opportunities here. So just looking, we can look at the 3-minute chart from yesterday. So, we're at 41 right now. We were just at 40. So I thought this was a little bit of a better stock and a little bit better opportunity by the 40 level when we were here at 40s, 40 like 10, 15 minutes ago. We just bumped up there to 41.60. So I'm not sure exactly what was said, but we do know the calls are going on. So I like WFC back here to $40. I think that you get a better report. People are going to be happier with the banking situation today than they were yesterday. JP Morgan, the biggest and the baddest of them all, comes out and is up 6% right now. And I think that gives sort of that sigh of relief. So for me, I think we can hit Wells Fargo. They were hit on the regionals, and they should have been, right? They're all, whoops, we have some bad ticks there. Big moves down from 49, but we were cruising, right? If you sort of avoid what happened in you can't avoid it, but late February, early March, there's the move all the way down, and it was really cruising for an upside. What the hell's wrong with my voice right now?
You were screaming at the game, brother.
I was, but that's Yeah, it shouldn't be. I was fine. Like I was fine 2 minutes ago. All of a sudden, it just got worse and worse and worse. I'll have to go get some water. But I like this $40 level, and just it comes back to right here, where we've already seen $40. Last time we were here, we cruised all the way to 50. Then you get the bad news. You make these bottoms, U-shaped bottom. Shout out to Michael Noss. This kind of is looking like a little smiley face. We had one here. We have one here. We have one here. And then it looks like we're trying to complete it right now. I don't know, where would you put the eyes? Up here? So, you know, we got this going. I like WFC going to the upside. Once again, it's above, well, it's right at what I was going to get as, where it's right at above, or trying to take out that 50 period as well. So I like Wells Fargo better than them all today because we have that $40 level. JP Morgan might be the best trade, though. Let's just find out right now what's going on the imbalance locator, because there's pretty disappointing. Not much on the numbers here. 100,000. Hopefully it gets going a little bit. There's JPM. There's BAC. I don't even see WFC on here, but it must be, and I just can't see it. So it'll be on here at some point. No, it's not, I don't think. BAC. Let me see what BAC is up today right now. We have Michael waiting, so I'm going to go over back to Brett in a second. 3.5. So, okay. So basically all the banks are up at least 3.5% right now, with JP Morgan leading the way. And I'm going to look to trade WFC off of that 40 level. Long story short, I guess there, Brendo.
All right, market downside again here. Waller now speaking at an event in Texas as well. So Feds Goolsbee and Waller both making some comments. I mentioned earlier it's Goolsbee's Chicago, not New York Fed, but Waller now speaking at an event in Texas. Let's bring in Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas, for a discussion this morning. We'll continue the conversation that we've had over the past couple of weeks regarding anchored VWAP, which is very, very interesting. I've had, Michael, good to see you as always. I've had a couple of people reach out and say, you know, this is really, really cool, first of all, and an interesting concept, because you're not just looking at the entire day, you're looking at, you know, selected, maybe a pullback, maybe a retracement if it's moving to the downside. So it gives you a different picture of price action in general. But let's talk automation this time when it comes to anchored VWAP.
Yeah, and this is something great that we've added to the product. Again, if you're already a Trade Ideas subscriber in your account, there is the add-on for Anchored VWAP. Gets you access to all of the scans and the ability for the tools and the Anchored VWAP to be drawn for you. And if you're not a Trade Ideas subscriber, then you should come check us out at trade-ideas.com. And Trader TV 20 always saves you 20%. It's the best deal on the street for sure, just because we love the relationship that we have here with Trader TV. So yeah, so we've been talking for the last, I think, 2 weeks about Anchored VWAP, and I've got today, and I've got one other episode, and then we'll move on to some other cool stuff that we have working on. But for those who missed those episodes, essentially Anchored VWAP is the normal VWAP that people think about when we're talking about day trading. That's always anchored, but it's anchored to the beginning of the day. It's anchored to either the pre-market open or the opening price, depending on how your chart's set up. What Brian Shannon did when he wrote this book and started talking about this setup is what happens if it's anchored to other reasons. And just, again, not to go over the whole thing that I've done the last time, but essentially this is an area that is both a sentiment indicator, because if you're above an anchored VWAP, it basically means that every market participant from wherever you anchored it is now up money and everyone's happy, and that's the positive sentiment. And also it's a place where institutions will execute orders as a way to judge whether or not they're getting good and fair prices on stocks. So first, right away, we're going to talk about IPOs today and anchoring it from the IPO. So here's just a little stat that I had in my CMT books when I wrote the CMT, which is shocking to some people, but I thought I would share it here, that 3 weeks in, 55% of all stocks undercut their IPO price. So when the company is initially launched, generally speaking, within 3 weeks, 55% or lower. Within 39 weeks, 82% or lower. And within 208 weeks, 91% at some point have traded under that price. So if you're a person that you want to get into IPOs, I love trading IPOs because these are new, fresh companies that have the chance to be the next Google or Amazon or something like that. The question is, if many of them undercut the IPO, how do I trade them and make sure I'm on the right side of the trade? So one way to do it is by anchoring the VWAP from the actual IPO point. So this CXAI, I heard you guys talking about it yesterday and today. This thing's just absolutely wild. So I'm just using this as an example, and because of the crazy move this morning, the chart's really scrunched up. But you can see CXAI IPO'd, I think it was around $5 or so, immediately undercut that IPO price, and then traded its entire life under that anchored VWAP, gapped up above it yesterday, and then the rest is history. Now, they all won't work like this, but the idea is that if you just simply say, hey, I'm going to stay out of this stock until it breaks its IPO price, and then all of a sudden everybody who started buying that stock is now up money and happy and doesn't really need to sell at that point, it kind of keeps you on the right side of the trade. So again, the scan that we have will find all of these stocks that are within kind of one ATR or one average true range of their IPO price. And again, as soon as you click on the scan, the anchored VWAP is drawn for you, so you don't have to do it on every chart, which is a massive time saver. So, but as always, I want to leave you guys with a handful of ideas. So I have someone here, and this is IE. Essentially, this company has been chopping above and below this anchored VWAP, which is always just the purple line on the screen. But you can see that when it's above it, you're able to trade this one long pretty successfully. When it's below it, it's a good way to kind of stay out of the trade and stay out of this particular market. Got through it yesterday on a pretty large candle with outsized volume. So if we get some continuation over yesterday's high on this one today, which I think was about 1250, I'm looking for IE just to see if this one can move a little bit higher. Next one here is JFBR. Again, this one, other than a few little pops above, has spent its entire life under its anchored VWAP from its IPO. So basically meaning that everybody who owns the stock right now is down money, even if you were dollar cost averaging into it every day from the day that it went live. So that's kind of sitting right overhead, and it had a little gap up into that price recently. That's about $1.50 on this one. This one's a little bit of a cheapie for you guys who like those. So again, if we can get and hold above this anchored VWAP from the IPO, then we have that sentiment flip, and then we could potentially own this one. If it gets back to IPO highs, that's $3. So it's a potential double there, just to IPO highs. Now, a couple AI names. Now, right before I came on, there were, I guess, IDAI did an offering. I was listening. So some of these may be a little bit off, but AXAI, you can see, again, it's been flopping back and forth between this anchored VWAP, but put it in a nice little range and is breaking out now. Yesterday's volume was great. AI seems to be all the craze. So for me, over yesterday's high, I'm going to take a look at this one and just use the anchored VWAP as a stop. Last but not least is BFRG, which is another, I think this is a Chinese AI play. And the same kind of thing. It spent its entire life under its anchored VWAP. It broke out of that a couple days ago, and now it's still holding above. So this one's about $6, give or take, I think is the number you could play against. Under that anchored VWAP is probably where you're just going to want to sit out on the sidelines. And this will all culminate, and I'm very excited for next week's one, where we're going to talk about how you can use multiple anchored VWAPs automated by the system to set up kind of the whole trading plan, whether it's intraday or swing trading. I'm really, really excited for that.
It's a great concept in the sense that it gives you an instant view of where the volume is being traded on a given time frame. And I know we're going to get this question, so I'll throw it at you right now. Intraday automation available on an intraday basis as well?
Coming very soon. I'm actually working on it today. Next week, we're going to have kind of in the 30-minute time frame. So it will still include multiple days, but we're zooming in. And then eventually we're going to zoom into intraday, because you're right. Anything I talk about from a weekly chart or a daily chart, I try to talk a lot about the principles because they will work intraday as well. So we're going to have those intraday scans, again, part of that product. Everything we build going forward will be part of that product as well. And intraday next week, the week after at the very latest.
Forward to it. Michael Nah, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Great stuff as always. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah, and actually, thank you, Michael Nah. So, what's amazing about it, of course, is with all the AI craze, we were trading Bullfrog yesterday, and quite frankly, you're always going to want, just especially with these sort of hype names that are going ballistic or ham or to the moon, whatever you want to call it, right? You're just looking for a little something to give you a bit of an edge how to trade them. We find setups that might involve, yesterday, it was a bit of a gimmick trade to short Bullfrog, essentially just waiting for the other names to kind of go down and then shorting a lower high on a failed break. and we were able to get Bullfrog just simply because we saw another one fall. And that's a bit of it's a gimmicky trade, right? Because it had nothing to do with Bullfrog. It just happened to be sitting at a really attractive price, too short at the moment. So, looking at something like the anchored VWAP, which I believe for this, when he had it up, and I was sort of looking at the chart, probably around 560. It was about 550 to 560 was down there on that daily chart. So you look at that and say, well, if you like that dip by support, it's coming in right now, that makes some sense to me. Like, that's actually not, like, if I was looking at this as my 3 minute, I could add this up on the 15, be the same thing. I might be saying to myself, okay, well, I like 5 for some support, but where am I getting into it? Oh, you got anchored VWAP there at 550, 560. Now you're looking to buy the dip, and you've got a support level underneath you, and then upside to $7. Like, that's actually not that bad of a structure for trade. It's not to say that I would do it, but that's the kind of way that you can maybe use this as a day trader, not always looking for the swings, but as a day trader, it can be valuable as well.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I just had the anchor VWAP yesterday, because then I just would have held CXAI.
Oh my God.
All overnight. Can you guys believe this? Come to the chart here quickly if you can. Yeah, because look at this move. Like, there's never been a bet. Wow, there's probably been better situations to say this, but the early bird gets the worm here. Like, we went up to $30. How far did you say it went?
At 5 a.m. it was at 60.
It was at 60 something?
It got close to 70, I want to say.
Do we have 5?
No,
our charts don't go back that
actually,
far.
No,
that's why I don't set them up.
Pull my chart up. Pull my chart up. If you come to my chart for a second, guys.
Is that real though?
Yeah, come to my chart. This happened overnight. Like, this is my
Our
trade.
Internet just dropped.
It's my trade deals. Like, it went up to 67 here. So 69 and change. It looks like 69 and change. I got 69 and change up here.
Volume there? No,
I don't
feel
know.
like that's
it was a little bit of volume.
Wow,
not a lot of volume, but it did hit almost $70. It's ridiculous. So we basically start our data day trade the world
crashed
a little bit later than some other platforms. So we'll just go to another source so we can see some of those highs. But yes, XAI is crazy, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, because the early bird gets the worm. I mean, even the fact that $60 happened. I mean, I guess. If we've learned any lesson, make sure that your accounts can trade pre-market and post-market, because there are some brokers that don't allow that. But I don't think anybody on our show or anybody that's actively trading would have that problem, because we're often in names in the pre-market. But even, that 60 is great. So if you don't want to throw out like some stink offers, like way up, might be a good idea. But once the market opens, we're not going to get back there, I don't think. But what a great move that was to $29. I mean, just to have, gotten one of these names early, this was $1. What day is it today? On April 11th, oh, you can't see that when I do that. On April 11th, this name was $1. $1.60. So you only got 30 to 1 right there. Maybe let's just say you weren't that good and you only got like 28 to 1. Still beautiful move. Why are my prices in here like 31, like look at this, 31.7, 845, 29.7, 845.
It's a feature, not a glitch. I get that sometimes too.
Okay, good. I'm glad for that feature. So, all right, C3. I keep saying C3. It's CX app. So CXAI there. CX app going to be an aggressive trade today, guys. 4 million shares already and down to 18, and looks like it wants to bounce off the 200 here at 1630. So let's watch out for CXAI once again here today to join the many other names there, Brendan. It's an AI kind of week.
Definitely. We'll keep an eye on all of these. Here's a few analyst moves in the meantime for you this morning. Upgrades and downgrades. Interesting, as I was mentioning, Morgan coming next week. But Morgan upgrading Morgan? It's Sharif's fault.
It's not. You have to.
It's fine.
What?
He probably just didn't input the.
Coinbase upgrades as well. Rivian, Disney, Fox, and Tyson. I'll double check who that actually was.
Because Morgan Stanley's already much higher than $70.
Yeah.
Morgan, well, it wouldn't surprise me if they did that. When you said that, I was just like, yep.
No, but Morgan also trades at 80. It's at 87
right. That's
right
what I was going to say. The price was wrong there,
but
that's it just goes to the thing. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if a bank.
It'd be hilarious if it was.
It's like Coinbase coming out and saying, "I believe that our business is super solid," but they're allowed to say that kind of stuff. I mean, they do have an investment wing, an investment bank there. But for me, it was Rivian. Rivian's the name on the list. That it's too bad because we could have shorted 14 And that's what we sort of wanted to do. I put down on the sticky note, it's the #1 name here on the sticky note. You can go find it. It's also on our watch list today as well. But, you broke through that $14 level, and the minute that sort of happened, we bounced off there. It's only been the last couple of days, but you can go back to the earlier on in the week as well, where 14 held. And then now we're underneath it with not good news. Lucid also shitting the bed as well. I was going to try to figure out something else to say there, but you're going to break down through 13. It looks like we can use 14 as a top now on Rivian. I like the short. I think I've already paid for shorts. It's relatively cheap. I think it was like half a cent a share, even less than that, probably a third of a cent, something like that. Yeah, anyways, I think there's a nice little downside move here. I just paid for a couple thousand shares, but I still think 14, if we can get there, we can short it, and then we'll wait up to 1440, 1450, something like that. If in worst case scenario, we get up here, then I've completely lost all control of what I'm doing. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But if we get up to 1450, then I'm going to be short this name a hell of a lot. Well, I'll have to get more than a couple thousand. I'll be short more shares than that if we get up into 1450. So I don't think that the EV space is a great one right now, especially when you're seeing all these names come through. Lucid coming down, Rivian coming down, Tesla trying to hold that 180. And I think if you're going to go with best of the bunch, you're going to go with Tesla every day. But, that's having a little bit of a problem. GM and Ford, although Ford got some of their battery issues figured out, GM also was red yesterday. Like we had, by the time I left, maybe it got back to green, but I don't think so. We were talking yesterday and there was 3 red names. It was GM, Ford, I'm talking about bigger cap names, and there was something else that was red, and it was another big one, but it was just barely red. And you could see yesterday, yeah, there it is right there. Yeah, a couple red days in a row.
It was Delta, but then Delta had bounced.
Well, they had the earnings as well. So 2 days ago. But anyways, I feel like if these companies can't make it work, how the hell can Rivian make it work? And I'm not nervous. I don't own any of these shares, but I own Fisker, and that's just another one of those names. So for me, Rivian's a short. I've paid for the shorts. I've gotten a lot of shares on this. Let's see if we can make a banger on this.
So a couple of things. One, Lucid arguably worse, but they had delivery numbers. It's just a downgrade for Rivian. So I was chatting with somebody, and I wanted to find the name, but I couldn't find the context of it because we're basically talking about the same levels this morning. 14, it's a flat bottom break that's already happened, so it doesn't break the level, it's gapping through the level. I think I want to take 2 shots, 14.20, that if it cannot hold yesterday's lows or the week lows, then I want to walk away and I look for that 14.50 as another price. I just feel like if I'm short underneath 14, starting underneath 14, up to 50, the risk to reward doesn't quite fit it there. It's just a little bit too much considering you're going down to 13 even. You're giving up 60 to average out 1-to-1. Because you're not holding everything for 13. So I do like that short. I think Lucid is just as weak. Rivian might set up a little bit better. And then there was a question about Disney, price target at $40. So, I mean, as you can obviously tell on the upgrade-downgrade board there, the names that were getting upgraded and downgraded are correct. It's just the updates and the price targets and who the analyst was incorrect. Obviously, nobody has, I shouldn't say nobody, but you know what? It's maybe not obvious because it's a $100 stock and it was a downgrade, but no, I don't think anybody on the street has a $40 price target on Disney that trades over $100 right now. So it's just those weren't updated, but it is correct that it is a downgrade today.
Disney?
Yeah.
First segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90%, up to 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code, bottom of the screen there, TTV. Will get you 10% off from Surge Trader. Let's go right to Arun here. Got to check the overall market as we head into a busy Friday. As we said, we get Fed speak, we get Michigan sentiment, we get retail sales. Arun, what do you want to talk here?
All right. Well, right now, actually, we're talking about Fed speak. I've got Chris Waller over there at Graybar kind of doing his sit-down talk. So as of right now, in terms of executing anything, absolutely not. Let him finish up, and then maybe we'll figure something out. And then by the time he's done, we got to deal with 10 a.m. Let's call those sentiment numbers, right? So it might be a waiting period between now until 10 a.m. before we get clear skies to make a trade. So even if something sets up, I might just delay everything. But for now, clear strength to the upside from yesterday's trend, which we haven't fully reversed yet. Obviously, we're struggling a little bit here, especially with the retail sales that came out. So I'm going to wait for the open. Definitely wait for the open, and then depending on how the open plays out, If I have enough time before 10 o'clock to make a trade, I might. It's a lot of things. The Waller has to be done. Market has to come in at the open, set something up before 10 a.m. The easiest trade is most likely going to be after 10 a.m. But for now, I'm going to respect the strength from yesterday. If after 10 a.m. we're still as strong as we are right now, or we haven't fully reversed yesterday's move, then I'm going to assume that the strength is still there. So extension play. The issue with the extension is going to be that north of 75, and I think I've been saying this since last week, is that north of 75, specifically into 80 all the way up to 42.20, is a major zone there that's been in play for months. We've kind of gotten there a few times over the course of the last few months since September. So it's clearly a big resistance zone, and even if we extend north of 80, I'd be wary about how fast it goes. I wouldn't mind being long, but I think you need to control your risk on this trade, especially because of how close we are to that zone. At any point, we can catch an offer and come right back down. So all extension breakouts, I would just be, not second guess it, but I would definitely need them to confirm before trusting the breakout to the upside. So I've got 41.55 as a level down below. We can track that and maybe keep the long intact as long as we are sitting here in the 60s. The 55 will work out. If we do break the 55, we're going to have to go back into the 40s to catch another zone of buying here. 41.40 all the way down to 41.20 is going to have to be the buy zone down there if we are down there at some point. So there's a couple options for buy zones. If we extend to the upside, of course, the 80 break, but again, get it confirmed first after 10 a.m. and then that might actually have a chance at going towards that 4,200.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Have a great weekend. Let's get going here. A ton to talk about as we head toward the open. Make sure you grab that if you haven't yet. Super easy. Enter your email address. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live, and you get that every single morning for free. Everything you need to know in the pre-market. Top of the list this morning, banks, obviously off of earnings here, 5% for JP Morgan currently, but we are seeing a bit of a downtick here as far as the overall market and JPM as well. Coming back into this 135. Pretty impressive right across the board. Profit up 52% on consumer business primarily. I mean, the numbers across the board, good as well for Wells Fargo. We mentioned Citi was the last one to come out there, also higher to start here.
Yeah, whether it's Citi, JPM, Wells Fargo, they're all talking about the same thing. They're all saying profits were buoyed by higher rates. Wasn't this a story that we heard last year that was supposed to manifest with these banks? Finally, it's, I guess, making a difference. So, yeah, let's see what the rest of the banks bring next week.
Are the banks going to be able to hold things up here, however, guys, for the market today?
Our note says, WFC meanwhile said net income for Q1 was $5 billion. I mean, so net income. Okay, so that sounds nice. I don't know if that number is accurate or not, but that's a good one. Or 123 per diluted share. I mean, I don't, I'm just going to look at this. I've said this last time when we're talking about bank earnings, and that is that there's no way I'm smart enough to figure out what all these ratios mean, this provisions, these loans set aside, everything. So I'm just going to look at price action, and right now the banks are falling down, man. I mean, I don't know. London Bridge is falling down. I don't know if these banks are as well, but they are pulling back just a little bit. I mean, look, if you woke up today and said it was 9.10 and WFC was up 2%, and JP Morgan, I'm going to say, is up 5 still. I mean, I'm just going to assume that it's still up something. Is up 5, exactly 5, and you'd be pretty happy with it, right? But look at this movement. It is coming back down to the downside. So if everyone has now gone through the numbers and they're looking at them and saying, hey, maybe it's not worth 5%, well, I'm going to try to respect that. So just looking at some of these levels, 137.50 has been the high right here. 137 in the last hour has been the high. Those could be good short levels if you can get back up to there. So I think that's a good one. And then if you're going at 137, you're looking right here as well. That's 138, sort of the stop and go area before we went to the downside. So we had SIVB come through. This is March 7th right here. That 138 level seems to be pretty key. So to me, if we can get past 138, that's when I think you sort of signal the longs. So 138 break, I think we get long. Other than that, I think you just play with that level short. until it breaks. So for me, I think JP Morgan, you wait for that 137.50 or so to start your short. We did have a short yesterday in the power hour, which we had to get out of, but it didn't work. It went up to the upside, so we were 50-50 on that play. And then Wells Fargo, I really liked that $40 level when we talked about this 20 minutes ago, but now it's coming in pretty good here into that 40. So I still think that it's looking like a decent level because 40 was the top yesterday. So if we're coming out with a better than expected numbers, I don't think we take out yesterday. So, if we can come up to $40, I think that's a long. And then I think you want to get out of it if it takes down 39.70 or so right there. Whatever this top is 80s. So give it a little bit of room, maybe into that closing price as well, 39.70 there. So I'm going to try these longs, but now I'm going to have to wait because I'm not as confident with this current market move.
This is another reason I never like earnings in the pre-market as opposed to the post-market, because I feel like when it gets digested and you get a bit of a dip like this, you don't have a lot of time to assess it, and the market's like, oh, we're going to be open, and we're right at that support level at 135 on JPM, and I just want to, we always talk about being patient at the open. It feels like if you're right at that level on an earnings day at 9:30, jumping into the trade right away is just a good way to get wiggled out, jiggled out, stopped out, wicked out, all those terms that we always hate at 9:30, 9:33. It just feels like an absolute trap for that. To the longer term here for JPM, I don't think you'll see till next Q for some of these banks here the actual ramifications of the banking crisis. So it's not that surprising that they have a big quarter. They are putting a little bit more aside than they had been for potential recession and slowdown in terms of loss reserves. So you are sort of seeing that, and that is signaling that you could have a slowdown in the markets overall. In the economy overall.
Neil's mic.
I like that 135 zone. That's the price. You saw it as the 50 period. I'm with Sean on the 138. If we break that, I thought it was an obvious short if it got into the mid 140s to be short.
Oh, your mic has literally disappeared.
Oh, you can literally just tell me that.
It still has disappeared. Your shirt.
Okay, it just fell off, which you could have just told me, Fahad.
Fahad getting in those steps. He just took like 30 steps. Right
he can't. Fahad comes over here so that he can put it back on himself instead of just like he just wanted to I gotta fix it up like he's doing my tie or something.
What are you saying? Fahad likes to get his hands on
Look,
you?
man, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying what happened.
Fahad likes to get his hands on himself. He's always
I'm just saying what's happening.
He's like, right now.
He's flexing. He's always like feel my abs or whatever.
He's got on this big hoodie today. I wonder what's going on with that. I mean, it's like, was it just his birthday or something?
What are we even talking about?
That used to be small on you? Oh, his other hoodies are way too small for him.
Oh, of course, because he's
bulked up so much.
He's all swollen and everything.
Yeah. So
Fei is he's on one today already.
HGH is never no.
That's right. We'll talk about Fei in a second, but
how's Fei?
I'll explain it to you.
Okay.
So actually, no, I'll say it right now. What am I?
Yeah.
So Fei
leave us hanging.
is Fahad's one of his two nicknames. So
Fei?
Feitana and Fei. So Fei was his nickname.
That was given to him by girls.
It was given to him by girls, and then he hated it when dudes call him that. So I'm only going to call him Fei. And then he likes French Montana, so somebody came up with Feitana, so that's his alter ego. So he wants to be called Feitana, but we're all going to call him Fei. There we go.
I'm just going to call him Fahad.
I'm going to call him Fei.
Fei? Okay.
His mama named him Fei. I'm going to call him Fei.
Okay, all right.
It's literally the opposite, but...
Yeah, let's go. No, now the whole chat is just going crazy for Fei. So, all right, let's go back over to Bren and Sharif.
Why not? Sure, why not? All right, let's go. Here's the, for anyone wondering, here's the note on Wells Fargo. Wait for it. There it is. Right there, $5 billion. JPM was 12. So huge quarters for both right across the board. Here's Boeing. Meanwhile, ugly downside along with the SPR. SPR is actually worse off here this morning, which is Spirit, their main supplier for everything, but that also includes the 737 MAX here. Yet another manufacturing issue for the 737 MAX. So halt right across the board.
Yeah, we gotta find that clip where I compared a Boeing to the Dallas Cowboys last time around this happened. I said, what can go wrong will go wrong. And yeah, they've kind of, like you said, they can't get out of their own way. But interesting look, Brendo. I think they're kind of pointing the finger more at Spirit rather than taking blame themselves.
Yeah.
I feel like, you got to choose your supplier.
Yeah, as I was mentioning, that's not SPY. My fingers always want to type SPY as a symbol. Here we go. Here is Spirit Aerosystems, 15% back to $30 here. If you zoom out a little bit, you'll see why. Ugly here, though, both sides of the equation, guys.
All I heard is Sharif acknowledging that the Dallas Cowboys struggle, as far as I'm concerned. Like, Boeing's down 6%, and the first thing you say is, we need to pull up a tape of me comparing the Dallas Cowboys or Boeing to the Dallas Cowboys. That is an acknowledgement that your team is crap, brother. I mean, you're the one saying it, not me. So I don't know where we're going to get the opportunity to get the prices I want in Boeing, like whether it's going to be off of A5 or like A5, 05 to 07, which I think that's a 50 period, that's a short. It's bouncing off 200 right now, which makes it a very tricky short at this price because not only does it have to break 200, I need to see it trade beneath the 200 level. I don't want to get trapped at the bottom. It's the same thing as getting trapped buying tops at 930. So it's a little bit too far away from resistance levels to kind of just sit in it right now. The pop and fade could work off 202, and then suddenly, if it tries to bounce off 200, fails the 202 level, maybe you short it under there, then you're shorting into 200, you can hold through the break. Either that, or it holds beneath 2, you're looking for shorts in the 99 range. Ideally, I'd get a chance to short the flat bottom break that happened at like 8s and 9s, and we get a 7 short. I don't think that's going to be the case. So very a patient game for me on Boeing. I am looking short here. I'm not going to try the 200 long, even if it has a chance to bounce.
Okay, so yeah, I just wrote down here Boeing. I think it's pretty simple trade. You either break 200 or you don't. I mean, it's just that simple. I think once you do break it, it's going to break it off the open. So it's already broken it. It's just, let's stay under 200. Like, I don't want to go short up here right now because, maybe the news isn't as bad as we all think. It's a big move down 6%, could get bought up. I could see it getting bought up here into the close. Yeah, SAI, I see it. We can go over that in a minute. 201, 202 right there. If we break 200, I think you want to stay under that. And it's what? It's not SAI.
It's SAI.
SAI.
The one that's not even an AI company.
Why? But why is it not showing up when I type it in? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah. That didn't show up in our little thing there because I guess it's too new of a stock. But here you go again, another name that is really starting to go upside right now, up 300%, and just going right now.
I might short set
hard. Like, this was up a buck 50 yesterday, a buck, now all the way up. And it is getting steam right here on this name. We could test it out here for trade ideas and just to see what the short float, it's going to be too new of a name, doesn't have it up here. Float only 11 million shares, market cap a paltry 19 million right now. So, this name's going to run up. Probably 19 million is probably too much, but it's a nice move to the upside here on SAI. You stand in front of these low float names, or, maybe it's we just saw the float. It's 11 million shares. That's actually a little bit high compared to some of these names, but just look at the daily chart whenever you're looking into something like this. You just got up to 750. That's, these are areas of concern. So if you get to there and you've already long, you may want to take out a little bit and then see if you can break even longer than this. So we'll wait to see here, but looking at this, we always say it, zoom out. You can see 750 as a possible top here for what is the name of this company? SAI, probably SAI Inc. It's SciTech Global Corp. Yeah, okay, so
not very
good
creative.
name, good symbol. But yeah, there's another one, guys, going for you. Sharif, you're already long this name, aren't you?
Look at the break at 4:30. Oh my goodness.
It was long yesterday.
I can't trade on this computer.
Let's continue along here. I'm getting distracted by all these crazy stocks. Tesla back on the watch here. So we get U.S. first, or North America first, price cuts, and then they come through again with more in China. And then today we get Europe. What were the other ones? There we go. Europe, Israel, and Singapore. More price cuts as well, right across the board. This kind of ran through what happened in each. So China, Japan, South Korea, the U.S., Germany, France, Singapore. Price cuts across the board. Remember, earlier in the week, there was a bunch of analysts coming out essentially saying, what about their 20% margins?
Yeah, well, yeah. What was the argument there? 18% versus 20% we were talking about. I just feel like Tesla is such a nimble company. It's able to respond to price cuts immediately and regionally. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't see this coming out from any other automaker where they're responding to price effects like this. So interesting look. I mean, I don't know what to make of it, but probably cause for some more volatility.
Yeah, there was an interesting move in the pre-market this morning when more and more people started to pick up on this that when it first came out. So it was about 7 o'clock. We had a nice move back from 183 up to 185 still. Negative on the day after a pretty impressive move yesterday, but trying at least here, guys, for Tesla.
It is. It's like Tesla's got this $10 range thing going on the last couple well, I should almost say the entire week, right? Like the big moves have been pretty much top to bottom $10. So it's either moving $10 bottom to top or doing absolutely nothing. So let's go big V, kind of $10, do nothing, kind of big move 10. Okay, yes, it had a decent day yesterday going up 4, but mostly a nothing day. So by that pattern, maybe we got a $10 move in it today. Look, 190, that's the level. I think that's the pretty big level that you're looking for any kind of a short. The afternoon resistance was good. I was sitting in the short there. It didn't really follow through. It probably would have been better, but that 186 level looks like if it breaks from there, it's got $3 or $4 to move upside on that on Tesla. So it needs to carry above 186, maybe 186 half, and then you have room to 190. Underneath that, the 180 level is about pretty much it.
All right, right now, man, we'll go props up to anybody that has this, because holy shoot, there we go. I just said to Neil, I have to take something here because this SAI continues to go. So right now, we just got into SAI, taking out that 650 level right there. So we bought some. Decent amount. We got some first out 75s, next out 7. Now we're going to wait to see about that 750. Remember what we just talked about? You had that 750 high. So of course we're going to take something out at 7, like we just said there, and maybe possibly if we do fall back down, we have a 6 out of 590 out, but we're now taking down $7 on SAI, SciTech Global. Right now we just took that break of 650. Let's see where it goes. Out 675, out 7. I don't know, man. A lot of volume coming through. It's only 921 right now. Let's see if we get up to that 750 level. But we're playing this AI craze right now with SAI starting to go up to the upside here. Remember, you're just trading a ticker. Like, we don't know exactly what this company does or anything like that. It's just the momentum play. And as you can see, it's starting to fade out right now as well. But SAI, watch out for that 750 level. I'm already long right now.
Real. 350% now on that one. Crazy. It's blockchain related as far as Icon is concerned, but that's about all we know about SAI. Nothing to do with blockchain mining. Anyway, here's Lucid, here's Rivian, both downside this morning. Here's why. Baird cutting the price target on Rivian. There's actually 2 separate price target cuts for Rivian. After this happened, after the close yesterday, Lucid comes out with this production update. It's not good. 2,314 vehicles delivered or manufactured. Deliveries were 1,406 in the quarter ending March, so Q1.
Down.
Just crazy.
Yeah,
a
down.
fraction of what they were talking about.
Yeah. Down quarter over quarter. That's not what you want to see from a company that's supposedly starting to grow. They had plenty of cash injected, as we saw earlier, I think late last year. But yeah, these guys can't get out of their own way. And I feel like the guys at the top continue to expand the gap between the guys at the bottom. Tesla growing, these guys not.
So their forecast, if you go back to the last report, their forecast for the entire year was between 10 and 14,000. So 2,300 of that taken care of so far.
We talked about Rivian there, obviously, and it just has a more attractive price that it's at in terms of trading. Like that 14 level is pretty, I don't want to say obvious, but it sits out there for you. Whereas Lucid, it hasn't broken its support yet, which makes it a little bit trickier. I think it was obviously a bad number. Like no one's going to defend quarter on quarter an ability to even sell what it is that you're producing. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's any good, but it has 725 under here. It's got 750 as recent support. So those are levels that have to get broken. If there is a pop to the upside, I'm probably already short Rivian. And then Lucid at $8 does make some sense to me. Do I want both of them at the same time? I don't know. Like if we get to $8 in Lucid, I'm probably already short Rivian, and I can make that judgment call. But I do like that level to short the pop. Always got to be careful of these things squeezing. When they get this news and don't break support, a lot of times you get these weird relief rallies. So at least in the back of my mind, that's what I'm thinking Lucid could do, because it does have some levels that it's bounced from and shown you, like big moves off of $7, big moves off of $7.50. So if it does it again here today, I won't be terribly surprised. I just kind of prefer Rivian at that 14 to 14.20.
Yeah, so first of all, we got some out of SAI. We got another piece out there at 80 as it's trying to go back up to the upside right now, but we're out of now 60% of this, trying to hold for that dream up to 750. That's not even the dream, but we're just trying to hold out for a piece up to that level if it can get there. Look, Rivian's the #1 name on my sticky note today. I do want to go short on this name. I'm long SAI, which is a blockchain company, of course. We just talked about that not being anything to do with AI, but maybe blockchain, some AI in there. But anyways, $14 right there for Rivian. I'm just thinking that that's going to be close to a top, but we're not taking that right now. It could, like Neil just said, we are very, very cautious of the fact that this could blow back up to the upside. So I'm waiting here for 14.20 to come through on this name, and if it does get there, then I will be trading that to the short side, and then just hoping that it doesn't break above this 14.45, because if I look on here with our trade ideas scanner, you're going to see it's 18% short right now. So, you know, that's enough reason for this to get popped up a little bit. You're down 3% into a day. I think feel like it should be down lower. 1,400 vehicles doesn't seem juicy enough to me, but we'll wait to see, man. It's off the bottoms and it's starting to climb a little bit. So, hey, we could be wrong on this one. It's Rivian back up to the upside. You know what's moving around today, Brendan, and I wonder if there's news on this, but it's MindMed.
Yeah, it's
MindMed up 27% right now. So get your psychedelics while they're hot. Yes, up to $4 right now for MindMed. It's been an absolute dumpster fire, but it's moving, and there it is right now, off that $3 level up to $4. Looking to see what, I don't know what's up with these charts. I guess that's a reverse split there.
There was a positive trial.
Reverse split. Yeah, that's what it is, from 50 cents all the way up to 15. So they did whatever that math is. But you can see right here, we've already been to sort of 450 before, but this is off that split price. So you're way up right now. Let's just wait to see what's going on here with MindMed, now up that 27%. This could also be a trade. Only 668,000 shares, though. Quickly on the imbalance locator, because everyone sort of asked for it. Today it's all buys. So there are a few sells in there. It's LU, Ford. Other than that, there's nothing, and they're all buys. MMAT, AMC, BAC, Fei right there, Bed Bath & Beyond, Nikola. There's a bunch of different companies up there that are starting to go. There's JP Morgan as well at 168. Thank you, Mr. Randy, for the reload in the coffee there. I don't know if it's going to be a bull or bear day there, Randy, but we have it on a bull right now. Randy sometimes turns it over and makes the good calls on that one.
Yeah,
so
we should try not changing it too fast. Like the way that we ended yesterday, it's kind of hard to, you don't want to get away from it too quickly when you have a day like yesterday was to the upside, I find.
3 minutes left. You want to talk about Meta quickly there, Brendo, or sure?
Yeah, there's a phase 2 trial data that came through on MindMed this morning, but it was a little bit earlier on. Positive phase 2 trial data on MindMed. Breaking news, exactly, down here. Here's Meta. TD Cowen raising their price target to 195. There was a couple of positive notes right across the board for Meta. Once again, we've seen this a number of times over the past couple of weeks for Meta. So same old, still super strong. Real quick, the rundown, guys, brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show and more. See what's moving in the moment by Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description. Trader TV 20 get you 20% off. Once again, shout out to Trade Ideas. Sharif's very concerned about earnings here on Meta.
No, I'm not concerned. I'm just, I'm speculating. Now, here's the thing. We're gonna see how they did with respect to ad sales, and that's kind of the variable at the moment. Are companies spending with decreased consumer spending coming in? So that's kind of the question. But then you always have that tailwind, the TikTok tailwind, I call it. So we'll see. We'll see if the cost-cutting measures as well have had an effect. We know it's the year of efficiency, so to speak. So lots to see here with Meta. Lots on the line. For
2
me
weeks
anyway.
Wednesday, the 26th, guys. We got earnings from Meta.
Look, it's actually making a move to the downside. By the way, I did get Rivian. I started at 95. I want some overfills above 14. We talked about 14.20. But 217, look, call it the 218 level. Let's just forget about it. I was going to say 217, 17, but call it the 218 level. That was the afternoon support where it had that big run. This turned around the best. There were a few shorts in the afternoon. This was the one that probably turned around the best at 221, kind of dropping $1 there. Everything else closing close to those highs. If it doesn't hold this support, I mean, goodness. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I like for the dip buy. It's got to be around the 214 area, and that just, it goes literally back into yesterday. So 214, unless you can somehow re-engage this 218 level for some support there on Meta, but we'll deal with what we're in right now. So Rivian, it got one little spike up in there. It got 95s. I do want more shares into that 14 to a quarter area. And we didn't even talk about Apple here. Apple was an absolute. If you were watching the markets yesterday, then I don't have to tell you how great Apple was of a long. We liked that 160 level. It never presented it to you. 163 looks like a zone here. Previous resistance, kind of like 162.5, and then 163 is support for yesterday. So watching some Apple. We didn't even talk about the chips. Micron 64. That's kind of an easy one.
God,
Meta is really starting to come down a little bit here now. And it's oh my goodness, 10 seconds to the open. I don't know who's going to be on the bell, but they better get there quick.
No,
because 5, 4, 3, 2, and
there we go.
Next time, just don't let Randy do it.
Beifei with the handoff there. Okay, Rivian, we're going to watch out for that. So we bought some more SAI right now, off 620. We're going to wait to see how far this wants to go. 550 maybe as a dump. We'll wait to see, but we just did buy more SAI right now. We just bought some more at 19s, and we just touched some 40s, 50s right now, 53, and still making that move up is SAI. So far so good on this name. I'm going to probably take a piece out at, what are we long at, 37s? We need a little bit higher than that. Back into the 70s if we can get it. We'll put an offer right there and see if it wants to go, but SAI is the only position I'm in right now.
Yeah, the only thing I got obviously is Rivian. We got a piece. It just bounced off the pre-market lows a little bit there. So 13, I got 13.95, but it just bounced off 13.80. I'm trying to get some. Come on, I'm bidding here. I'm right there. We got to fill, so we'll take that one. If it holds the pre-market lows, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go, even if it's weak and even if it's down. So Rivian trying to bounce off this. We'll see if it does. Lucid just checking in. Yeah, basically the same thing. Little pop, now fading into the abyss that is the bottom. Apple is so darn strong, man. Like this, you want a dip buy, you're not going to get a dip buy. And CXA is halted. No, halted up, man. Halted to the upside. You can't, even though it's down from like 60 overnight, it just halted up 2066. $22 is the theoretical auction price. Looks like it's going to open up. If it were to open right now, it would open at 22, at least based on the theoretical auction price. Yeah, you leave it for dead. It makes the break. We'll tune back into it in a bit. But Rivian just broke the low of the day and is tanking. Just got some. Nope, there we go. Got some 1360s. It is falling. Boom. The problem here is couldn't get all in. It's over-under. Right? Like you want fills above 14, and that's where you wanted to get those money fills. So we'll have to deal with what we got. One more to get to you guys. We talked a little bit about Tesla. Tesla, a little bit of a reversal. It's only $1 right now, but it is falling as well. And that's into a market which is seemingly bouncing here. Brendo.
Wait, there's more. MRAI just popping up on volume here, guys, above 2. This one went late in the day as well, trying to get going above 240 pre-market highs.
Immediately.
All right. Yeah, and I'm losing on this SAI because it's a blockchain company, of course. We're going to have to watch to see where that one goes, but we are into the short on Amazon right now. Let's see where this one goes. I don't know, man. We're short at 101.95 right now. I just thought that we'd have a chance here. I mean, that's 102.50. I'm not going to hold this too far past 102.30 on Amazon. I saw the big move up in the NASDAQ there, and then it just faded back out. I do like the Amazon long, though, but we had to get above 104. So we may be in and out of this one pretty quick here if we take out 102.30. So watch out for that as Amazon. Just initial short, trying to get short under 102. But if it wants to go, man, we do not want to step in front of Amazon at all because we saw the way it moved yesterday. And we also saw the way Apple moved yesterday as well. So this is another one here. I'm now bidding 164 at the bottom. Maybe we can get that. I don't know. We'll wait to see if Microsoft, if Apple comes back down in to 164 flat. And it does, there it is. I was going to say, it looks like we're going to get out of of Amazon, so we will. So we'll flush ourselves down the toilet right there for the Amazon, but that's okay. We tried the short, did not work. And then look, by the way, right now, SAI just went nuts. We're going to get an, oh, yes, sir. There it is right now. There it is, SAI. Brendan, this one might halt as well, coming out very, very soon. Nice little win on this one, 70 cents in the money on SAI. There it is. Yes, sir, go. Nice move up for SAI here, guys.
Oh my goodness. NVIDIA just turned, how is NVIDIA turning red? Market trying to bounce here. No, NVIDIA's through 263 once and now bouncing off it a second time. That was yesterday's bottom. This rallied $5 from this same point here on NVIDIA. At least yesterday, I had taken probably 2 shots already at the low. I will take 1 shot in here in front of 263. If it holds, fantastic. If it does not, then I can get out of Dodge. I'll give it a few shekels underneath like we usually do, but not too much. I went to check on what was going on over in Apple, and it's having some trouble at 165. But if it punches through, we know what happened yesterday. If this can hold above 165, I think you can start the longs up there. Rivian's still falling. It's got a fresh low at 13.5, so it's trying to bounce through that 1350. Once it's beneath that, you got to think about 13 even as a potential target. Lucid as well. Like these names, both these names under a tremendous amount of pressure, both on low of the day. Lucid's SSR, short sell restricted, at about $7.40, I want to say. So watch out for a possible SSR bounce at 740.
Yeah, great trade on Rivian. I wish I had that one. We were looking at that 1450 level, a little bit higher than what we were there. Again,
JP Morgan.
I don't know why I got back into Amazon there. I just felt like Amazon wants to go to the downside, even though I have it written as a long. But here we go, man. It looks like it's going to take a 102.50 coming up very, very soon. I was trying to ask, just figure out what people thought about the market here, because the NASDAQ, I don't know. Like we just bounced off 13.1, so we're just going to use that as the bottom. Maybe that's the best play to do right now, and not worry about trading specific names. You can almost just trade the futures, use this 13.1 as the bottom. But we keep wicking to the top here, which is what is bothering me, because every single one of these moves goes and comes right back down, and then I'm like, okay, that's the bump up. Now we got a short, but the short doesn't seem to be right, obviously here. So we'll try one more time into 102.50, and then if we break 102.50, which it's going to do right now, then we're going to have to get out of this and then just say, you know what? Forget about Amazon. We're not going to dig the hole deeper here on this name. We want the long early. We wanted it at 104 if we broke that. And here's why, because yesterday's, maybe I can zoom back out here. Oh, no, it's not yesterday. It must have been a 20 period. But anyways, I like the 104. We'll get back over to Amazon once it starts to move a little bit better there. But that SAI, like we just got out. Like we got 7 and then there we go. Now we're just getting out and now we're flat.
How did I miss that?
It just tanked. Yeah, exactly. So we're up on SAI. Like that moved like crazy right there to the upside. So good out for me there. But yeah, it's Amazon that's starting to get spicy, breaking through right now. The high. Look at Apple. Like once we thought about the long,
look at JP Morgan.
We should have just gone long. Well, JP Morgan's ripping to the upside as well. Yeah,
JP Morgan bounced exactly off 135. I mean, it's not like it was kind of off 135. It was exactly at 135. Like, and then it goes right up to the top. It goes right to the top of the pre-market levels, and it starts turning around at 137.5. So, I mean, all I got's Rivian right now. I took 1 shot at NVIDIA, and I feel like I want to get back into that. Amazon could be breaking out here. So we saw what it did yesterday. What did I have? 102.5. That was yesterday. Was that yesterday's top? No, it was.
It's close.
102.60 was yesterday's high. This could just be breakout at 102.60. Not taking the trade in Amazon yesterday was a bit of a burn. Not taking the trade in Apple was a bit of a burn early. So if we break yesterday's high, I'll take a shot going into the long. Obviously, we're not going to see 100 to go long today, and if we do, we got other fish to fry.
Yeah, that's the same thing. I'm going to take that long off that break as well. I mean, we should have been long in the first. We were long in the first place, actually, and then lost it. We were long off 102, broke down, and then we were like, okay, maybe it's a short, and it's just not there. Yeah, Rivian still at that nice little level. Tesla's still at 184, not doing much. I'm looking for some other possible moves here that's happening.
No way. CXAI, by the way, I was watching something. I was watching SAI when this reopened. It reopened and halted down. And just instantly halted down. So, I mean, this is the problem here. Like, you get the halt up, you instantly halt it down. Like, it's just insane. So it's tapping 1630. You're looking at a 1630 tap on this when it reopens, which is obviously not good. Amazon just broke through the top, so 61's long. Ooh, I kind of want a little bit more. If it dips down in, I think we can get into this even more if we get like 102, like quarters, I almost want to say. Like Amazon has some room to run here. My daily chart has these stupid wicks on it. There we go. It's got some room to run. You're talking about 104 to 104 and a quarter. That's a resistance level. So you can scalp in and out of it, which I'm going to take some on the breakout, and then we'll look for some dip buys on the way to what I think can be 104 on Amazon.
Yeah, thank God that stock's moving, because we have a couple new positions right now. So let's go alert, alert, alert. We'll hit the new position symbol here, because we have Apple finally at 30. It's at 60 right now, so this is a nice little win for us as well. And of course, we have the Amazon break long right there. I can't believe I was long at 102 and let it go. But here it goes upside. I'm going to take another piece out at, we have a lot of shares, so we'll take another piece out here in the 90s if we can get it. We've already taken a few outs on Amazon right there. So our first out was 75 for 15 cents, and then we actually just got a 90 there as well. So now we'll see about hopefully a little bit of a higher move on that one. And then back to the other big cap name here is Apple. We're offering 56s that we just got. So right there, right in front of our face, we take that. And now we'll wait to see what's going on with Apple. We actually took this twice down there. So this is a good one for us as well, as we make him up for that little mess up there on Amazon early. But that's okay. Hopefully Amazon can give us the win now, which it's doing. Back into the 80s. I'm going to take another piece at 83 because it's coming back in just a little bit. Watch out for the NASDAQ. It just touched 13.2 right now.
Yeah, and there was a bit of a bounce there on Rivian. I just took some out, like scalped some out of Amazon to the upside, but took some out on Rivian at 13.5. It just bounced the second time, got to 48, kind of under 50, and then holding a higher low. So that's, to me, that's always a take profit zone. If it rolls over again, we'll look for that trend to continue. We obviously picked this one over Lucid, but I'm sure Lucid's just as good. Boeing, by the way, has cracked 200, but not really. It got to 19.5, and it's still holding. So they're not really, it doesn't seem like it wants that break in earnest just yet. So I'd be very patient. That's why I didn't like the 200 breakdown, just to take it when it hits 199.99. I feel like that's a little bit of a trap. If it pops back up, looks like the short at 205 was good, but that wick was almost impossible to get. Brendo with.
Yeah, speaking of, on the other side of that Boeing story this morning, SPR, huge volume alert there, came off at 29. Which is that low. So we're through it, but trying to get back above 29 for SPR.
As I was saying that, Boeing retook the low.
You're
so
right.
Now it could still be a trap. I'm not saying it's definitely not a trap, but it had not really broken the low, the pre-market lows, and flushed through that 200 in earnest. So if you have 99 shorts, that's obviously better than where I got it, but I wasn't sure it was a clean break there. So you have a wick top, trying to break pre-market highs, unable to do so. Now you have a bit of a trend to the downside. I might add one time on momentum down here because I didn't really get all in. So let's see. I mean, if Boeing's going to flush, it's got 194 as potential. A pop to the daily chart because we didn't do this in the pre-market. 194 to 195 is the potential for a flush. Could you see that kind of a 10% down day? It's a pretty heavy bet against it. With the market at resistance, though, if the market were to turn around, that's a pretty good zone. Just understand, I am not holding all of it past 200. I will hold half past the 200 level if it goes up, and probably give the other half to that 201. As a matter of fact, I might not have to make that decision because we're already through 199. Yeah,
that was a good one. We wanted that trade breaking through 200. Good trade on that. We were saying that if it broke, I mean, it's on the sticky note here. We'll take the short now. But if it was breaking below 200, we wanted to use that as the stop. So we're short now, 199, 198.97. We'll see if that one wants to continue to work here. That's Boeing as well. I know Neil just covered it, but I just got into it. So we'll put a bid here in the 80s, and hopefully this can crash even lower now. I shouldn't say crash lower when we're trading Boeing, but we do have. It's okay. I mean, it does suck, but here comes an airplane. Here, this is dropping money. That's a little bit better. It's better than dropping cocaine, I guess, because if a bear gets it, then you're going to make a movie about it. But there it is. Nice move to the downside right now as we're making it all back here today. We are bidding, though, Boeing at 198.30. So here comes a move to the downside. Hopefully we can get that fill as well and make 70 cents on this piece. And there's a nice little bounce off 50. We'll put another bid at 50 there and cancel our 30. There it is. Take it out. Yes, sir. Go to the downside right there. Our other positions, not doing much, man. Apple, I'm going to take another piece out here at 56. Why not do that? And then Amazon right now has simmered down a little bit here, back into the 50s again for Amazon as this market is trying to bounce off 13.2 here. So, again, as much as we like to talk about these stocks, you got to be able to watch support and resistance on the market, right? So an even dollar level of 13.2, we've just ripped up 100 points. So that's a nice move there in the NASDAQ. So let's see if it can hold these highs. If it does, then I know we've got the good names. Amazon, though, is pulling back here.
Yeah, I want to say we're getting more strength out of Apple than you are on Amazon right now. And those are the two I have up for big cap. And I'm watching Apple kind of holding the high of the day while Amazon pulls back. So adding to Amazon instead of finding a way into Apple, I'm not sure that I want to do that. I was looking for the dip buy, but I'm not going to dip buy Amazon. I'm going to try to find a way into some Apple shares. I don't want to go back over to some of these. Oh, I was going to go to the small cap, but let me just walk over to Rivian and Lucid here, because both Lucid and Rivian, we talked about these, LCID, and of course it is always on the NASDAQ. I almost put New York. I don't want to make that mistake. The 750 level on Lucid has got an absolute brick wall on it right now. And I feel like Rivian might not follow through just yet unless we get that break. So this is what it looks like, 750 on Lucid. If it breaks down, I think that's not a bad entry point, but I got that Rivian, and it's at the lows, it's trying to break 1350, so at exactly the same time. If they both bounce, I think you might get a pretty decent sized pop to be able to short off of. So let's see what happens there. Tesla, don't want to ignore you, Tesla, the actual good EV name out there. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say that. You know what I mean. It's down 1%, but it's moving to the upside. So Tesla's catching a decent bounce. I still think it needs to break that 186 to be a great long. But for now, Tesla looking pretty good. Lucid and Rivian in the tank, but they're catching a pretty serious bid here.
Yeah, wow for Apple, man. We'll go face slap on that one because Apple just continues to move, man. 165.20 up to 166 right now. We like it. We like Apple here. Nice move back up to that upside there for Apple as it's continuing to march. Yes, let's go 166 now. Where's the level from yesterday? I mean, are we already past it? Yeah, so it was 165.80. So we've already just took that out. So watch out for a 166 break and then higher from there for Apple. I mean, I don't know. On a daily, I mean, we haven't been here in a while, so this is going to be a nice little clear out zone for us on Apple. Yeah, we're already way up here, so this name just continues to rock and roll, man. I've been saying this for a while. You got to watch out for India. Like, these guys, they're going to be in there now, opening stores everywhere, and the production is there. I really like Apple, and I think that it's going to continue to work for the long anyways for today. We'll see. I like Apple. I like their position moving forward. We'll see about their quarter. I mean, we're coming into earnings, right? So all this is going to eventually matter. But where's Google? Googl right now took out 107, so that's another name that just ripped up to the high spot and is looking to figure this out. 107.80, 107.90 right there for the top of Google. If you thought about the market turning around, this could be a good one up to 108. We know Google can give it up. That's the only reason, but still, nice move, and it's more than the market today, so it's a good one. Boeing just went back up to the upside there a little bit, went to 199.50. We should have shorted that.
Yeah, I was actually over there getting some orders out for Apple because it's about to break that 166 level, and I want to take the breakout. I feel like every breakout on Apple could be interesting, and at least worthwhile to go into, just the way it trended. And JP Morgan, by the way, about to break the high of the day as well. I'm still sitting 135 dip buy. Obviously, I'm not going to get that, so I'm just going to cancel that. I don't want to chase JP. We just got Apple on the breakout, so let's see how far that one carries. I mean, usually the first move up, I want to scalp something out. So when it goes to like 15 to 20s, we'll take whatever we get on the first move. Looks like we got 18s there. Now we'll go into the hold. As I said, it's a little stronger than Amazon. Amazon right now for me is flat. So the initial break was good, but then the secondary move just hasn't really happened. Apple's definitely the stronger one. As I was just mentioning, now that we got this, I can go back to JPM for you guys. JP Morgan is kind of struggling at that 138 level. So I don't want to take this breakout on 138. I prefer 135. If it starts holding above that price, on the daily chart, I want to say that's where you can see it the best. But yeah, we'll go to the daily chart. The daily chart's where you can see 138 has been big resistance. Oh, now it's really through. Never mind. I'm just going to take it.
Yeah, JP Morgan's a monster there. I wonder what WFC is doing as well. We did take some more Boeing there at 20. Was it 25s or where did we get it? We got Boeing at 25, yeah. So we'll see. We're going to give it to $200. If it takes it out, then it takes it out. And we gone off that one. So we'll watch to see what Boeing is going to do right there at $200. But so far, so good, man. $1 in the money also on Apple as that just ripped up, man. We did take a piece out at 166 there, but we also did average back in right now as well into Amazon. So this Amazon long is working out okay. We just got a 51 fill and just got it out at 70 or 68. So hopefully Amazon can just be like it did yesterday, just like Apple's doing today on the break higher. So let's wait to see here. Apple's going, Amazon's going, Boeing is trying to stay under 199. Let's see if it can do that. I'm now bidding another out here at 60 to take some more profit. And that's it, man. Like, the more profit we can get on these names early, we'll take them and then try to hold a piece in case we do get that monster move back up. But I'm in 3 positions right now, and all are nicely in the money. Apple's 80 cents in the money, and there goes Amazon right back into the 70s again. I'm going to offer 72, take a piece out on that one right there. So we'll fire off the hot dog cannon a little bit for some of these trades early now. We're only red on one name, and that's Amazon because of all the kerfuffle early.
Kerfuffle, I like that word.
Yeah.
I haven't heard kerfuffle in a long time. Maybe Fei uses the word kerfuffle every now and then. So JP Morgan was better at 135, but it's at least working on the break when it took out that 138 level. I want to buy a dip. I just got some out 138.5. Now we'll get out some in front of 139. It's all arrows up unless you're Rivian. Lucid or Boeing. Remember I said there's a bid on Lucid and Rivian. They are still bouncing to the upside. But just to track back in on Boeing, it's now consolidating as well. I probably want to get some more out on this consolidation. I'm sitting a little bit too low there. And if it's going to hold here, you do not want this reclaiming 200 and catching a bid beneath that above that 200 level. That would get really juicy for kind of like a relief rally. As we go to Brendan, what's up, bud?
One that was notably weak to start things off, back to the upside now. Adobe down on this. This was after the close yesterday. They agreed to pay a small fine, $3 million, to settle a DOJ investigation, but just had an alert there back above pre-market highs. Now green for Adobe.
All right, so we got into Tesla. Thanks, Brendo. I like Adobe. I think that's a big AI name to come as well. So watch out for Adobe moving forward. I really like that name. Okay, so let's just go forward. And I just think that with all the AI coming through, Adobe's, they can integrate so many things into that suite that I think there's a good potential there. But, again, Tesla's trying to move back upside. We're still red on the name, so I'm not super in love with this. If we do fade back out, we're going to get out a little bit sub 185. But we're long right now at this level, 185.26. So we're long literally right now. Just went in the money 25 cents. I'm waiting for 186. I zoomed it out a little bit and just thought yesterday's close would be a good spot to get something out. That's 185.80, but I'm at 186. So hopefully that can come back up to the upside there, take out a little bit, and continue its march higher. Amazon, meh. We got another good fill, man. We got another 75. So that was working out for us, but not super strong yet on that play. Amazon, maybe it's going to give some back right now. Oxy moving around apparently. What's oil doing? Up 1%. We could check out Occidental quickly here. I don't know. I saw someone in the chat now. Boeing's moving back up to the upside right now as well. We might have to take an L on that one as that's approaching 200. On Oxy's not doing anything. All right, so here it is right here. It's going to be an L because we averaged into it right there. But here it goes. We did talk about that, man. If it takes 200, we don't want anything to do with it. So there it is. Wow, it just went right up to 200. That was a good short. I don't know if you got more short there. That was a good opportunity at 2 bills to get more short there for Boeing and missed it. Should have came over to this one a little bit quicker.
It's the same thing. I got over to it because you can see I'm actually in, I would say, one more trade than I would like at this particular time. I said the other day, like 4 at the open is kind of better than the 5 or 6 because you have enough charts to put up there. Frustrating because by the time I got to get on the offer, it had already made the move to the downside, and you couldn't get like 60s and 70s and 80s. Like you were looking at sub 50, which I already have sub 50s on this one. So I'll leave the order out there. We'll see if it get picked up. But if you get picked up again, it might not be good. What it should mean, though, if this does go back to the upside, it should mean, okay, we're getting a little bit of a dip opportunity here in Apple. So let me just get some.
Are we?
I think so.
Okay, good.
I think so. I think if you get another chance at 166, we'll go ahead and take that. Amazon's trying to make a little bit of a bounce as well. JPM, this is the other one that just started to slow down a little bit. So I got the first out pretty much right here in front of 50s, and now it's giving you a nice little consolidation and try to make another leg to the upside. I think JPM could really go. It's only up. It's up 7%, but quite frankly, it's got some resistance next at like 42, I thought. So that 138, a big break. If it holds above, it could really trend all day.
Okay, so yeah, oil, Dixie, the dollar is going up, guys. So good call on that one for you. And yeah, Amazon right now, man. Let's just Finally,
Yay,
shout out to
yay,
Brendo.
yay,
I just hit that. It's on my screen.
yay.
So I don't know. Brendan didn't really have anything to say about Amazon, but we did talk about big tech, and there it is, a nice move, man. We've just been buying the. It's funny because we were short early, got out of it. Now we've just been playing the long off of yesterday's high break, right? Of one, we talked about that 102.60 or so. So that's where we initially went long. We're getting out of it. So as this goes up, we're starting to get some more out of this trade. Good call on the Apple reload as it's now back up to the day's high. We're still holding on to that one, and it doesn't look like, honestly, guys. I don't know. The market's ripping and Tesla's not. So what does that tell you right now? Yeah, Luca 2024. Yeah, that's why Luca's no longer here. He's running for the presidential election there in the United States. So despite being Canadian, he's going for that. It does look like right now that Boeing is right back at this 2 bills level. All right, whatever. I'll try well, I just missed it. I'll try a short. Maybe I'll get it right now. All right, cancel it there. Take the short right now. All right,
so I just punch.
Yeah, I just did. So I just punched into some more shares short there. Look, guys, if it takes it out too much higher than 200, then we're going to be gone. But there's the reload.
It's already coming back down.
Yeah, we're in the reload there for the short, but I'm not just trying to scalp this out. I'm going to see if we can get this at least down to 192 here for Boeing. I mean 199. Sorry, I'm flat at 20. I'm 21s is where
192 would be fantastic.
That would be
not if
juicy.
it's in your long term. You might not want to see
that's a good opportunity to buy more.
Well, okay, that's
I don't
true.
give a shit. I'd like to see it go to 188 right now, as far as I'm concerned. Why stop at 188?
Okay, fair enough.
All right.
So JP Morgan just came back in a little bit on me here. So obviously I didn't get that out in front of 139, but it's starting to make a dip buy. I'll go for it, but I'm looking at 137, like 70s I think I'm sitting on, and looking for a little bit more aggressive dip. Apple, we got some. I got some in, got some out, the same rinse and repeat off 166 into 166.30-ish, and then it's coming right back into the downside. So you got a range-bound trade over there in Apple. NVIDIA, I'm sure NVIDIA is going absolutely nuts, but I got enough on my plate. I don't want to completely ignore the AI names. I know we're not really trading them very much there, so but at the end of the day, when you're trading big cap, I sort of said this before, pick your spots. SAI, or whatever we're calling that one, SAI.
Yep.
Bouncing off $5, but kind of trending to the downside. So I'll be watching out for that $5 levels on SAI. That's about all I will say about those. Oh, Rivian and Lucid. That's the other ones I wanted to make sure we're covering.
Come on, Tesla.
Always on NASDAQ. Neil, why are you doing this? It keeps bouncing off 1350 area. Looks like it might give it up here. So that 1350. Once it flushes, I'm just looking for $13. I think you could see 13 today. And Lucid is very similar, catching a bit of a bit. But through 1350, got a lot of runway to the downside.
I'm just like, come on, Tesla. All right, what can we do to get Tesla going here? I mean, sometimes we hit different things. I mean, I don't know. All right, let's see if it can go upside a little bit now for Tesla. It just keeps stopping at 70, so I offered 70 right now just for a third of the trade, which sucks. It'll be a 50-cent. Wow, 50 cents is 50 cents, man. We'll take it. If that's all it's going to give, there goes Boeing, by the way. If that's all it wants to give out to us, then that's completely fine. Boeing is going to be another L on my mark there because it does go back above 200, and we take that out. But there it goes. I'm not going to fight this anymore. We said we'd want to go. Darn it. We said we'd only want to go short if it stays below 200. I don't know. I'm looking at this right now. Do we punch a little bit more right now because it just went up, tested, failed, and then came right back in? So I don't know, man. You're right at the 50-period. VWAP is 50s there. I think this is worth a shot now. We'll take it against that $200.50. If it breaks that $200.50 now, then we're gone. We just tried it one more time here. We'll go short again, see if this can hold. We can make this all back, obviously, with a move back down, but we need to have that happen first here for Boeing. So we'll test it. We'll get a piece out at 80. If it does break 200, maybe it flushes a little bit, and we can play some of that momentum. But right now, we're just going to play it off VWAP. We only really wanted the short sub 200. We were able to take a little bit of profit, then took the L on it. So hopefully now, Boeing gets back down there. If we're going to stay sub 200, I like it. We're bidding 80s. We're bidding 80s. We're bidding 80s. Stops at 83. Okay, hopefully we can flush it down and we'll be able to get a bid rate. No, don't tell me we missed that by a couple pennies, but we could have. No problem there. Amazon now 30 cents in the money, still going upside. Tesla, finally. There it is, man. Tesla with a nice 50 cents and now busting. Bang, $1 right now on Tesla. So that's going to get me awake a little bit here as we continue to go upside now on Tesla. So the sleeping giant, when you wake him up, you wake him up. And there it goes, Tesla to the upside.
So Apple just got back up to the high again. We rinsed and repeated that one over and over again, but it's going to be all about Boeing here. This is a decision point. If it rolls over, that wick here, this is a 3-minute chart. When we took the actual break, the last fail was at 240. So 40 cents, like that was that last fail. That's where my stop is. I waited till it was over under, did it one more time. But if it breaks here, you could see a flat bottom, not a flat bottom, you could see a relief rally. Amazon, don't want to ignore you, Amazon. We've been kind of ignoring a few names out there. Amazon scalps now, doesn't want to break 103. You look at what's happening here. Holding 103, dip buys into 102.5. So rinse and repeat until it stops working. It has not. The longs are feeling like they're the way to go at this particular point. So hang on to them if you got them. Rivian feels fine. Boeing's even catching a bid here. I don't know if there's going to be any shorts left at the end of the day. Meta, oh my goodness, Meta's already through 221.
What?
Yeah, it's okay. It's already gone. Shoot.
I'm glad you said that, but I kind of.
Nikes. That was yesterday. I'm only saying that because that was yesterday's high, right? Like, yes, that was yesterday's high break. So you're literally, it's
the
at
market went pretty red to green.
Yeah, it's 221.50 right now. So that's not, I don't want to chase it that far in that break. Maybe we get a chance for a little bit of a dip buy and you can get a consolidation somewhere. But Meta.
Holy shit.
Wow.
That is just.
Wow.
That's up $5, like 217 bottom there, up to 222 right now, $5. IDAI going crazy, says Jose Mercado. Thank you so much, Jose Mercado, for that. We will look at that. But look at Tesla, man. The giant woke up and went back to sleep right there. So it went up to 186.25 there. As the market's still blasting, Tesla coming to the downside. So be very, very careful with that play. But yeah, Meta's cleared it out. The 52-week high for Meta is 224, and that's going to be tested here. If not today, then Monday. I mean, it's blasting here, and it just took out some nice levels. Back to 220. We could probably take this and hold it back to 221. So it's just funny because I have a Meta bid at 219 because once it broke through 219, we realized that we missed it here today right there, and that's right where the 50 period, the 200 period was. So that's, you know, we put a bid there but never came back in to fill us up. So we'll have to be as patient as we can be with Meta and try to grab that. Meta's near a sell, says Comp SRX1. Yeah, I mean, everything's got to go up and come down at some point. But I've tried that Meta sell yesterday, and that did not work.
It was,
but
it might be.
No, it might be. I mean, look, everything's got to pull back. We have a number in 15 seconds. We also talked about JP Morgan taking out the top. Damn it. What's up, Brendo?
Hey guys, yeah, as we were talking about, we're going to get this preliminary University of Michigan sentiment number here coming out at 10 o'clock, about 5 seconds. 62.1 expected on this. There is an inflation portion higher, 63.5 again versus 62.1. Down here, the 5-year inflation number in line, 2.9. The 1-year inflation number higher as well, 4.6 versus 3.7. Again, this is a preliminary reading on that U of Michigan sentiment number. That's overall how the board was setting up going into that number. Still positive right across it outside of the Dow, dipping into the red. I saw XLF pop up a couple of times on volume here. 2.5 times relative volume off earnings from JPM and Wells Fargo. There's Boeing. Downside again, giving up on 200 now, guys, for BA. Back to you.
Yes, sir. Huge. And like one of the coolest things about it is I know we had a very similar outlook on how to look at that Boeing trade, but that's actually a setup, that kind of over-under support resistance that a couple of traders at our campus office used to do a lot of time. Now, when I say our campus office, I mean we actually started out, Sean and I, hiring only university students that were trading while they're in school. One of their favorites was playing over-under on resistance levels. So if you're interested in stuff like that, there is a new program. It is different from trading on this floor. It is for in Canada. If you are located in Canada and you are a student, there's the Day Trade the World Campus program. You get to learn on our trading platform. Trading P-Pro 8 just like everybody else here. There's ability to become a funded trader eventually, and it does work around your schedule. So it's near and dear to our hearts just simply because we started our own trading floor, as I've said, hiring students, and it was an unbelievable experience. I found the ideas that you got from Fresh Minds were pretty cool. So I think it's a great opportunity out there, but you do have to be located in Canada. That's the big one. You got to be here. Details to follow. We'll have the website up. You got the QR code below that you can scan. Man, maybe it was a short on Meta. I just didn't want to short it. I didn't want to short it. I just
crushed Boeing at least.
I know. Boeing, by the way, Boeing, we'll get to that. It's just I'm watching Meta. You could have shorted yesterday's high. Nice little dip. Probably that was your only chance to dip. But Boeing came right in, reload off the 200 level. I'm still have some because I want to hold. Like you scalp some, but I'm holding some for the real flush if it breaks 198 in earnest, and then we go further to the downside. Just to come back over to Apple because we're ringing the register wherever we can. Apple got the dip. It just came right back in and gifted you yesterday's highs, which is sometimes you look at support and resistance. Implied support is at previous resistance levels on a stock that's trending to the upside. That's a bit of a concept, but the same top here, 166, 25 to 30. Yeah. So first it's a 166, that's a breakout. When you're in the breakout zone, it's crazy action off a resistance level, get in and out. But once it settles one way or the other, you're either looking for buying above the breakout zone or taking support on a dip. So support now on Apple. Amazon finally, my goodness, it finally broke 103. Sir. So I might not get the dip buy again. This one's going back to the upside. Strong move for Amazon here. I got to check back on with the strength in the market. A rising tide is lifting all ships here. And so Rivian, my last of Rivian, is not breaking that 1350. I don't know that I want to reload here. I will see how strong this market is. If it carries it back up to the 14s, I know I like Rivian at those prices. But Apple working, Amazon working. We'll see if the Rivian short comes back in, but I'm hesitant to add here.
Yeah, no, that Amazon long, what a great long. We've reloaded that a couple times. It's too bad that we started the day short on Amazon, or else we'd really be jamming. But that's too bad because you reap what you sow. You got to make decisions, and sometimes it's good to get out of the way of that. So, but Tesla right now made a move down. Now it's back up. I don't know, 186. I'm going to put an offer there. If we can get 186, well, let's just see. Let's just wait. I'm going to wait on Tesla. I think this could be an all-day trade, to be honest with you. It's still red on the day. Like, what if this gets going? I really think we want to take out this 186.50. I'm going to put an offer there. We got there pretty close before we got to 30s. Let's put something at yesterday's high, and then if we can take that out, then so be it, and good for us, right? I mean, like I said, I don't know if that's going to be a possibility or not, but let's just wait to see here on Amazon, on Tesla. 186.50 is my target out for that name, guys.
So I just got, I just showed you guys the dip buy in Apple. Now that worked, and the dip buy has worked in Amazon as well on the same pattern, basically the exact same pattern on JP Morgan here. So 138 broke, it kind of did not get to 139, 138.83. What the heck am I offering? Why am I offering 133.88? That doesn't even make any sense. I should be on the other side of 85 next time. So I was offering 88s there, but I just got the dip buy. So dip buying into that consolidation. And then if we can get back up above that 138, then we have to take some out in front of that resistance level. Respect the resistance as it's there. Boeing still has a chance that,
trying.
Yeah, it's still trying that 200 level. So 240, that's where my out's going to be. I always find third time is not always a charm when you're playing off the same level. So it's a breakdown, it retests. The third time right here, I don't know that I want to add to it. If it's going to work, it should just work. And I feel like it's fighting it just a little bit too much there. That Meta, I keep seeing people talk about Meta, and I go back over to it, and it's, Meta. Another break of the high of the day on Meta here, 222. And it looks like you just want to be buying the dips. 221, man. I would really like a chance at that 221, maybe even some under it. What a strong name it is. The market kind of holding at the high, up 0.2% on the NASDAQ, but you can see bottom to top, Meta, $5 move already. It's hard to chase a $5 move. I can't really do it. I'm already in 5 positions. I don't know if I can add Meta to it, but it's such a strong name right now.
I think we can add Meta to it. Like you said, you need the pullbacks in that one. Any other names you guys want to talk about? Let's go back over to that SAI right now. Just still 5.18, 5.19, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Tesla doesn't want to do anything for me. JP Morgan just bounced off that 138 level.
Yeah.
137 was the take. Nice move to the upside, obviously, on that one. There it is right there. So that's that 138 and change. We talked about that on, it won't be anything on the minute chart. I think it was more on the daily chart that we were looking at. JP Morgan right there. But we have all these ridiculous wicks making this thing look ridiculous. But right there's 138 again. So we topped out there. Chart. We made that move, and we talked about 138 possibly being a pivot because that's sort of that level right there before the sort of the cascade down there on the regionals. So nice move for JP Morgan, needless to say today. And it's a nice hold for me on Boeing, man. I mean, if anything, there, you know, we've made that money back now. So now we're trying to get it all back on Boeing, but hopefully it can come back in a little bit there. Tesla, look, our out is lower, so our out is actually coming through very, very soon. 184.75 is our out because we've already taken out, the best we got there was 50 cents, remember? So we're gonna lose 50 cents. So that's the target trade there. I'm expecting it to go up, but we noticed when the market was blasting, Tesla was not. So there was two ways to play this. Either it caught up with the market or it's going to just continue to be the dog that it's been today and make that move down. The NASDAQ went from minus 0.8 up to plus 0.3 or something like that. About 150 straight handles upside. So yeah, Tesla didn't want to go up, so now it's going to go down, and we are going to get out of that trade right now if it breaks 75. There's decent size there right here, but that's not going to matter. We've already done 220 million shares on this name, so let's see if it will continue to work. Boeing obviously going to the downside, and maybe a good opportunity to reload Apple, I guess. Amazon really tanked in, man. We only have a small piece left, so it didn't affect me, but wow, Apple, Amazon, downside big time right now.
So the second I saw that turn,
news?
I trimmed some JPM, I shorted more Rivian. I don't think there's news. I think we just reversed off the highs. Now we're starting to flush to the downside. I didn't have much left of Amazon left, so it's going to be Apple. If I have to hang on to, I have half my Apple position. If I have to hang on to one, I think that's the one. But I finally added to Rivian, maybe a little bit late. But when I saw that market turn, I'm like, well, what do I like short? And it was Rivian. I try to get some more. I don't even know if we're going to get some more. If is one that I really think holds up the best, I would have to say Apple. As I said, I'm still holding on to the Apple position. It's still at VWAP right now, yesterday's highs. It feels like a place to add. I want to join the bid. I don't want to be making the bid, catching a bit of a falling knife there. And yeah, your meta position, you're not in meta. When I say I mean, I didn't see who it was that was talking short up top there. Whoever it was.
Comp SRX.
Yeah, Comp SRX, your meta position, if you took that short, it is absolutely printing. The market is absolutely turning right now. The market's turning big time. I want something other than just Rivian and Boeing to the short side. But I checked on Micron, which I know I like Micron short. I'm bidding 61 support level. The chance to get 63, yesterday's level, that's come and gone. So I have to be really patient where I can try to pick up some Micron if we're going to even get a chance to short it.
Yeah, this is a little disastrous right now to the downside here. We picked up some more Amazon against 102. And honestly, I mean, if it breaks it, it breaks it. We're long at 23 right now on Amazon. It's not been a great trade for me today. Well, it's been good. We made the money. We made some of it back anyways on those longs. But now we're giving it up again here as it looks like it wants to take 102. And there it is right now. So a nice little 102 take. A wick down to 92. We didn't get out, but we're close right now as it wicks down and then back up. So, yeah, not a great little move. I'm going to take something out here if I can on this pullback. Now it doesn't look like it. I just offered 08s there just to see if I could take something out because that flush almost stopped us out. And the market, there, give me those 08s. Did I get them there? No, it literally stopped on me again there. Okay, then now it goes back. Thank you. Finally, got a little bit of pressure out there. Remember, we're long 20s, so that's still a 15-cent hit there. Hopefully it can retrace back up to the upside, but I did want to take away some pressure out of that play for sure. Our Tesla came out. No surprise there, and what a good out because so make 50 cents, lose 50 cents, but that's a third, that's 2/3, so we still are down that 50 cents on Tesla. But again, just in being honest, you know, we took the hit there. And it's a good thing that we did because that's now down $1 from where we got out on this move. I don't know what that's all about, man. It's a nice move to the downside. I don't see anything. Brendan didn't come with anything, so I think it's just a break. So we're going to wait to see where it goes. But yeah, here comes Amazon rate again, testing that 102. Not great, man. Maybe, I don't want to flip over to short. I don't think we're in that area yet. We're still only down 0.17, and I'd like to see a 13.1 break, be honest with you, before we flip over. So right now, we'll still hold on to some of these shorts. Boeing didn't go down too much right now. I'm going to put another bid on Boeing, get something out in the low, there it is, get something out in the low 30s. That was an awesome reload there for Boeing. What's up, Brendo?
It just seems like maybe a delayed reaction. Not seeing anything, delayed reaction to that number that came out at 10 o'clock. A little pharmaceutical name just popping back to the upside here after huge gap this morning to 275 for PTPI, comes all the way back to 150. Volume trying to come back in here, though, for that one.
Yeah, I mean, we could be breaking down here. I was about to say, or I said in the chat at least, the only one that held up really well I would say was JPM. So I'll start with Apple because it kind of got to this consolidation level, kind of jammed back. So this is a 3-minute chart here. You can kind of see this little red candle in there. That's 165.25. So it kind of bounced off that and re-entered this zone. That's where I'm like, okay, we'll get a piece. Didn't really get much. So I still have an 80 price. I still have this price in here. And if it can't get back above testing the 166, this is in a lot of trouble because that's a heavy reversal. You had a lot of volume up there failing that 166 breakout because it couldn't get past those 30s. That would be a heavy possible reversal. JPM's holding decently. I just saw some people talk about Coinbase in the chat for opportunity short. My goodness, Coinbase. Are you kidding me?
Did the NASDAQ,
Coinbase got to one. Just have a quick look at the last 3-day highs on coins. 73, 72.5. Now it doesn't even get to 72. So lower highs all the way through. If you like fading a stock, at resistance points, which I usually do. I don't know why I didn't have that Coinbase. I just got out of Amazon.
Yeah.
I tried the reload off 102. That one's going to be gone. I want to look to put a new name in there. I did reload one short, so it's not like I'm not shorting anything. We're holding Boeing. Boeing's only 70 cents in the money. It's not big enough right now. But Rivian, I did reload that one. First shorts at 95. Now we're short. We got some 75s in there. You'll see my price actually pretty much only that 75, right? So I'm all out of my 95s. And then my price is more or less all the 70s that we got in here. If it gets back to low, there was a big bid at $13.50. I think you want to respect that. So I'm going to get some out if we do get any kind of a plunge. Apple's bouncing. Come on, Apple, let's go. And I'll show you guys Lucid. I'm not trading it. I'm only trading Rivian here. That's the one we kind of felt was at better levels. But similar thing, bounces off of 750 like Rivian bounced off 1350. So they're carrying to the upside. Still a downward trend on both those two names, but they did catch a bit as we were mentioning.
Yeah, it sucks because, yeah, I mean, we lost on Amazon there. Amazon, like, it's the only red stock that we have
there,
today. And a little bit of Tesla, but we're way redder on Amazon than we are on Tesla. It's more not even red. It's like 40 times more. So we'll wait there. We took too many. I didn't think we took too many shares on Amazon. This move just happened, right? Like when you're strong and then this happens, I kind of just like bite my tongue and be like, oh, what the hell? But okay, so we take another strong name that we think is strong anyways, Google, and this name's going to be a little bit different. And we're not trying to make like tons of trades now. As you can see, a lot of the trades have sort of been just very focused. We're still holding the Boeing trade now for like a half hour. We've been holding the Apple trade for 45 minutes. But right now, Google, or 35 minutes. We just got this long 50s. Out 70s, so that's 20 cents. Let's see if it goes 107.80. We'll see if it come back up to the upside. We're just playing off some of this strength there. Yesterday's closing prices here, 107.40 plus. That dipped down to 30. What's up, Brendo?
We're seeing some volume kind of shift over from some of these AI names to some of the highly shorted squeeze type names. Just saw AMC fly by there on a scanner. Here's WW as well. 4.25% trying to get going after a monster day yesterday.
Wow, that was... Yeah, it was good. Like, those actually, Bullfrog and WW were the two best. They were my best two stocks off the open. It's like, why didn't I just go back to the wall? Well, I know why not on Bullfrog. That's different. But this has just been stair-stepping every chance it gets. I'm going to show you $7 because it had that breakout as yesterday. Where you finally took out that level on the daily. You pull back, and then what does it show you? It just shows you the bottom. And then it breaks the range from the afternoon, and then you're probably going all the way to that $8 high. Maybe it's a fade off $8. I mean, I don't know, but it's a good stair step to the upside. I think it needs to clear 8 to have any kind of parabolic type move that it hasn't already done. So you could be excused for shorting the $8 level. That's the best way to get at it. I did ring the register on some JPM, but I got to go back to app. Hit enter twice. I got to go back to Apple, which is now all of a sudden struggling a little bit at yesterday's high. So that 166 and a half, it's struggling above that zone. That's not a good sign. Like on the 15-minute, it kind of resembles, look at this, the last time we're above this 166, it was pre-market action, flood beneath it on Apple. And now you got there, you struggled above that, you got some scalp trades, all of a sudden you're struggling beneath. If it doesn't take it soon and get back above there and show me some bid, this stock could be at 164 in a hurry. The same way, like exactly what happened on Amazon, man. That's kind of what I'm fearful if 65 breaks on Apple. It hasn't happened just yet, but that's what it looks like for a setup. If it was any other stock, I probably would have flipped short by now. But it's Apple, and Apple was the strongest stock in the market yesterday, so I'm not going to.
What's up, Ponzi Fonzie? What's up, Andrew Harris? You get it there. So we'll go bang for that. And we have actually a new bang right now as well. I don't know. What do you guys like better? So this is new bang, or there's. I'm not with any of that I'm not with old bang as well. Old bang is more like bang in your face right there. But you know what's going to the downside right now is Boeing. I'm still going to wait for 198. I mean, let's see if we can get to that bottom there. We did reshort it off 200. We said as long as we're in this level, we'll be fine with it. We did get out the first time it broke 200, but then we realized that, you know, VWAP has come back in, and then we just went back to our we went back to our sort of our, not our roots, but something that we trusted right there on VWAP. So we come back in. I'm still excited. I'm going to hear back more from Michael Noss about that anchored VWAP and see if we can use that. It's more on a daily thing right now, so I'm going to see if we can do it more on intraday and then figure out what the best way of doing an anchored VWAP is. And plus, for myself too, learning the definition and just getting a little bit better on what's up with that. All right, so Google again seems to be failing a little bit. It's not failing, it's just not really going back up, but neither is the market right now. So I'm going to take out a little small piece if we can get back into 65 right there on Google. And then I do have another 75 ready to go, but my best out right now is only 72 as we kind of hover around. We did get a low bid there at 50. You can see where we're long at 54. That's going to come in again right now. I want to play the long until we'll average it back in at 40, but I'm going to play the long until we break like lower than here. This is yesterday's level, but it looks like the market wants to give it all up again. So, you know, the only short that we have on, which is printing, we're $1.30 in the money on Boeing, but, you know, this little level right into here for Google, if we break it, we break it, and that's 29.30s. So, you know, hopefully we don't. There we go. We just got the reload. So now my average price, as you guys can see, is 48. So maybe we can get a little bit of a bump up here off that first initial move down. But the market's coming in, man. A nice move down for the NASDAQ right now. It's going to be hard to hold these longs, guys.
It is, and that's sort of the thing. Like you're starting to give it up on Apple. I want to be trimming here. This is essentially where I just added to it. So, you know, I got to trim here. If it was, like I said, if it was any other stock, I'd probably have already flipped short.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's like that setup. Look in the over/under. I'd probably be short, literally at not maybe this exact same price, but maybe even a little bit higher, like 166.5. If 165 goes, I almost have to give this one up. Boeing's printing. Rivian's not really. It's like 5 cents in the money, so it's not falling all over itself at this moment. There's got to be something else. And we talked about Coinbase just there. It's about to break that 69 level. Just, do I want to jam the bottom on Coinbase? I don't really want to do that. I don't want to hit the low on Coinbase. We'll just hold on to Boeing, which I'm about to get a fill on Boeing, actually. I was about to say we'll hold on to Boeing till it breaks 190. Until it breaks 190. I actually had my bid at 188.5. Not 198.5, which is where it is right now. So I'll just correct that error. So I got that fill at the low of the day. Now we're just holding for the break of the bottom and then see how far this one can go to the downside. I will not hit the one where it's crashing. We'll hit the one where it's dropping money because that's what Boeing is doing. 10:20, which means it's time for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, on everything and anything AI day, a ton to choose from as far as small caps, little tiny ones flying around all over the place. Obviously, SAI, top of the list here so far this morning, unreal. Gets up above 300%, back to 236 right now. CXAI, there's MRAI, there's BBAI, there's BFRG, the list goes on and on. Not much in the way of news in any of these, just increased social media mentions, increased attention coming from Twitter and retail space. This one, PTPI, just popped back up to the upside on some volume here. 180 and 150, bit of a range kind of working its way into here, but we are in a bit of a trouble spot if you go out to the daily chart on that PTPI, another pharmaceutical name, not necessarily AI related. INPX, this one does have a bit of a short float and does get going whenever it wants to. It popped up late in the day yesterday. 140 over here on the daily chart comes into play after getting up to about 175 on INPX, still up 50%, but on its way back down. BBAI, the laggard so far today at a mere 20%. Versus SAI, just crazy moves on all of these so far. Trying to hold, guys, at 5 for SAI.
And that 5 level has been. It's been a bit of a battle zone there for SAI. What am I? Who cares? But we'll drop this one. We'll hit some of the new ones on that page. I'll drop that one. We'll hit the new. Is that good? No, that one kind of sucks. You know, I'm in this struggle on Apple, but JPM bounces off VWAP. I actually had what I like to say is a bad out. And when you have a bad out, meaning you put a stop order in and you mistrade it and you punch out, instead of putting a stop out here, I punched out there. I just jumped right, not everything, but I punched out some, so I just got back in. I kind of gave up 10 cents on that move, but it goes right back up to the high. So this is actually holding a higher low right now. Not many things are holding higher lows that I've checked. This is at least one of them. Apple, we did trim. Probably not enough is what I'm going to say, because now you're at that 166. Exactly. Like, Apple might not be the one today. I just said it in the chat. JPM, definitely the one. So we're going to give some back on Apple. Probably a little too aggressive off of VWAP and that over underfill, and then not scalping out there. And if it can't hold 65 here and now, we'll give it up. And the only long I'll have is JPM. And usually when it gets to this time of the day, and you only are net one direction, like I have not at any point been out of Boeing and Rivian, the shorts. But the long's been like in, out. So it's kind of telling you what the market's telling you the kind of day it is right here. So if Apple can't hold it, then I kind of know the shorts are in, and I got to find a place to figure out some other ones there. But Apple trying to hold. It's still good for now, but it won't be good forever. And yes, I'm not really looking at those AI names. That's because it's been a big time focus on the big cap. Added banks to it, don't normally trade those. Something had to come away, and that was trading any small caps today.
Yep. Okay, so we actually did quite well getting out of this Google as it started to rip back up to the upside, but now you're starting to see it fade out again. The juice box man
You just because you don't notice, like you're focused, and then all of a sudden it's like
take it easy. Well, no, right I didn't notice at all until you jumped a little bit.
No, because
and then I was like, what's the matter?
Just hanging over your shoulder,
and I see juice box man over there. Ready to go. What was that? Is that the mango one there, Randy?
Juice boxes aren't that good for you,
Randy.
Man. There's a lot of sugar in that.
Yeah, a lot.
There's a lot of sugar.
Yeah, just a little bit of sugar up in there. But Randy's he's pretty bone skinny there. All right, so let's go. 49. So there it is. I just want to talk about the reload. Okay. I just want to talk about the reload quickly there on Google, because it just did come in again to that same level and almost broke. Like, look at that, man. Like, we just get into the 50s and I have to take another 45 out. Like, it's just so stupid that I have to take 5 cents on this. But the market's coming in, and I don't really want to do too much until we get to 3,100. 3,100. Yeah, hopefully we don't get anywhere near there on the
3,100.
It says 13,100 is the level that we're looking at right there on the NASDAQ. That's held in the morning before we ripped up 150 points. And then now it's almost just tanked down another 100 points. So yeah, it looks like this will give it up, but it just can't get going here. So, again, some more outs there as we went back up to the upside. I hate to be scalping in and out of Google, because I do think that there is a great opportunity to go up to the upside, but if it ain't working, it ain't working. And right now, the market does want to pull back, so we can get a little bit of hands off here and see what this market wants to do. It looks like we're going to break right now that low that we're talking about there, 30 from yesterday, and then we're going to have to get out of that one. So right now, downside move happening for Google. We did just get out of our Apple trade as that broke 165 as well. So yeah, more to come here, but it looks like the market's trying to break lower, obviously, if you haven't noticed that already. And there goes Google. Oops, sorry, there goes Google as well, breaking lower. So yeah, everything right now coming back in. I guess the short just hit. So, we probably got to go short now. Who knows? I don't know if I want to go short Apple, though, but that's looking like a decent one as well.
I think it's too late.
Anyways, Google was fine until it wasn't, so we're fine on Google. Just that last reload, we could have got out of the way there. Boeing really coming in. I'm bidding 20s, and it just touched 22. So hopefully we'll get that fill on a little bit of a down push here as well. That Apple sucked, man. I kind of want to go short Apple, though.
If it holds beneath 165,
yeah,
this is pretty much the last one. Okay, there it is. Like, that's the last. This could be like the last ditch effort for Apple here, because if it holds beneath 165 long enough and you have sellers down there, I think it has maybe it has got one charge into VWAP before that happens. So we'll see. Like, this is going to be my line of saying. But what's disappointing about this right now is, okay, one of these times I'm actually hitting NASDAQ for Rivian instead of New York. Rivian got to VWAP and bounced. So it's actually the short that's good is Boeing. I mean, Rivian was good early, and now it's right back into here. So I shorted 75s. But if this cracks 80s, I mean, you could relief right up to like 14 even. I don't know that I need to be holding against it. It's down 4%, but at the end of the day, a lot of times the first move on that initial flush, how many times have you seen this where a stock we'll have a huge flush off the open, catch a bid. We talked about 750 and 1350 on Lucid and Rivian respectively. Put in the higher low, and it looks like a good trend short, but really you have to wait till it gets back to the high to even take a shot at it, and it's just a bad place to get the reloads. But I'm in it anyways. I only want to give it maybe like 6 or 7 cents. I don't want to give back what we made in the morning. Apple's trying to bounce here. We'll see if it can actually make that move. Boeing seems absolutely fine. You're talking about Tesla, so I think we're good there.
Yeah, Tesla's done now. It's crazy that we missed that Boeing by 5 cents. Ugh. Hopefully, but you know what we did? Kind of, I mean, you were talking, but we just got back into it.
Awesome.
Now we are absolutely destroying Google. So this has sort of been the story of my trading the last couple of days. It's like it just pushes it to the brink, and I get out, and now it's the upside move. What's up, Randy? I was asking everybody what juice box that was, Randy. It was mango. Okay, so there it was, mango. All right, that is crazy. We missed this by 6 cents, and now it's up 80 cents against us. Not against us, but we're still in the money at $1.20 on Boeing, but we did miss that out. I know you had a good one down there, so that's all good. But yeah, there it is, man. Again, look what just happened. So like we get stopped out, then it just rips back up, and then we're taking 50s and 48s and 50s and 55s and 58s, and then it just pulls right back down. So, you know, this is why you got to try to put on your scalper hat sometimes and make decisions that you might not make normally. Like I honestly think Google has a chance to get back up to 108, but if we are going to see this 13.1 on the NASDAQ, then we're going to have to wait around for that. Just to go back into the banks, I know you were trading JP Morgan, but WFC did have a huge move early, and not huge, but we went up to 41.50. We talked about that, and then coming back into 40, well, 40 wasn't really that important at all. I mean, it ripped up, hit 40.50, came back, took it. Like, I don't know if you were in at 40, I don't really know what you would have done. Maybe you would have got out at the 200 period, but a lot of people don't use that. And now look what's happening. Now you're trying to break lower even on the bank. So WFC, that was up 3%, now trying to break lower. So I almost feel like, you know, you want to use 40 maybe as your out, you could do that right now, but it's 70 cents downside. And I said, hey, remember I was like, if the reports are good, they only made $5 billion. Like, if the reports were good, then we should not take yesterday's close. But we already did that, and now we're well under. So I still like this short. And look where we're bouncing off of now for WFC, this 39.65 area. So be careful with that here on Wells Fargo.
So I'm now out of Apple. We can put. I shouldn't have hit the gates of hell. Actually, the fail was next to the gates of hell. I don't know that it's worthy of the gates of hell because Apple is so strong.
It can go into the gates of hell. Are you red on the name?
Yeah, I'm red on it now.
Dead?
But that's because
gates of hell.
I was. You know, the funny thing about it is you probably heard me say it 3 times. If it was any other stock, I would have been short that setup. And it's so true. Sorry, I was about to talk JPM and then I got distracted. Because what will happen is like, okay, I'm ready to talk about JPM, and then Apple happens, and I'm still on the other stock. So, you know, it finally made the last-ditch effort to bounce off that 165. We got a reload. I took some out. So it wasn't that bad because we were able to get a couple of bounces along the way. But eventually, it's like if it was any other stock, this same setup, I'm starting to look short once we're back beneath 166. And then somewhere in here, it's like, see that? That's probably where I'm going short on any other stock, but it is what it is. It's Apple. Even if it holds 165 here and trends for the rest of the day, there will be places to get in. I did want to go back to JP Morgan, not to ignore it, but nothing really changed in JP Morgan. So it bounced off 137.5, and then it got up to like 138.5 and couldn't go. And I feel like it's probably about to test back into 137.5 again, so we'll look for that entry point. Rivian's still doing the same thing. Tesla, by the way, which I haven't traded just yet. I haven't traded Tesla, but rejects a 186, lower high being put in for Tesla. Here's the thing, the 183 is held, so there's always that chance, you know, with 183 holding. This is where it broke out in the morning, was 183. So I wouldn't necessarily say that Tesla's giving it up until it's beneath 183. That's got a chance. And let's see what's going on in the world of crypto, at least according to Brendan.
Positive moves, guys. Once again today, it's now approaching 12.5% for Ethereum over the past couple of days following the update that happened earlier in the week. Ton of volume, ton of notional value going through on Ethereum since then as well. Pretty good looking chart for both of these. This is hourly for Bitcoin right now, back to 30,640 after that secondary move back through the highs for BTC. Here's ETH, though. Everyone talking about Ethereum all week long. 2120, 2130 was the high up there after the pushback through the highs as well overnight. Once again, 2020 ended up being that resistance point yesterday, but really good move all week long for both of these. 2095, I should say, up about 5%, as I mentioned. 30,000, weird how they're displaying that, but 30,060K. 0.96 there for BTC. Green across the board today, guys, for crypto.
30.6K.
You just go long SI. I don't know.
No.
Yeah, Probably don't.
Well, I don't want to say that without looking. No.
I don't know. I haven't even looked at it today. I just said.
I just did a cursory look right now. I did a perfunctory look, and I'm going to say no.
You did a perfunctory.
I'm not even, see, that's the thing. Like, I'm not even sure if I'm using, because like that's Sharif's word, if you guys don't know, perfunctory. I have no idea if I'm using it correctly. I just kind of say it every now and then and kind of figure like 1 out of every 3 times that I say perfunctory, it's going to be like kind of a good way to describe whatever the heck it is that I'm talking about at the current moment. So Coinbase, we're talking about under 69. Just short it next time, Neil. I ho-hummed about it. I didn't take it. By the way, Rivian, was that a bad wick? No, I got legitimately wicked out of Rivian. Okay, 80 just got reestablished on Rivian, so I'm going to get back into that one to the south side. But yeah, 69 short on Coin looks pretty juicy. Maybe that is going to be worth it. I talked about Micron a little bit for the short potential. Still bidding 61s. But this has yet to really take out that bottom. So it broke out in the afternoon, kind of, it's right here more or less, like 62.25 to 62.30, and that's where it's catching a bid. So if it does break that low, there's a heck of a lot of room to the downside on Micron here. But unless it gets beneath 62.25, I wouldn't chase that one short. Boeing's the one we got to worry about because it made that bid again. It just catches a buyer, same double bottom here. I'll even go away from the 15 minutes, sorry. Yeah, a little bit easier to show you what's going on in Boeing on a 3-minute chart here. So bounces again off 198. I think this will be the 4th time that it gets to that 200 level, and I did not reload the 3rd time. So if I didn't want to reload the 3rd time, I don't think I want to reload the 4th time unless it's for small. So Boeing's still trending to the downside, but it's catching a little bit of a bid here. Once it gets to 200, I'll make a judgment call as to how it reacts at that 200 level. I'm open to the idea of reloading, but I'm not sold on it yet.
So finally, if we're going to find our way into meta, this might be the chance. We just made some pretty strong moves to the downside, man. 221.50, 222. The moves continue to go to the downside right here for meta. So I just bought it. Thank you so much, Mr. Rob, for that one. What does it say? He always tells me this. Yeah, wake up and be awesome. Maybe I should have stayed in freaking bed today. All right.
You know what's hilarious to me is this is
that
not
coffee's
funny.
pretty damn good though right now, actually. Sorry, what was hilarious?
What number do we get at 8:30? I'm being facetious here.
Okay.
Did we not get a disappointing retail number today?
Yeah. Well, was it disappointing? I don't know if it was.
Well, it wasn't a good number. The retail number was not good. Just take a wild guess at what stock got to yesterday's high, which was $150, and did a U-turn exactly at that price. Walmart. Like bad retail number goes to yesterday's high. This is it at the open. You can't make this shit up, man. Like 140, okay, ish. 149.90. Sorry, guys. Why was I not looking at this? Because I was trading 4 or 5 names at the open. You can't really add to it when you're trading 4 or 5. I know exactly why I didn't look at it, but yeah, it's hot.
You never look at Walmart. Like we don't.
No, we don't. But it's when are you ever looking at Walmart? Retail sales number, earnings. Like retail earnings and then retail sales.
Or my credit card bill because looking down Walmart.
It's true. I've found a lot of times like ordering groceries. Sometimes we order groceries. I'm not gonna lie. It's since the pandemic, my wife and I we got away from it, so I don't go to that store as often as I should. We found Walmart has better selection than our local grocer.
Really?
Yeah, it's actually true. I'm good. I don't need a coffee, Rob. Thank you very much for asking. But yeah, usually you can get less replacement of items, just good availability. I don't know. I didn't mean to plug Walmart. It's just kind of true. So here's a bit of a turn on Boeing. Okay, I'm taking a reload.
Walmart is good for the boxed stuff. Like the canned goods, stuff like that. You're putting your life in your own someone else's hands if you're buying produce and stuff from Walmart.
No, we don't do produce.
I don't. No, I know.
No.
I'm not saying that you said that you did that. I just think.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
Pick my
Like
own
if you're looking for
produce.
some fresh bread, go to your local bakery, go to a butcher, things like that. But if you're looking for, I don't know, like my son likes those, and they're not good for you again, but those chunky soup things. So like on a Saturday afternoon, if he wants, something like that.
talking Barron or Baxter?
Barron.
Okay.
Yeah, Baxter can eat whatever the hell he wants. I mean,
No,
Baxter's
I just never
over
know.
there at
I don't know,
university.
'cause-
My daughter loves the, sushi's a big thing for her now, so we got to go find some places for that. As she's
I'm having sushi tonight.
Loving sushi.
I'm having sushi
for
tonight
sure.
now.
Well, now I'll probably have to get it as well. Okay, so, all right, what I was sort of happy about there, and we're out of 30% of it, and that's enough now. Now we let it go, is Meta. So hopefully Meta can continue to rip to the upside. Right now, there's a 50-cent win for you. So look, man, we have, like, hidden in all of this, like, sure, it is tough to trade, and it's not easy to find winners and everything like that. And, if you've been, Google's been fine, but Google also broke the bottom there. So we got out of Google, which was fine. So we don't have any longs on board anymore. But, this was fine, just didn't go. So now let's just see if Meta wants to go. We're 35 cents in the money. It has been a pretty sad day for the longs today because you did get a rally up on the number that Neil was talking about. That's why I was uncertain of, what that number was exactly, because I guess a bad retail number would have sent the market to the upside, because hopefully that pauses rate hikes and things like that. Because, hey man, if the economy's not doing well, you can't keep on raising rates. Can you, Jerome?
You can't.
But we'll see if he can. He can do whatever the heck he wants,
pause.
apparently there. Yeah, I guess it's always fade the rally today, but we'll see. We are still up on Meta right now. Obviously, we're 30 cents in the money, but it is trying to fade back just a little bit. Oh, man, see, it just went right to the 50 period. Do I have to? All right, I'll take
Is
out one
Wayne
more
Brady
piece in the
gonna have
20s
to-
if we can get it. I should just offered out and took it right there, but hopefully we get a nice little bump upside for Meta. There it is. We're right there at 23. It's stopping on us. Fill us. Okay, there it is. Nice trade. Now we have 60% of this trade left. With my next offer is going to be near this 221 area. That's actually, what's this? Yeah, 220.80. Something like that for Meta, I think, is pretty good. 220.80.
So JPM is now failing the high for the third time. I say failing the high, it's at the high and turning around. Like, how many times is it going to do this? I still think it can break out and see 140, but it just doesn't seem to want to do it. I did reload. I didn't take it the third time. I took it the fourth time on, not Alibaba, Boeing. That's the first time I made that mistake. Usually if I'm trading Boeing, I'll probably call it Alibaba like 2 or 3 times in the morning. That's the first time I was about to say Alibaba. But I didn't take the overfill, so I got an 84 price. It's the first time I didn't take the overfill. Let's see, if it holds that 40 level again, I need to get some shares on the over. If it breaks out, I think you got to wait till 205 for that. Rivian, just to check back in with it, because it's still, I got wicked out, and now it's back in at the same price, and it's not really doing anything on the Rivian side of it. Tesla, on the other hand, it's still carrying through, so it holds 183 and still carrying to the upside. I think that's a pretty good buy zone on Tesla, 183. Yeah, Boeing just took out 2040. Sorry, 240.
Yeah, what a
that
joke.
was my stop. I'm out of Boeing. Fourth time was not a charm. I think there could be another opportunity in Boeing for the short side of the trade, but how many times does it have to bounce off this level before I give it up? If you're gonna take a reload, take this one, maybe not that one. It kind of, that's obvious in hindsight, but it is just true. So 205 is going to be a level for me. Come on, JPM, you got to go. If there's one that has been a consistent long all morning, it's either give me the dip or rip. Do one or the other, piss or get off the pot, JP Morgan, because you're supposed to be the one. Like, why do we like this on JPM?
Morgan.
You're up the most, you're up 7%. You've broken out on the daily multiple levels. These wicks here, that's legit, man. Like, it was struggling to get above that 138. You're above the 50 period. You've already bounced off to 200, and resistance isn't at 140. It's at 142 to 144. So why can't this go anymore? That's what I want to see happen. As we go to Brendan for
Sector
Watch.
A little bit of a red day shaping up here now for the S&P 500. Hey, Randy's here. Back to the downside, 0.2% right now for the S&P. Here's how things are looking overall for the market. CTLT down here. Profit warning, Q4 profit warning coming through from them. Looks like their CFO departed as well. They warned of some production delays coming through for their current quarter. So that, along with a few others here, read in the healthcare group, among the leaders as far as weight right now on the overall market. Back to the downside still. Seeing nice gains right across the board for banks, obviously, financials leading with JPM still 7.4%, Citi, BAC, all nicely higher. Individual financial services names all nicely higher as well. A little bit of red here in the insurance group, but overall, financial stocks are higher on the day. Boeing getting hit 6% still downside on that 737 MAX delay once again. Here's the tech group. Yeah, we lost some of that early strength that we saw in tech names this morning. Back to the downside we go. Consumer discretionary and staple names still trying to help to the upside. Overall, though, back in the red once again, 0.25% right now for the S&P, guys.
I actually, I don't know, whatever. I was just complaining to Sean out loud because UNH put a U-turn. It wasn't until you were talking about healthcare. I'm like, UNH had a good quarter. I don't have to worry about it. It'll be fine. What a rollover. That's ugly, man. Sometimes you should have a stink offer out there if you think that you want to sell something. And I knew it was getting up into resistance anyways. I'm talking, I own it long term. I'm not going to trade the stock. It's a $500 stock. I don't trade it. But man, that sucks. Because like this, that's the kind of move that could lead you back into 480s. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to trade it. So let me not just dwell on that because you guys really don't care. But that is a pretty big reversal. What I thought was a pretty strong quarter from UNH. I got to see what went on in the call and maybe why it's doing that. So Rivian's starting to come back in here. If it cracks VWAP, I want to hold through that, but I want to get something out at VWAP, and then if it breaks to the low of the day, remember 1350, that's a thing. So 1350, it's a buyer down there, so I want to respect that buyer. If it breaks the bottom, we want to try to hold. Lucid's the other one. 750 on Lucid's been a big bid. If this cracks 750, I think Lucid has $7 in its sights. So this is 750 on the daily. That's 720. Once you're beneath that, it's game over for Lucid. It's already down 9%. I think $7.40 or so is the SSR level. It hasn't been broken yet, but I'm only in the Rivian short, but I got to watch out for Lucid just in case it makes an aggressive bounce.
Wow, 1040. It's stupid because Rivian was a great one there today. So good trade there early. Yeah, Boeing faded back down to 200 again. So we just go back and forth with that one. And it just sucks because we missed that by 8 pennies, and then we have to take and then it goes up $2 from that level. So that was a great one. That bottom was great. I just thought we would break it, and I was at the very bottom, which is silly. Well, the very bottom is 15. I was at 22 or something. It went to 28 there before falling back down. So, okay, the only position we have on right now, and it's going to be a spicy one, as per usual, as it always is, when you are talking Sharif's baby, Meta right now. We're going to go long one more time here on Meta and just see what we can get out of this name, man. There's some 90s again for us. We're long at 60s. We're just scalping out some 30 cents here and there. Like I said, man, when you're trading a little bit more shares, you want to make sure that you take profit out, especially when the day hasn't gone exactly as planned here today. So actually, you know what? It's just funny how fast this stock moves, because now all of a sudden, like I was just like, oh man, what kind of a day is this? I can't even afford to buy sushi anymore. And then all of a sudden, yeah. Then all of a sudden, this starts to happen, and we all good, baby. Because there it is, man. Meta, nice little bounce off again off the bottom right there. So, you know, we're long in the 60s here. It's up to 10s again, so that's another 50 cents. So, you know, like I said, man, even if you're trading with a couple hundred shares, you know, these kind of moves, you can make back that, you know, your day a little bit here. You can also lose your day pretty fast, like we've done many times in the past. But for right now, it's all good, as I'm just trying to scalp out some more here as we get some more O's out on Meta. Look, now if it drops back down, we have taken some profit on this name, obviously there. So if it does drop down into the 50s, we're going to get out. So well worth the risk, man. 20 cents worth of a move to the downside. We just took 60 cents plus on that move for Meta. So, yep, so far so good here. I'm going to take another piece out. Why not to take it out there at 97 again? And then we'll wait for a little bit higher now. I mean, we just keep bouncing off VWAP here. VWAP is 10s. The 50 period's 25. So I'm going to wait at 15 now, see if we get another out. And then hopefully, you know, you'll be hearing me talk about this while Sharif is trading in the midday show. And hopefully I'm saying like, okay, Meta's at 221 and blah, blah, blah. So we'll see if that can come through again for Meta. But for right now, we are long, and that's the only position that I have on right now until these futures settle down. We knew we wanted to get longer near 13.1, so we take Meta.
Yeah, the one I'm looking at right now, outside of JPM, because JPM is about to take out the high of the day. It's got room to 140. I want to make sure I'm adding before it gets to 140. But Alphabet here, that 107 level, here's 107. little bit of a break in the afternoon, and then you fail at the open at 107. You're holding 107 here. You can probably get what I'm going to say. I want the long in front of 107 on Alphabet. I feel like you want to find something that held a key level when you have a move like that. And I just feel like this is the one. I haven't really been, we looked at some Amazon today, traded some Apple. I mean, Apple has a chance to regain 165. So when I look up like this, I'm watching that Apple. And 165 can be a chance there. But I want longs into 107 on Google here. We'll take that chance on it. Where are we on JPM? We have not broken the high of the day just yet, but we are getting pretty close on JP Morgan. 138.83 is the current high. 15-minute, who cares? That's your 3-minute. That's the high. Could break that 139. I am looking to buy the dip. We already did it once. We want to be doing it again. But if it has to be a breakout, it has to be a breakout. And that's just how it is. Tesla's now starting to come back into 183. Look, okay, I'm going to go to some of the, we have 10 minutes to go. So MRAI, that's one of the AI names, just made a bit of a break. But I think almost all of these have already had a bit of a flush. That halted up $3, flush back down through 3. So watch out for 3 as a resistance level on that. And then it was SAI is one of the other ones here. It's catching a bit off 5. All I got to say for this is, every time I look back at this type of an opportunity, it's like the consolidation off of a 5 level, give it down into like 480. And I'm like, why am I not in this? I'm taking it right now. It's like talk, don't take. I'm going to take into this, wet the beak. But really, how many times have I seen this and then it jams to $6? I'm like, oh, that was a good consolidation long. You stay away from the mess and just take a nice little structured trade off of the support area. So I have some 25s, not 26s actually. And I want to give it into this low. So 475, it's 50 points of risk if I don't add, but I want to add and get some underneath $5. So if it makes the breakout and takes out that high, it's like get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, because I think it might make a lower high between 6 and 640. So SAI, every time I look back and see one of these and I don't take the trade, I regret it. It's not shooting for the moon thinking it's breaking 750. It's thinking it breaks VWAP and then the out above VWAP.
All right. My wife's... So shout out to Marissa, I love you so much. Thank you for being in the chat and supporting me every single day and doing everything that you do for us. She's messaging me now. This is what she says. When I go to Sephora, I can get sushi. I can get Gia her sushi. So like Sephora is like, so now I really need Meta to go. Like, all right, there it is, a nice little dollar.
Awesome.
Let's go.
Sephora?
You know about Sephora?
No, I know about Sephora. I'm just like, where did that come into it?
She says if she'll get sushi when she goes to Sephora.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, and trust me, man, like she ain't buying, kind of cosmetics that are cheap. Let's put it that way. So let's just go right now. Yeah, like the athletic pants, the workout pants are aloe and all the Lulu and all this kind of stuff. But hey, you buy quality, you get what you get. But there it is right now. Let's go bang, 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 right there, and then new bang. Right here, and then new bull ride. I don't know what this means. But right there, my forearms are bigger than my biceps in that one. That's pretty great. Okay, but there it is right now. Nice move up. Yes, sir. There's $1 right now to the upside right here. Oh, yeah, we have euros as well. Thank you, Marissa. And she says, I'm funny. Thank you so much for that. Hey, look, when you look like me, you have to at least be funny. It's a nice move back up to the upside right now. Good one, man. We just got out. So right now we only have a third of this position as it went right to our spot. Like right there was right what we're talking about, 220.80, 220.60. So Meta just goes all the way back up to the upside, and we put on big shares for me for Meta right there. So it's a nice move up. We were a little bit, not frustrated, but we had Google long all freaking day, and now it's starting to go back up to the upside. So, again, getting dropped out of Google at 25 when the bottom was 14. Probably should have stuck with that one. So let's now just stick with Meta and see if we can get it to 221.50 off that bounce of 13.1 down there on the NASDAQ. So you want to bang for Zim, Momo? Okay, there it is. We'll go a couple bangs for you on Zim as well. Thanks for everybody supporting the show. But the one thing that we haven't done, do you have the Fahad one?
I got the Fahad one.
All right.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
Which is twice as bad because no one wants to be dunked on by a dude named Feifei. You know what I'm saying? You don't want that.
Ouch. Also, we might need to film another one because dude don't got that hair no more, right?
So?
Now he's talking to me.
He's talking to me.
He's talking right now. I mean,
See,
We still need to. I mean,
you say what you want, bro. Fei.
wow.
I mean, I'm just
Uncle
saying.
Meow Meow. Meow Meow. He's saying that you're like Meow Meow.
No, because I told him like that's Castle's nickname for me, because when he was young he couldn't say.
Yeah, I was gonna say because that dude's
Meow.
old now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to money talks in a second. Give us a minute there, Fei. No, I'm just kidding.
He's never gonna let that one down.
It's all in good
But
fun.
thing is, I'm waiting for that race. I mean, now I don't know.
Weather's nice, bro. Weather's nice.
Weather is getting nicer, man. So that's about to happen very, very soon. So, okay, it's 10:51. It's only a couple more minutes left in our show, but it is time to go over to Money Talks. Let's go find out what's happening with that U.S. Dizzy.
Big move back higher today, guys, after that retail number that came out early on this morning at 8:30. We got the University of Michigan sentiment number then at 10 that supported this move back to the upside on an hourly chart here. For the DXY, 101.5 gets tagged there on the way down. We stopped ever so briefly. If you zoom out a little bit, you got a bigger picture of 102 back up here in March was support. You got to go out to a daily chart to see how far we've come down. But 0.5% right now for the dollar back to the upside on that drop in retail sales. Euro downside, Canadian dollar downside, same story for the pound, about 0.7 back below 125. Once again, we were speaking with Frank Caberna yesterday regarding that 125 level and the significance of it. Same story for the Canadian dollar, back below 75 once again for it, but pretty red right across the entire board outside of, as we were saying, Ethereum still holding on to a nice 4.25%. 12 now in 2 days for ETH. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, and just as you say that, I actually, for the first time today, get into Coinbase short, which is, the irony, because you just talked about it, and some strength there, but it's Coinbase, it's different. And I know there was a breakdown of 69 where you could have just shorted the bottom as it broke the low and it went all the way down to 68. I kind of elected to say not chase that move, allow it to bounce. Does it want to continue the trend, lower high, kind of get the short in there. I tried to get some up at 50, a little bit better of a price. I ended up at 32. I left my 50 in there. If it breaks 69 even, I think we can head to the low of the day, but that's a nice round number. Let's see if we can't just get out some on 6. We just did, so there you go. Now, you could have had this exact same price the first time. I end up taking it the second time, and we'll see this one, where this one decides to go. I did get Alphabet. I mentioned that one. 5 minutes to go here, by the way.
Yep.
I mentioned Alphabet. 107.5 here. It kind of held you up. I got a little bit greedy. I could have scalped at 20 cents. I feel like if it goes there again in a weak market, probably should take the scalp trade because, quite frankly, that's the way it's been for some of the longs. If you haven't been taking the scalp trade, you've kind of been regretting it. So in coin short, still in the Rivian short. That kind of broke VWAP now. Looking for that low of the day. If we cash low of the day, then we'll try to hold it. I did take this twice at this level, stopped up the first time, and just jumped right back into it. So pretty much all morning, Rivian's been flushing down the toilet. Similar story over there with Lucid, which still has yet to clear through that 750 level. 48's the low of the day. I don't think it's going to hold up. I feel like both these have a chance to absolutely crash and puke. I never traded Tesla, but here comes 183. I think it's probably the only defensible level, but as I check it, the low of the day is actually 182.20 on Tesla. Now that I see that, I don't really like that 183 as much as I did. I don't think I took a closer look at just how much that fell at that open. That's a legitimate wick. That's not a dark pool wick. That went to 182.20 this morning. So I will not be going long Tesla 183. I just got Google anyway. So we'll keep it to those names. Don't want to overtrade. Don't want more than that 5. I talked about SAI. That's a name I'm in. I'm long the consolidation. I should get my orders out. But if it breaks this consolidation lower, I'm not holding through to $4 or anything like that. Breaks this consolidation, that's about 470 there. I'm out. I'm looking for fills above VWAP into the 6 to 640 level. Not even holding for the high of the day. Maybe hold the last little bit for the highs of the day, if it even gets there.
All right, thanks everybody once again for watching. Thanks, a big shout out to Bears vs Bulls. What a fantastic job one more time here today for the moderation. Thank you so much. Bears vs Bulls. I don't know. I mean, we were short Boeing, and I want to throw up because we missed that by 5 cents, whatever it was. Now I'm thinking about the short again here for Boeing, but we've kind of This was just in and out there. Nothing really happened on that one. We did make a little bit of money. There's my stop out. But what about 201 right there? Wicked a little bit higher. If we can get into like the 60s or 70s or 80s right now for Boeing, I'm going to re-short that against that 201. We did sniff out Meta was a problem, so we were trying to get out more at VWAP, and we just kept offering, and we didn't get out. So now it fell all the way back down. So what goes up $1 plus just comes right back down $1 just as fast as it goes up. It comes right back down. So remember, we told you we only had a third left. So Meta is going to be a very, very big stock. I think it might be the #1 stock. I mean, Rivian's a great stock today as well. But if Meta drops down, we'll still be positive on it because my stop is a break of 50 and we're long at 65. So that's 15 cents worth of a hit. You know, it's going to be barely a scratch if it does come back in. But you know what? Let's just take one more piece here if we can in the 70s right now, 73, 74 right here. If we get, there we go, now we got 73s. So now we're loaded up one more time, and now if it breaks back lower, our average price is 69er, so a nice move back down for Meta will get us out of that one. So 69, out at 50, 20 cents. So right now, if we can get back up into like this 80 mark, I think it's worth getting out in the mid 80s just to get out of a piece so that we're still doing that 1-to-1. I don't know if anything's going to moon or anything today, you know, unless we really get going. So I don't, you know, some of these tech names, just like Google. Google's nice, man. Google's going back up to the upside right now. Meta's seeming to have a little bit of a problem. So let's go, man. And we're almost out some more in the 80s right now. But what a good day. Probably a little bit of over trading again today. But we have some, there it is, yes, sir. But we have some good names. Like, I don't consider this really over trading. You trade what's in front of you, right? And, you know, Amazon and Apple were early. Boeing, we had good reasons for that. Google, we're doing fine on. SAI was an early take for me where we're still up on the stock. But remember, this started to rally real good early, man. We got a 650. We got a 625. We got out at 7. We got out at 720 before losing it at 550. So this 620 out was 70 cents the other way. So, you know, making a little bit of money back and forth there on SAI. And since then, it's been pretty sleepy. But there goes our friend one more time, Meta. So nice move. Yes, sir. Holy shat. That's worth it right there. One more time as we spin them. It's a money trade right there, Neil. But I don't know if there's anything. What do you have in? Oh, you have a bunch in.
JPM just.
You have SAI still?
I'm still in it.
Oh, okay.
It's basically this. I could be in that all after lunchtime, I should say, because like that consolidation you get at lunchtime on small caps, sometimes it just sits there in a range and then it breaks out up or down at like 1 or 2 o'clock. Oh, why am I long Coinbase? I don't want that. JPM just took the high again. So I've been trying to add to it. I did have one ad in there, and I'm trying to buy some dips, but that 139 is trying to take out that top. By the way, like Google, which we had just gotten into off of VWAP, that's starting to moon a little bit to the upside. So let's get some out on the way to 108. So that's starting to go back up. Let's ramp it up, man. Like, why not? If we turn around here, you know, I'm not saying you get back to the highs, but you have some runway to the upside. That's the best way to put it. You got plenty of runway to the upside. Coinbase, we're in that short. Scalp some out there. We got 35 to 69. I reloaded at 50s and was out at 70s. So kind of overall more of a flat trade. Accidental long that I kind of made some money on. But that's, you don't intend to take the trade, then the 5 cents you make to me doesn't count as a win. It's just kind of a fluke. Rivian hit the low of the day again because this one is going to the downside. We're at the lows on Rivian. I think this is a good rinse and repeat. Until this proves that it wants to break the trend, it is a short till it is not. Same thing goes for Lucid as well. So shout out to JP Morgan. I know I've been focusing on JP Morgan. I just want to do this. It's 11 o'clock. I'm a 99% sure. You might have said something about 39 on Wells Fargo. Sean?
Yeah, that was a key level before.
Okay.
Is that where it's at
No,
now?
it just bounced off 39. It's at 39.70.
Yeah,
so.
that was the top that we kept shorting during the
Yeah, like just look at it here.
Run
like,
on
come to my chart
regionals.
for a quick second. Before we go, just a quick 39, and then right back up to this top. So Wells Fargo catching a bit as well as JP goes through the high. The banks holding some strength here. I haven't checked Citigroup, but let's go. It's 11 o'clock. We got Mad Max and the professor. Go get him.
What is up, beautiful people? TGIF, that's Mad Max. I'm Sharif. This is the Midday Show. Woo! Meta, man. Jeez. We're in it right now. Okay, just let you know offhand, in it at, I believe, 99s. I want to say 99? 98s. So 219, 98. We've had some good moments on the move up. We've scalped out a little bit, but we're looking for this 219.5 hold. That's the kind of the play. I'm looking for some higher lows. I'm seeing them. I'm cautiously optimistic on this trade. If the NQ can hold up, I'm looking at the NQ at the moment. The 15 is what's relevant for these purposes. Look, we're getting a couple of bounces off the 200 here on the 15, with the most recent bounce being a higher low than the previous one. So that's what I like for a possible bounce play off these levels. And if that's the case, I'm going to take meta long. I'm not talking about trading the futures. I'm talking about taking this meta long. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. We shall see what happens. But shout out to everyone. Ooh, Friday. Finally, bro.
Well,
what have you been up to today?
I've only been here 2 days, so it doesn't really feel like Friday to me. But yeah, ready for the weekend after today. Could not get anything going. Got a little tilted on a small cap. Lost much more than I should have. But is what it is. That's all right.
All good.
You know, we're not really trading much at the moment. I just got stopped out of this BAC short. Sorry. I was trying to go through low of day. It felt like very, very weak. JPM was rejecting the tops. Market was going down. So I'm like, okay, I'll get in the top of this consolidation. Hopefully we break down the low, get stopped out. That's all right. But we're bouncing off this 29.50, and I might go back into it if we maybe wick this 29.50 and then come back in. Other than that, I was looking at Amazon for a long off of 101. That does not seem like it's going to happen. My buy zone on this one is between 101.50 and 101 even, and then like 90s, 80s would be the stop on such a play. But based on what the market was doing, I thought we could go down and get all the way to the 101 and hold that for a long. I was wrong, so I'm not long. I should be long Amazon for that push back to 102. But yeah, we'll see what happens with the market here. ES kind of starting to go back down while the NQ is holding up. So might get that 101 later on this afternoon.
There's a bit of a huadunk starting to happen here on the ES as we trace and start knocking on the door of those bottoms. 41.54, come to my chart. 41.54.75. That's the low of day on the ES, but we're still a little bit away. We're about 35, 36 points away from the low on the NQ. So even though the NQ is down half a point and the ES is only about a third of a point, it feels like the NQ at the moment a little bit stronger, holding up a little bit better than the ES. Let's keep an eye out on that. That's something obviously we've been talking about lately, the divergence between the two, more notable than it has been in the past, at least from my observation. So in this meta trade at the moment, but keeping my options open. Now, look, we've been talking a lot about this. We're like, yeah, is small cap season back? Oh, baby, is it ever? Today I came in, I sat down, I opened up my scanner. There's 3 triple-digit movers all over a hundo. 100-point movers, 3 100-plus point movers today, and then many in the high double digits. I'm talking in the 60s, the 70s. So it's been good for these small cappers. But ironically enough, even though it's been good, we really haven't been on them lately. But maybe we'll wake up to that one maybe next week a little bit. All right, BFRG looks good here. Now, it's only up 40 points, Max. Not that much, right? Only 40 points. But the chart pattern looks fantastic, a bit of a slower mover. The volume is there to support the move, but the bamboozlement, yeah, you get the bamboozlement at the tops. But on these retracements, these key area retracements, we're talking about VWAPs, we're talking about breakout points. They seem to be pretty clutch with respect to holding those levels. So if you're setting up any dip trades there, you know, because you're charting it, I think you've been rewarded here. That VWAP retracement after the bamboozlement to the top here, the A break off VWAP was clutch. It holds. I mean, you obviously had to give it a few pennies or shekels, as Neil likes to say, space, because it doesn't hold it exactly, right? But here we go, stair stepping up now. Already I can tell by how the chart pattern is moving without even looking at the level 2 is that this is spready. Yeah. It is. Okay, so Max, I take it over. Tell us about this one.
That one, I have not traded that one.
Nothing on that yet?
Nothing on that yet. Has not hit my volume threshold, I guess. SAI, though. This one's the miss of the day. What a whiff there. That 430 break, I had that kind of written down, but I was paying attention to something else. In fact, I was long INPX, which we haven't gone over, but like, what a move. pre-market, 430 up to, what is that, $7, $7.15? That is insane. Basically doubles up pre-market.
Yeah.
That would have been a banger long. I would be in a different mood coming up here today if I had had that one.
Shake it off, champ.
Yeah, that's all right. And also the $5 break was clean on this one. So this one gave you a ton of ways to get into the trade.
yeah.
And yeah, we just haven't seen these pre-market kind of rallies up like this recently. So it's kind of hard to just jump in at such a high price up here at $5 or this 520 break. But yeah, small caps are going to start going again. Have to change the mentality on them.
Yeah, I got to wake up.
Have to understand that, you know, you may be risking 50 cents, but then it can go $2, and that's a 4-to-1, and we take those every day.
Every day, baby.
Every day. INPX as well. This one,
Bump it.
INPX gave a huge move off the open and in pre-market. I was long, so this is what I was long instead of SAI, which not the best decision making there. But yeah, this one went off the open, and I was thinking, you know, we could get to $5 on this name. And I was long at 128-ish. So yeah, needless to say, I got like maybe 20% of the trade out before this flushed down into a halt, thinking, you know, I'm not really going to take a 30-40 cent winner on a name that I think can go to the moon, given that this company owns part of CXAI, which is the ripper of the past couple days.
Yep.
You know, but it is what it is. Tried a short as well, and the short was good, but I just didn't execute properly, sadly. So down on this name. Oh, actually, I'm not down on this one. Up on this one still, but not as much as I should be. What else are we looking at? I was thinking Google off of VWAP potentially, because Google is that strong name, just like your Meta, where everything else is kind of at lows, and these ones are holding up. I figured if I could get like mid-50s on this one, but I don't know that I want to pay up, although it is holding the teal right now.
The teal, baby.
maybe that's the play.
Teal knows all.
Trust the teal. Grab it in the 60s. I don't know. That seems.
What is that
still
again?
seems like you're the 21.
The TT teal.
Trust the teal.
Yeah.
Trust the teal.
No. Like, how is that English literary?
Alliteration?
Yeah, alliteration. That's it.
No.
In your absence, we couldn't do it. It's like TT. It's like Mad Max. That's an alliteration. Like, right? That was perfect. That was perfect. Yeah. Isn't that? Am I wrong on that?
I feel like there's another
like
one,
two,
though. Someone's probably going to tell us in the
with the
chat.
same letter. Yeah, the chat's going to come through with that, I'm sure. All right, scalping some as Meta comes back into break even. On my chart, the close yesterday was 220.34, and I know it had some pre-market action. After-market action. I was watching it, but the 4 o'clock close was that level. We're right back at that level. I'm experiencing and I'm anticipating resistance, and that's hence why I'm taking some out at this level. You know, even though we're only like 50 pennies in the money on this one, we want to let it run much more because, well, it's a 222.20. 222.11 top. There we go into the 60s we go. We take out some there. I'm actually sitting, I believe, at 74s through the $0.75 as well. That's a bigger out than the one I just took in the 60s. So letting this one run, but it's still not decidedly through yet. I'm looking at the NQ. I'm not seeing the equivalent move on the NQ, meaning that this is secular, meaning to me that it's more likely to fail, right? Because if you're not going to get that continuation with the NQ, well, then it just becomes everything's on the back of Meta, and I don't know. Well, it is printing, though, Max. Here we go. We're at the $0.75. I'm sitting at 74s, but the spread opening up. There goes the $0.75. We spin the money on Meta. Let this one run through the top. Here we go with the 80s. We'll take out some at the 80s. Now we're looking at the 90s. It looks like we'll take some out here as well.
It's a little 30-minute breakout there.
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, Sean, he hits the awesome button, and I'm going to let this one run. Looking at the NQ, we're still nearer the pivot point. You want to hope that this is the pivot point at least if you're long on these names. I'm talking about that 13.125 dip off the 200 on the 15. That's what I'm looking at here. I'm looking at a possible curl off that level on the 15. So let's keep an eye out there and hold this Meta long as we knock on the door of 221. Yup, we're in the 90s. We're in the high 90s now. We'll take another little piece up here. Let it through the whole dollar max.
I'm short BAC again. Not letting this one go. I believe this is the weakest bank today. It didn't have its own earnings. I think we can get back down to like 28.90 kind of area, 29. If we break this triple, we can call it a quadruple bottom at 29.25. So liking the price on this one. By the time we get this breakout, I'll already be 25 cents in the money. So I don't even know if I need to add on that breakout. Might add if we crack this 35 again. But yeah, BAC liking the short here. ES kind of lagging a little bit, but starting to go up maybe. I'll be watching XLF as well, the banking ETF. But yeah, BAC not really able to trade above VWAP right now. So looking for that breakdown. That is still pumping, I guess?
Yeah, we just broke through 20. Did we? No, I can take that back. Now we did. Now the bid is above 21s. We just saw 02 print, so we're dancing here, baby. And are we dancing as we break through 21s? I think I got 10 prints there. No, 8 prints. Okay, not bad. Yeah, we'll hold. Let's keep holding. We're taking baby outs here as we stair step up. Now, I think we were knocking on the door at 20 there. We get the 20 fill. We're moving here, Max. We're moving on Meta, baby. Like we're $1.25 now in the money on this one. Now looking to possibly test HOD. HOD sits at 22211. I like that. That's not bad. That's not bad. All right, yeah, Pampe, Michael Lloyd, let's go. Daryl Finch, Quadunk, no, Bob W. There's no Quadunk right now, Meta. We don't want a Quadunk. We want to, we got to figure out a term to pump it to the high side.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's going to be. We're going to have to let that happen organically. We can't sit there and preempt it.
One day it's going to come out.
Yeah, exactly. And we just got to let it go. Just like Quadunk. I mean, what the hell is that? Who knows? It's just like a random collection of sounds put together. I don't know, guys. Speaking out loud here. Tesla, someone yelling out Tesla. Yes, bit of a double bottom. I don't know, triple bottom. I don't know what you want to call this, but it's a support. Okay, I'll get to Tesla in a second as we are now in the 30s on our friend Meta. We're moving to the high side here, guys. We're about to hit the $0.50. Tesla as well. To go back to that quickly, let's bring that in. As here's a really good area of to buy off, that 183 clutch. You had obviously a breakdown below 183, but the close much closer to that 183 area. I mean, you would have to give this a lot of room. It's a buying zone, really. 183, let's just say, to 182 and a quarter. Anyway, on Tesla, you're still down on the day, and to break through and print new highs, we're going to have to get above 186 and a quarter, 186.28. That's a high of day. I mean, I haven't really been watching it. To me, the standouts for the tech guys are Google and Meta, just based on chart patterns at the moment. But I see a lot of validity possibly in a Tesla long and maybe an Apple long as they both retrace upward, trying to get to yesterday's close and go green on the day. I see much less strength in Microsoft. That's down into the right. It's 1%. You're seeing consistently lower lows on Microsoft, lower highs. So a lot of weakness showing up there. And I saw this one on the upgrade, the raised target anyway. Not the upgrades, but their price target was raised by multiple analysts this morning. I wonder why that's coming in relative weakness. So yeah, let's look at the tech plays right there. Let's see what else continues to unfold as the afternoon goes on. Meta kind of chilling out a little bit up here. Got to, I want to say, the mid-30s. Now we're retracing back into the whole dollar area at 221. Let's see if we get continuation. We got a 15-minute candle on, we got a green candle on the 15-minute chart that closed out with a new high here. So this is kind of the pivot that I was looking for, that I was trying to talk about here on these futures with a higher low. So if we can get continuation, great. I think this level here, yes, this level at 13,209, that's yesterday's close. So even though we broke above that, we have 13,255. As a high. Like, look at the amount of action that we have around yesterday's close in the pre-market. So I anticipate this being an interesting area of resistance should we make it up here. Maybe that 13.2 is more valid, or that general area, but looking for some resistance coming up here on the NQ max, possibly.
Yeah, Google made that high test, the 108 test. I always liked the 108 price on Google. After trusting the teal 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and back here as well. So yeah, I guess that was the long in the 60s on Google. I wanted it in the 50s on the VWAP test. But yeah, Google looking strong along with your Meta. I was having a look at NVIDIA as well. This name really likes to like create ranges. So this 264-ish area holds here. If we go to the 30, makes a bottom. Fix that here. Makes a bottom, and then it just holds this kind of area, like 263.50 to 264. And what does it do this afternoon? Holds 264 twice, and now we're back all the way $3 higher up to 267. So maybe this is the top of the range area, this 269, and you could structure a short off a double top there. I'm not sure. I'd have to do a little bit more investigation, but yeah, maybe 269 short on NVIDIA if we can get there later.
PTPI. I don't know if you want to have a look at that. Up and to the
Oh,
right,
wow.
babe. Not even up and to there. It's just up.
It's just straight
Right?
up.
4 1/4 just broke through that max. 436 high. You want to have a look at this bad boy? Is it
Yeah,
tradable?
let's look at this one.
Or is the spread
yeah,
too
this one looks
wicked?
okay. 20 million of volume. Spread's only 2 to 3 cents.
Okay.
I mean, you know, you're probably going to get slipped quite a bit more than that. But yeah, this one looks pretty good. I mean,
Yeah, not bad, eh?
450 breakout maybe play. Look at the daily on this one if it'll load for me. And yeah, $5 high here. Is this, what is this candle? Yeah, maybe a $5 breakout on PTPI is what I would be looking at. $5, and we probably got room to the moon on this one. So yeah, PTPI, this looks like the strongest small cap today, other than that BFRG maybe. Go to BFRG.
Yeah, it's still in an upward range, consolidating a little bit.
But
I mean,
yeah,
pulling
this
back
one,
a little bit,
the
but not
volume
bad.
is just dead on this one. So
Yeah, we talked about that. My bad.
PTPI small cap of the afternoon.
Yeah, I gotta agree there. Wow, look at this 459. That's really going, guys. All right, Jonathan Williams, shout out. Thank you very much for the $19.99 super chat. He asks, do you think Disney will continue being bearish today? Well, let's have a look at Diz. Let's bring in the side chart here. We'll go to the small cappers, even though that's a misnomer. We're going to have to change some of the names of these tabs, Max, because they're a bit misnomery. All right.
Going into a halt at $5 on PTPI here.
Okay. You want to get to that?
False halt, though.
Go to him quick, and I'll get back to this.
Oh, and it breaks that.
False halt?
I want to get long, but the spread is way too big. That is
It's
too bad.
up
That is too bad.
400%. Fake halt right there.
Fake halt again.
Uh-huh.
This tape is gross, guys. But yeah, I was thinking of taking that $5 break after the halt fail, but it just didn't really give you a chance to get in. I mean, I'm not going to punch into a halt because that has not been working recently, but this is...
Look at this, man. My God. Small cappers are back. It is official every day. Now we have a 416% runner. We had that yesterday. I think like we were working our way up to this. Oh, baby. Small cappers are back.
False halt again, and now we're making new highs again. So this is just chasing that halt band and not going into the halt. So, I mean, this could keep just dipping and then breaking through and dipping and breaking through, and we might be halting up at like 6 very soon. But let's see. There's no size on the bid to actually push this into the halt. Now we're getting size. Still not too big. Lots of inverse trying to get in, though. Yeah, this one looks like it's going to halt now. Let's see what this opens at.
Oh, my goodness.
Yesterday's close $1.
Are we going to get the halt? Again, the Huadunk right back down.
Back down. So, I mean, 530 breakout maybe. It seems a little sketchy.
All right, I just got to get to the Disney one real quick. We'll let that one unfold, Max. Come to my screen for a sec. So Disney could be at an inflection point here. You have a big move down. This is the 10-minute on Disney. The reason I'm looking at it like this, I really want to see if there's validity to this pivot right here. Now, we're seeing a pivot on the NQ, not so much on the ES. So I'm a little hesitant to jump on board here. It looks like it's being met with some weakness, but look, keep an eye out for it. Maybe set some alerts, 99.50 break, maybe look for that, but look for how it's trading. I mean, are you seeing the advances stronger than the declines? That's kind of what you're looking for picking up whether the trend is changing. So keep an eye out for that. Maybe some levels, 99.50 helps out the $0.50. But otherwise, I'm not really sure what the move down in Disney was. We had a move up yesterday. I'm assuming that it was a sympathy play to the Max announcement. We saw Netflix up in sympathy to that yesterday. It didn't have its own catalyst, and maybe this is giving back some of those gains. It looks like it's about 2/3 of the move that we've given back so far. Anyway, hope that helps. I won't be on Disney, sadly, because I am focused on this meta trade. You can't spread yourself that thin. I'm sitting here at, where am I sitting? I'm sitting at 44s. Now, we've been flirting with the high 30s on meta. We haven't made new highs, so I haven't been getting printed on this one. But the good news is we're hanging out near the highs, right? So, one can only assume we continue to go. I'm not seeing any key resistance levels at this 2150, so I'll continue to hold here, and maybe we'll ride it through possibly into high day. Maybe we need a more liquid time of day, though. D-Loaf, Sharif, this is the official Hwadunk emoji in the chat. Okay, you can put that up for, consideration, and then maybe we'll have like a vote on it with the chat. Maybe we'll have an official Hwadunk emoji. We'll get through that. We'll find out. Yeah, I know. We have such pressing issues to deal with here on the show with official Hwadunk emojis. He said earlier, actually, wanted a triple top on gold, started Hwadunking too early, brother. Got a sideline myself. Ain't gonna swing along over the weekend. Yeah. Look, man, gold's been super strong, and I had a look at it yesterday. I was comparing, actually, with the NQ, and we were making observations with how it was trading with the NQ and how gold had kind of bottomed after the NQ had bottomed. Gold bottomed in January while the NQ bottomed in October, but both have been kind of recovering. No way. Okay, go back to Max's screen. Almost 500%. Only 100% up, Max, since I spoke to you last.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. The 530 break was money. Maybe not, actually. This looks like it wicked it and then kind of crushed everybody. But yeah.
You got to give this room, though, yeah.
We just said, we may be halting up around $6 soon. Looks like that is incoming soon. This one is not stopping. PTPI.
Do you want to talk a little bit about maybe why it wasn't halted, and how the algos can, kind of keep it below that halt level?
Well, yeah, you need a lot of people wanting to buy.
You just need a lot of BP either, one or the other. Right?
Yeah,
if you can manipulate it, there you go.
Oh my God, that's nuts.
It's over. What did it top out at now?
640.
Oh my goodness.
640. Wow.
Unreal.
Yeah, I'm not counting this one out based on, this is the pattern now, right? False halt, come down, and then break the high and make a new high by $1. I guess they don't want to halt it yet for whatever reason. Yeah, PTPI, crazy strong. But yeah, you need all this size on the bid for people, people need to want to buy for it to go into a halt properly.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the sellers will break the bid and
oh, baby.
It will resist the halt.
Are we going to get in this or what, man?
There we
what are we
go.
doing here?
Does it again. This is apparently the setup. Halt price breakout.
Oh, my goodness. PT.
Still not enough size on the bid here to get this thing into the halt. Come on.
Let's have a look at this bad boy over here. Ooh.
Right. Somebody doesn't want it to halt for some reason.
Yeah, and that's what I was kind of insinuating there. I'm like, if there's an account with enough BP, what's the float on this one? Okay, let's find out that quick before we run our mouth here.
Wow, look at that.
I'm seeing 1.45 million on mine. What do you see on?
Yeah, 1.4 million.
So that's micro float.
Yeah.
That's very, I don't want to say very easy. Here comes the halt. 73 halt, 72 halt. We're going to get a 72 halt. No, fake halt. Hwadunk right back down. So there we go. Now we're holding 6 though, so let's keep an eye on 6, but bought right back up. Yeah, spready. Let's see. This is timing out on me here. Yeah, it's a little spready. Look, I'm going to stay away from this. There's really no point in getting involved in this. For me, I would have liked to have been earlier in the morning and really gotten a feel for this one, so I'm going to stay away from this one, Max. Ian Rispetto, can you look at Netflix? It has earnings next week and it dumped today. You see heading north or south today. So I was just talking about that. So it's funny because Netflix, we saw a move in sympathy with the Warner Brothers Discovery deal yesterday, introduction of Max, and we're looking at Netflix giving back some of those gains, likewise with Disney. So it looks like it's just kind of a give back some of the move type day. Now, how much do you give back? That's kind of the question here. But we're obviously down on the day. Netflix was decidedly green, and I want to say it was in the high 4s or 5% yesterday. Now we're only down on Netflix about 2 1/3%. Let's bring in the chart and look at Netflix. So let's get rid of this here, NFLX. All right, let's go into the 10. So here's the move. So we open up the day essentially in the pre-market. We were around 330. We closed out the day prior at 330. We gap up, okay, in the pre-market. We make a move to about 340 almost. We flirt with 340 around the open. We trend all the way up to 347. We closed, though, at 346 1/4. Now we're giving back some of the goods that we gave back yesterday. We're about halfway. So if you want to use fibs, it kind of helps you picture that. So the breakout area, I would say, was here because that was the day prior's close. And the top, let's just say it's around that 347 area. So I know it's hard to see, but this area right here, essentially, that's the 50% of the move. This area right here, that's 2/3 of the move back. So we're nearer that 50%, a 50% retracement. Now, mind you, we haven't closed, right? 50% retracement is totally common. So let's get to that. Yeah, so that's the outlook on Netflix. I mean, whether you buy these bottoms or not, I don't see anything in the current price action that would say, look, we're going to stop here. It's been down into the right, lower lows, lower highs. I don't have levels here. So not my type of trade, but if you've got levels on there, all the power to you. And trade it and trade it well, but manage your risk. Back to Meta, still hanging out at 221. I'm sitting at 44s, 221.44 to get filled. Otherwise, I'll just hold this max.
Yeah, looking to break the highs here. Broken on PTPI. This one is going nuts. Maybe $7 next. I mean, I just can't take a breakout this high, sadly. But clearly, breaking these highs is the way to go on this. Can't get up, though, this time. So reversal below 575, maybe that quadrunk candle. Let's see what happens here. Still holding. So there's still buyers on PTPI. I don't see a short interest. It's like 3% here on trade ideas. So nothing really on this. So just Momo based off of this AI kind of thing. This one's a pharmaceutical name. So what's the news on this one? Nothing, really? I don't see any news today.
What, PTPI?
Yeah. There's no
I think
news.
it just has an I in it, and now it's attracting attention, right? Yeah. Petros Pharmaceuticals is a pharmaceutical company focused on men's health therapeutics with a range of commercial capabilities, including sales, marketing, regulatory and medical affairs, finance, okay, yada, yada, yada. Let's see, what's the headline? Healthcare stocks moving in pre-market. Why? There we go. Here it is. No, that's not it. That's NVIDIA.
$7 break was money so far. 730, 740.
Doesn't say why it's moving, man. I think it's just a technical breakout. Unreal.
Wow.
Unreal.
Wow. $7 breakout, never looked back. So we are at 750, topped out at 767 there. Taking a look at the daily, we are at all-time highs. So $6, 596 was previous all-time high. This is the blue sky setup, Sharif.
Dude, I mean, like the chat's asking, how do you guys not have this? I mean, I don't know,
how
because
am I supposed
it's
to have this?
Like it for me. Look, you can get in and just give yourself a random amount of risk. I'm just not in tune with these ones right now. I'll put it simply. I'm trading these big cappers, and it's a completely different beast trading these big cappers than trading these small cappers. And I don't feel in touch. I don't. They're just so high risk for me. I never used to view them that way.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I was all about that. Like, we're always back there, max. This one's pumping. You're like, you shake your head. Yeah, I'm in it. Like, yeah, okay, I know about it. All right. All right.
I mean, I tried this morning. I picked the wrong names, sadly, but you have to keep watching the small caps for which one is consolidating near the high, near like 11 a.m. And this one does the breakout at 350, which never looks back to $8. So you could have got a double up there on this
easy, bro.
350 break.
That's what
I
these
imagine
do.
this isn't real, but like these liquidity little events here where it looks like it's going to break down and then it doesn't, that's the ideal spot to get in for me. And yeah, that really never looked back. You could have been in around $3, and running to 7 still hasn't halted yet, which is insane. But somebody doesn't want it to halt for whatever reason.
Yeah, and we talked 1.4 million share float. A lot easier to manipulate than something a lot bigger than that. So, by the way, Bitstonk is really moving to the south side here at like 31. It made it, wow, I didn't even notice this. So Bitcoin made a 31,000 high, and it's been moving down and to the right since then. We're coming close to that 30,100. We're at 30,200 right now. So this was an area I was looking at to hold, but it didn't quite hold that level. Let's zoom out a little bit more. So yeah, you got to assume that 30,000 area should be an area of support. So keep your eye on Bitcoin if you are trading these Bitcoin-related names like Mara, Riot, Coin, and the others, BTBT, GBTC, and yeah, and those. So keep an eye on that. Just want to mention that move on Bitcoin. But yeah, it looks like PTPI retracing a little bit off that 782 high. Could we see $8 real soon?
I would expect so. I mean, there's no resistance anymore. So
oh boy, Meta's
you got to be thinking in even dollar levels. You got to be thinking in round like $10 levels. So $10 would be the next ultimate resistance zone. But yeah, I don't know what to do with this. I would want it to consolidate back down around 6, probably kind of make a base, break that, and then come right back in, and then I could get long for the next move up. Right now, I'm not going to be buying $8 when we were just at $3. $3.50 less than 1 hour ago. So yeah, congratulations if you are long. I wouldn't recommend necessarily getting into this one right now, but yeah, looking
Meta is
strong.
really
Everything's
tanking
breaking down, right?
Yeah, so the NQ look coming right back into that 200 EMA on the 15. It's been dancing with that level all morning, and we're right back there. I'm talking about the 13,125 level on the NQ. Meta now coming right back down into yesterday's close at 220.35, 220.34. It's breaking down below it. What just happened back there? Is there a farm animal here somewhere? Like, what's going on? I have no idea. All right, yeah, that was funny. Yeah, anyway, Meta coming right back down into yesterday's close. So we'll see if this was a former area of resistance. Does it act as support? Or are we just gonna blow through these levels? Now I'm long 98.
John
the
Sproul
chat is
water.
Yeah,
bro.
that's hilarious. I read that. I didn't want to read that out loud, but you just did, so it's all good. Right. So yeah, let's keep an eye on these futures. We are bouncing off that 200 EMA on the 15 on the NQ for now, bouncing off that 13,125 right back into 13,140. But Meta not holding up as well as it tests around that $0.25. Could we see the whole dollar real soon? You got to assume if we're going to find support, it has to be here. Otherwise, this could be an interesting double top breakdown on Meta. Look at this. If you have this possibly, and then you break through that 219.50 area, that could be an interesting breakdown. We could take that. I'd be down to switch in a heartbeat.
And I mean, Meta's been so strong recently.
That's the thing.
It's probably
right?
due a pullback. We're up from 200 basically. Not
Who knows?
Too many trading days ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe 222 is the top. I figured if we cracked that 220, we would be seeing 224, 225 before long. But I mean, that's the kind of bounce that you want to see on NQ here, going right down to those levels and just bouncing right up. What is that, 15 handles? So we'll see if NQ can retrace to VWAP again. Same kind of thing happening on my Google long. I did want to add to it down here, but I didn't like what I saw on the market, so I think I'm just gonna chill in it. Long a little high, trying to kind of structure a trade the same way I had 107-ish area yesterday. So giving it like 40 cents to try to make $1. Google's highs are 109.20, I believe, recently. Yeah, 109.20, so we cracked that 108 decidedly, which I thought we did here. Maybe we can keep going. Not super convicted on this one at the moment, though. So we'll stop out if we get back to VWAP and then reevaluate. PTPI actually starting to trade for a minute.
I mean, I know, right? It's actually trading like an almost stock now.
Yeah, so consolidating here, bull flag, I guess you could call it. I'd like to see it dip into this range and show me something bullish on the tape before I were to get into it. You have to be really, really selective on a name like this when it is up this much, 620%. The close yesterday was $1.01, and we're at $7.20 right now. Jeez. So, you know, lots of potential bag holder selling going on, but nothing substantial yet, and volume just keeps going up and up and up. So,
jeez, yeah, man.
Yeah, if we get that
ridiculous
wick down here, we got like 800 lots here, 1,200 lots on the bid at 711, 710. So that could be somebody getting a little squeezed, maybe some accounts getting liquidated on the short side.
Oh yeah,
here. Usually you would see a halt though in that scenario. So a little weird, but yeah. And now market going back down to lows. So I'm going to stop out of Google very soon here.
Likewise with me on Meta. If we come down into my entry on Meta, which is 98, I am out. That is 10 pennies from now. I will not let this part go against me. I've taken out half the trade, so I feel good. It was big boy size to begin with. I'm not going to let myself go right on this trade, even though, you know, ideally, I would like to give it to 219.50. That is kind of the regional low in the area. If it was to print a newer low, then you know you would really confirm the trend. But given the amount of size and given the type of day that it is, I'm going to get out at break even for the remaining amount should it come down there. So we're flirting with it. 10 pennies away. If it holds, 220, great. Otherwise, sucks to be me. Now, I initiated another trade. You might see that on the positions board. That is a BFRG VWAP bounce. That's my move here, okay? I'm looking for a VWAP bounce. It bounced off it previously with great success. I'm risking to below the $0.25. So I'm talking about 7. I'm talking about 7 1/4. So if it breaks below 7 1/4 on BFRG, I'll be out. But we're going to send it to Brendo. He's at the big desk, and he's got the European close.
Hey guys, yeah, just wrapping up the week here for European markets. Session just coming to an end, just waiting for the final prints to come through on, surprisingly, what's going to shape up to be a positive day here for European markets, given what has happened here in North America. Decent start, but back to the downside as we've seen. Here we go. Most of these finishing the day in positive territory to the tune of about 0.3 or 0.4%, including the Euro Stocks Index up 0.4, Stocks 50 up 0.5 when all is said and done. But yeah, positive right across the board. Remember, Sweden was a little bit weak yesterday, 1% on a bounce back today, but looking pretty good for Europe at least, guys. We'll see if North American markets can catch a bid here this afternoon.
Look at Max. This was so good. I love how they came back. Yeah, in case you're wondering what's going on over here, PTPI, it doesn't know what a lunch break is. It's headed to the north side, 852 now, Max.
Yeah, look at this. Does a consolidation, wicks down, instantly rebids, and then it goes up $1.50. So that would have been my entry if I was watching. I was busy adding to a terrible Google long. Sad on that one, and now we're reversing again. So if this cracks 675, I would say it's a short. I did not pay for shorts on this. I imagine they're very expensive now. So yeah, too bad. No trades on this one. If it breaks 850 now, I guess that's a long. Yeah, this is crazy. This is a crazy one. Still hasn't halted yet. Oh, which way does it halt? Crazy. I would bet that it's going to halt one way or the other today. Which way are you betting it's halting?
PTPI. I'm just gonna say north. You know why? I don't want to take a contrarian opinion here. It's headed north. The reason I say that is because we talk about the cyclicality of these small cap crappers. They're upwardly cyclical at the moment. Is that a thing? We're gonna hit the word of the day for that, bro.
Upwardly cyclical.
Upwardly cyclical. Is that a word? Upwardly. Is that a word, chat?
Yeah,
we're going to Google it. We're going to go ahead and we're going to get upwardly.
That's
definition. Okay, is it a word? Yes, it is. Success, according to dictionary.com or Oxford. Upwardly. There we go. Okay, so let's talk about real stuff here. We are in a BFRG long, and we're taking some profits here as we bounce nicely off VWAP. This is the move, okay? Now, you're not going to see it reflected on the main chart. That's why I'm pulling this one up here. This is why I got in. This was the VWAP bounce initially. Here's the VWAP bounce again. So I take that at, where did I get? I got 45s. I was late to the party. I would have liked to have something in the 30s. Now we're in the 70s on BFRG. I like this trade. I'm not married to it because it could turn on me at any minute. The bounce off VWAP could be anemic, it could be false, it could be any of the above or even more. So I'm taking profits here. I big boy sized into this one, and that's because I had a tight stop at the $0.25. So I'm taking some out here as we move to the high side, and I'm looking at an 821 top. But I'm also seeing an 810 local top, okay? So that will be an interesting area of resistance, the 810 recent top with the 821 HOD. That's what I'm looking at on BFRG. That was like a whole lot of acronyms thrown in there pretty quick for people to pick up. Anyway, let's see if we get continuation on this, Max. Hey, I got into small cap crapper.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, okay.
I just spotted the CNSP that just reopened on a halt, and I was thinking if this can hold $1, we can go. But it holds $1 and then instantly kind of shoots up to like 115. So I'm not paying up that much on a dollar name, sadly. And we're cruising. I was thinking maybe buying the high, but I don't know. I'm so sketched out these days. I need to see something work really well. And this one appears to be the one that's working really well right now. Halting again at $1.25. So let's take a look at the daily. Where can we go on CNSP? Apparently we have no data. Okay, here we go.
There we go.
$2, 145, and then looks like maybe all-time high is 475. Maybe not. But yeah, if this gets to $5, I would not be surprised based on what's happening on the other names today. Tapping 130 right now, so you're going to open higher. Yeah, congrats to people who are along this one as well. The volume's not strong yet, but it just halted once. And PTPI went from $1 to $8. So this one, $1 to $5, that seems totally reasonable to me.
Totally reasonable, completely. All right, took some more out near the $0.75 at BFRG. It's slowing down. This was already kind of illiquid to begin with. You got to assume some of this buying came as a result of the dip on VWAP. You know, I use a VWAP retracement scanner. If I'm using it, there's probably plenty of others and some bigger name traders that are using VWAP. You heard Michael Noss today give us an interesting education in anchored VWAP. And so, yeah, a lot of people incorporating VWAP into their trading repertoire. So it's no surprise that we got to bounce around here. But I'm not confident in it continuing, and I know that there's going to be a level of bamboozlement on this as well. Now, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick with my initial plan, despite the fact that I've profited some already and the move's been made. I'm going to stick with the $0.25 as my out. Now, I'm long at 45, so that's basically 20 pennies of risk. I've already taken out more than 20 pennies on the move up. So I'm sticking with the $0.25 for breaks these lows right here. I'm going to give it, a little bit maybe below the $0.25. I'll say like 22s, 21s, in and around there. Why I'm choosing there is because I don't want to see a lower low, right? If I see a lower low, then maybe we're not ready to break out yet. Now, yeah, and I'm giving it plenty of room there because VWAP is at about 732. So I'm giving it plenty of room. I think this is a solid risk to reward kind of trade. I'm sitting here at 77s, 84s, and 90s to get printed. So I've got some profit takers ready should it kind of spike up. Now, let's be serious. This is a small cap crapper, so it can spike up no problem. What's the float on this one? I'll look real quick here. Bullfrog company profile. Float, I don't know. This one's Bupkis. Okay, let's use trade ideas. BFRG, Bullfrog. Okay, float 841K. Like, I mean, that's super micro. That's not even a million. The short float 5.83, not super relevant, but not immaterial either. So, Let's keep an eye on this one. I'm not going to let it go too much against me. $0.25 max, and I'll be out. What are you doing over there? You're long.
I am long PTPI here. Touched the teal and wicked back up.
Yes.
So I'm long 39s. Not the greatest price, but I mean, we can take out 850. So if I'm giving this basically 40 cents of risk, I think I could get $2 out of it. That's a 5-to-1 there. So pretty happy on this one. Go and break $8, then break 850, and then let's see 10. That is the idea on this one. If it breaks $7, I will be long gone. But yeah, doing the same kind of thing. Wicking down and then continuing up. Not continuing up quite yet. So I will be watching this one like a hawk because I don't want to get smoked. Obviously, 675 would be very bad, probably halt down. But halt up over 850 in my opinion. Let's see where this goes. Also, my Google went without me. It stopped me out and then went. Kind of annoyed on that one. Really just chased that 108 level. Let me just set a stop here before I move on to Google.
So how many shares?
Yeah, stops me out down here below VWAP and then rallies back up. So clearly the VWAP long was the long today. I missed it here, missed the teal here, and now, yeah, back up to 108 on Google. So yeah, too bad on that one. Probably the ad, the stop is the ad. Got to give it a little more room. Away she goes. Not a great day today on the large caps nor the small caps, but PTPI might save that just yet. If we can take out this 850 high, I have 0 offers in front of 850. I am looking for the crazy move up to like $10. So see where this goes. Maybe I'll just offer out $10 right now on everything. There we go. Offers out $10.
I like it.
$7.40 to $10. That is my trade. If I get $6.99, I'll be out. Looking good on that one. What else do we got going on? What's
I got something. Oh, I got to use this later. No, I'm not going to use it now. All right, guys. I'm looking at the NQ here, and I'm finding support coming in again at that 13,125, that 200 period moving average on the 15. We're still holding these levels. We haven't made a new 15-minute candle to make a new high, but you saw Max there talking about Google moving to the high side. There's probably a reason we're holding up at these levels, and there's because there's some relative strength on some of these names at the moment. Now, I got out of my meta trade a little bit above break even for the rest. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I got to look at this real quick because BFRG just hwadunked right back into the 50s here. Yeah, okay, so the spread really opening up on BFRG. So now I've got my out at the $0.25. That's not going to change, but I just need to keep my eye on that. So I'm keeping my eye on Meta. Now I got out of Meta right in front of that 220 area, and the reason I did is because we were right back down and we made a new low on the 15-minute chart. But if Meta holds this 220 area and starts curling back up, maybe again above 220.50, I like my shot at taking that long again for a possible 21.50 break, and then ultimately a test of 222. 222.11, that's the HOD on the day. So I'm looking for a possible hold nearer that 220 area for Meta, and I'm also looking for a concurrent hold of the 200 on the 15-minute on the NQ. If I get kind of both of those, then maybe that sets up an interesting trade. Otherwise, going to stay on the sideline. I'm only on for half the time today, guys. So Obi will be coming on the other half as I will be covering for Brendo at the big desk at the closing show today. He's taking off early. So you guys will get a dose of the OB.
Dose of the OB.
Yeah, a dose of the OB. Tarzan,
he's
the original Tarzan, Amazon trader. Resident.
Tarzan, yeah, our resident king of the jungle back there.
Yeah, he killing it.
Tarzan, a.k.a. Obi, a.k.a. Obi-Wan.
CNSP halted again, Max. We have another triple-digit mover. Small cap crappers, they're back. They're
go.
The rave. CNSP.
PTPI making the highs too, almost. Going for it, sorry, not making highs, but going for that $8. That $8 break could be that snap up to $8.50, and then we'll get that halt. Let's see this one halt for the first time. Little CNSP sympathy probably.
Oh, baby.
Got to break that $8 though. I really don't want to see it break 730 now. That would be probably kaput for this one.
Kaputs.
Kaputs?
Yeah.
Kaput or kaputs? Is there
I don't know. Good question.
Is there an S on the end of that?
Kaput? Okay, it's kaput.
All right, kaput.
All right, there you go.
So testing $8
I
now.
like to make funny sounds for words that I don't know how to say. I'm just joking. All right, Max.
All right, $8 testing. Still doesn't want to break it. I think if it breaks, that just snaps straight to 850. Let's see what happens here. There's really no size on the tape. There's no really way to read what's going to happen here. So you're kind of just, getting a good price and praying that it goes up. Not necessarily the best way to trade always, but when small caps are going, this is basically your only way to execute, especially when they're up this high. So let's see where this one goes. CNSP opened up, where did that open up? 134, and then goes to 150. So CNSP also going. Let's see what that one is tapping at. Tapping 180.
Jeez.
Halted at
CNSP?
149, tapped
look.
180. So this one could open very, very high. CNSP.
Yes,
does
180
this
tap on
have
mine as well. Wow.
No short float to speak of. Oops.
No, it's okay. It's empty.
Yeah, 2% short, 1 million float. So the crazy ones are going today. Let's see PTPI break that $8 and fly to the upside. Maybe we can save the day. A bad day on PTPI.
Yeah, we're right back down. Okay, so, I'm not ready to take any of these trades until we break out. Now, how much do we need to break out through these levels to confirm a breakout? Well, it'll be relative. But I'm looking at us really just hanging out near lows on the NQ, at key support levels. I'm not ready to call it one way or another. So I'm going to hang out completely out of a trade. I'm not going to get into any big cappers at the moment. I'm going to nurse my trade on BFRG above VWAP, but no big cappers for me as I see the ES moving down slowly and I see the NQ doing nothing, literally, and has been for the last little while in between a tight range here at the 13,125 area. So no trades for me on these big cappers. I'm not seeing, I'm seeing Google with relative strength.
CNSP is open.
Okay, go for it.
Open at 160 area, testing that 180. So let's see if we got sympathy in PTPI. CNSP kind of, halting up again.
Oh my.
So halting up again at 175. Hopefully this can help my long in PTPI here, but this one's kind of falling. Yeah, CNSP looks like it's definitely going to halt here. So congratulations if you're long that one.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, tapping 198 now. Time for PTPI to make the move. Maybe we get another wick down and I can add to this. But trusting the teal so far, does the teal test. Now we're back up towards $8. These ones are nuts. Don't take too much size on a trade like this, guys. This would this could absolutely destroy your account. You gotta kind of take small size and hope for an outsized move. If you're scalping 20 cents or 40 cents on a name like this, I think you are insane. Google going for that 108 again.
How do you really feel, Max? Yeah, PTPI is still doing that dance. I'm watching this one now because BFRG's liquidity has really dropped off, and there's not much going on. So look, we're going to look at the big names now. PTPI and CNSP, they're all the rave right now. I like the consolidation move here on PTPI if it's going to result in a bull flag continuation. It's just, hanging out below 8. Do you get in here or do you put like a dip trade at 7 and hope for a bounce off 7? And then maybe with an eventual stop through that 6 3/4. There's the trough right there. So that would be an interesting area of support. So here we go back down. You know what? What's life without Whimsy? Let's go. I'm going to put a quarter position. I'm going to sit right at 7. So I'm going to go 705 for a quarter position. And then my out will be that 6 3/4. So if we break through there, but I'm looking for a possible bounce off these levels and then maybe a move back up. But you're never really gonna, it's just, this is kind of like a luck of the draw type thing.
So that dip gets bought right back up on PTPI. Needs to break that $8. If I had a lot of risk left today and I wasn't down on almost every name, I may add on that $8, but got to be a little bit more careful. So $8 breaking would be my expected trigger to that 850, and I'll hold up. But yeah, let's see. Not gonna add. Just waiting. Don't want to see this get below like 730, 715. Probably punch out on that. What's the tap on that CNSP? I'm kind of using that as like an indicator of what's going to happen here. Still $1.85, but not $2 like it was when it first halted. But yeah, CNSP looking to get into those 200% move up. So here's the dip on PTPI. If we keep selling, I'll be out of this. Needs to get bought back up, and it does.
Yep.
Come on, wick
Right back
down
up.
through the highs. Let's go.
Hey.
Come on.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, kind of slow. Tape is kind of slowing down. You can see volume is much, much later on this pullback, which usually you would say is a good thing. You want to see the volume on those big green candles. You don't want to see a lot of red volume. We don't have that except for here, which is strange. But yeah, let's. I don't know. I kind of wanted to see that just shoot right back up. So if we break this 15, probably got to bail on the old PTPI. Maybe we'll try again a little bit lower. Not trying to get halted down on, not trying to get smoked on this one. Tap is still up on CNSP, so if we're using that as an indicator,
All right,
it
another
should be
halter,
pretty
Max.
strong.
Another halter, ALLR, Alarity Therapeutics,
Wow.
halted to the high side, 216. It's halted at up 98% now. Here we go. Okay, I gotta digress for a second because we're right into my. Oh, what just happened here?
Oh, wow.
Okay. So there we go. I get filled. Now we're at that 6.5 level. So we'll see if we get bought up. The whole idea was to get this bought up, this area here. So if we move up, where am I long? This is a quarter position. So if we break through 650 again, I'll be out. Here we go. Wow, this is as dangerous as it gets. Complete lottery ticket, guys. I mean, like, there we go. Right back down into that 6.5, as violent as it gets. We're long 705s, by the way. So yeah, there we go. 705, right back into the $0.50 level. Do we huadunk or do we hold these levels? Holding for the moment, but I don't have good intentions. I don't think this one's got good intentions. So we're gonna break to the downside, and there we go. Oh, tried my hand at that one. Watch it bounce right back up now, as expected. Of course, probably gonna test 7 again, but yeah, bamboozlement on these ones is wicked. And likewise with my other trade as well, BFRG, we get out of this one as it huadunks all the way back to the downside. So this was the $0.25 break. Get out of that one. Wow, that was a lot of bamboozlement on a lot of small cap crappers, Max. Holy cow. Big move down for PTPI, big move down for BFRG. What does ALLR have in store? We'll have to have a look. Oh, CNSP. This one's
Halting down off the open there.
halting down, yeah, exactly off the open. It's gonna halt at 159. Here we go. The offer stacking up, and there it is, halted. Not sure what the tap. We'll have a look quickly at the tap. Yeah, right now it's 150 on my chart here. Where would we halt actually at? 159. Yeah, we halted at 159. The tap is 150. So a lot of bamboozlement. Tough trading with these small cappers.
Yeah, too bad on that one. My
Yeah,
stop didn't trigger
bad.
for some reason on PTPI, so I lost an extra, 25 cents there, which kind of annoying, but we're still alive, thankfully. Didn't take too much size on this one. This is what can happen to you if you're buying high on these. You got to have a stop. You got to be careful with your sizing. Thankfully, I did that. Did not get our 850 test, but not counting this one out until it breaks that $5 VWAP. Maybe that's the next purchase area. Definitely not going to buy it as it's breaking down this 50 period. Seeing the halt down on CNSP kind of makes me believe that potentially the wind is coming out of the sales of these small caps. We'll see if this can open up. It's currently tapping $1.50. That would be non-good for sure. But if this one opens higher, then maybe we keep the momentum going. I don't know what ALLR. So yeah, this one's halted up at $2.16, tapping $1.95. It looks like the wind has come out of the sales of the small caps. Gotta wait for them all to pull back before we get long anything again. What's everybody else looking at? Ask AI what AI stocks to buy. Yeah, AI stocks seem to be pulling back today. other than like the ultra small cap ones, like AI itself, C3 AI, kind of gets smoked today. I'm not sure if there was news on this one, but yeah, back down to this 2170 area. 2050 is the low of the consolidation on AI, so that's where I'd be looking to get long if we get there in the next couple days. But definitely a lot of weakness on this one. Consolidates, does the spike up to 25, and then yeah, breaks back down. So AI looking very weak. If we crack 20 bucks, we probably go to like 15 or somewhere in that region. Maybe people are realizing that the small AI companies cannot compete with the ones like Google, which is still hanging out at the highs. So Google, if this one stays strong, could end up going back to that 109 price, which I had targeted previously, and then I don't think these are real. But yeah, we got like 112 from the daily back there. If you're swinging Google based on the recent strength, I mean, we're basically going straight up on this one. 112 would be the target. So if we get a strong NASDAQ move or some news, I would be looking to get long Google into that 112 maybe someday next week. But yeah, for now, stopped out on this. Maybe looking, I just can't see a trade on it right now. What else we got? Tesla. No, Tesla's not doing anything. You know, this is the first week in like 6 months that Tesla has not been in play. It's kind of nuts to see like it doing, I guess we could probably see it on the daily. Look at the volume on the daily chart. Tesla. High. Crescendos, and then now we're down like, look at, word of the day, crescendo. Down here on Tesla.
I can promise you that word has not been said probably on the Midday show yet. You're the first ever to say crescendo.
Yeah, but not doing any volume. Tesla's kind of not in play until we get some earnings, I guess, which are coming up soon, next month, I guess. So yeah, excited for Tesla earnings.
Soon, don't we?
Do we get it soon?
Geez,
I haven't dialed in on the earnings yet.
Yeah, I'll have a look here real quick. Let's open up this bad boy and go to, where is the calendar, events calendar? I'm looking here real quick. Give me a second, guys. Events, there we go. Earnings release, April 19th. That is in 5 days from now. We get Stressla earnings at 4 p.m. April 19th. 4 p.m. Stressla reports, but you know, we get like little, you know, data points coming out, China data, Europe data, North American data. Like we hear about what's going on, so we're not completely in the blind quarter to quarter, right? We get interim updates.
Yeah.
And they looks like been strong again. We heard this morning Brendo mentioning that there was a series of price cuts. Mostly in Asia, different countries in Asia where they're cutting some prices. There's been talks about margins getting squeezed lately as they squeeze some of their competitors out as well, because you know, we're talking about 20% margins at one point. Now we're talking about 18s. Yikes, their competitors are losing money.
Yeah.
Not making money per car. So yeah, they have that pricing power over everybody.
I mean, the thing is with Tesla, they are so much more efficient than all of their competitors pretty much, that yeah, I mean, if they start to squeeze other people's margins, then they can't make money, and Tesla gets the mass market appeal.
Absolutely.
I mean, that seems like that's what they're going for. Tesla started off as this high-end thing. Now that they have production, they're trying to become the Toyota of EVs, and we'll see if they become successful at that. I mean,
what's going on with Rivian? Sean telling me Rivian is at $13. Let's pull that bad boy up. Let's go to small caps over here and check out our friend RIVN. Ew. That's all I can say, Max. Look at that. Down and to the right. You had a consolidating day yesterday. Did Bupkis. Hung around 14 and 40 or whatever. You gap down on the day. You flirt with that 14, 13 and a half in the pre-market, and then the bell rings and you huadunk back down. You try to make it back. You make it back to the 50 period, but like clockwork, rejects off the 50 period on the 5-minute chart, and it's been stair-stepping back down, looking at 13 and a quarter in the face, 13.20. Technically, the low of day, the LOD. What's the daily look like? Okay, so We're not all-time lows, Max. We got to all-time lows back on March 13th. We got to 1250. I believe that was all-time lows on our friend Rivian, but we hung out around that 1250, 1275, 13 area for quite some time. You want to say the majority of March, we were near those lows. April brought, better tidings, and we kind of moved up into that 15 3/4, not quite up to that 50 period on the daily, but now we're moving right back down and looking to possibly make all-time lows. Like I said again, 1250 all-time lows on Rivian. Max.
So the one name that is still halting up is ALLR.
Ooh.
Just looking at the daily on this one, it's tapping 270-ish, and it halted at 259 here. So daily chart, you got $3 right there, 340, and then basically $5 in this huge gap up. What's going on over there?
Market's selling off aggressively. The market is doing a big boy move down. The NQ, big quadrunk. It is a big move down in the market. Both the NQ and the ES just made new lows. We just broke 13.1 on the NQ. We went down to 13.098. We're retracing now above one. Likewise with the ES, we just broke 41.50, 41.48 and a quarter, but we're kind of dancing around there again. Not sure what that news catalyst is, but we've been trending to the downside, so this could just be more of that. But here we go. Say it again. It's a test of 13.1, yeah, which is where we're at the moment. Please swallow food. Sorry, Dan. Well, it's a live show, bro. Sorry. We don't stop for anybody over here. So we're moving down on these futures. Keep an eye on your longs. If you're long like me, some of these big capper names, guys.
Yeah, if we can make a bit more of a move down, maybe I can get Google back at these prices that I like. Amazon too. I like the low 100s, but it looks like we're just kind of bouncing off that 41.50 for now. So might not get the prices that I want on these ones. Amazon, I want to see it in like the 10s, 15s kind of area down here for the bounce off 101. But neither of these making that big move down. We'll see if NASDAQ can hold that 13.1, which has been a good area of support kind of around here. It was resistance back here, which I don't think I can scroll all the way there. But we give up that. I mean, look out below. 13,000, I guess, is the next kind of level. We just keep doing these up moves and then giving it all back on the market these days. Yeah, I don't know.
Two halted stocks now. CNSP halted down. ALLR, like you were talking about, halted up.
Halted up.
So you got all sorts of shenanigans moving. You got still PTPI, still top dog on my scanner, man. I don't know what you see on yours, but still very much in play. PTPI has not given up the goods. It is still much nearer to the high of day than the low of day. Look at that. That's a bull flag waiting to continue. This is the 5-minute chart on PTPI. You know, you're probably going to encounter multiple events of bamboozlement on your ascent up, but you know, if you play your cards right, it could be worthwhile. Today, I have not had success with these small cap crappers. It has been a negative day for me on small cap crappers. I'm talking about my trade on BFRG, and I'm talking about my ill-fated trade. Ill-fated, you like that? Yeah. I believe on PTPI as well. So we'll stick to these big cappers, but the market, it may have its own version of what it wants to do today. It may not want to go up unless this 13.1 holds. And for the moment, it looks like it is. Looks like we're double bottoming here, possibly off this 13.1 and pumping back to the high side. All of a sudden, I find myself break even on Meta as we retrace on these futures and by extension into these big cappers. Max.
CNSP is open again.
Crapper alert.
Opens at $1.40. And now we're at $1.60, so halt down turns into a halt up.
I love it, bro.
I put one of my trades in the chat.
Did you? Oh, Sean put one of his trades in the chat. Let's have a look at that one. Where is that? We're going to have to pull that up. Midday. Oh, in our chat. Okay, I thought. Yeah, okay. So let's pull it up. Here it is. Let's click this bad boy. This is Mr. Katina's chart. Have a look at this, guys. Come to my chart, please, if you're able to. This is the AMD short at a key level, looking into that I want to say pre-market, this consolidation area, which was clearly an area of support earlier, now acting as resistance. He adds into that, and whadunk all the way back down, bottom wick, right into that 91.10 there. Great trade, Sean. Clutch on that one. That's why he was pumped when we were making lows. Now it all makes sense. Yeah, well, AMD obviously trading with some of these index names, Max.
Beauty trade there on AMD.
Solid trade.
Very, very, yeah, and I mean, you're only ever 30 cents out of the money on that one, not even, and get like the dollar out of it. That is how you want to trade.
Oh, baby.
3 to 1s. Yeah, I wanted to get into the CNSP when it broke that $1.50, but there's no conviction on these today after I've kind of mismanaged all of them. But here we go, 160 tapping higher. So the small caps maybe not done yet. They just had to pull back. This one is nuts. Only done 4 million of volume. It's halted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think this is all fake. 6 times. So yeah, probably room to go for CNSP. We were looking at that daily chart, like $2, then $5 are the only real levels on it. Yeah, let's see if some of these other ones can go. I mean, PTPI is still hanging out in that range where I said I wouldn't buy it. But if this comes down to VWAP, probably try along there. Try to do some structured risk, give it like 20 cents to try to make $1 kind of thing. Maybe it just like bounces right off of VWAP, but
oh baby,
hard to buy it in these consolidations when it's just kind of consolidating up like this.
We're
because
testing
if it breaks
these lows.
here, that's kind of the breakdown. We're testing lows again on
we
the
are. I like
indexes.
this PTPI trade. Look at this. Higher low, higher low, higher low. Now, do you break through? What is that, Red? The 50?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a 50, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you break through that. I mean, I don't think the 50 is as relevant as these higher lows are, though. But you break through that, maybe 750, and all of a sudden you're pumping back into 850 real quick.
Yeah.
That could be bamboozlement, though, but that's what you look for a bull flag continuation, isn't it?
Exactly. That's what you want. You want it to consolidate like this below the breakdown level, which was 730, and then this wick high is kind of 730-ish. So, yeah, looking good for potential continuation if it breaks this 730. Maybe it can get back up into the highs based on all of this strength in other ones. What is CFRX? Did we cover this one?
CFRX? This just popped up now, dude. No, we just popped up like seconds ago.
All of these $1,
it's
$1
sub
million
$1. It was sub $1.
$1.
Yeah.
They're all halting.
Sub $1, here it comes. Look at this. Doesn't show up on our scanner earlier on because it's below $1, but it's got all the volume it needs, and now it's halted at $1.41. What is the daily on this one? What is going on? I love what this app is. This really got going to the south side back last July. You got to assume that's probably an earnings play. Prior to that, it had been a runner. It has had outsized days. I mean, like, look at these moves. Jeez, man, look at that. Is there a split here somewhere?
This was $300.
Is this a split? No, there's no split here. I have a split indicator that tells me when there is a split. So this is not. How is this possible? No, there's got to be a split here, Max.
Well,
look at these outsized $20 million, 20 million share days when the price action didn't warrant that. Well, I don't know. Who knows?
So it's a 1 million float. So if they split it, the float would be much higher.
Yeah, actually, you're right.
It's probably been a reverse split.
But whatever it is, either way.
I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, so with respect to any levels on the daily, I mean, having a look, it looks like it peaked out there at 250, but that's on a really, really low volume. The outsized days, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I feel like it's a split. Like, look at that. Usually it's like that. Let me show you guys. You guys can't see it because it's blocking. This is what I'm talking about. These type of candles here. That's usually a split. I'll have a look later to see if it actually split. But anyway, it's moving. CFRX. Keep that on your radar because it could be a moving. You don't know. Small cap crapper world, baby, and we're just living in it.
That ALLR should open up shortly if it is indeed a 10-minute halt. It halted at 12:05, 45 there, so should open, or is this probably 36? So it should open in about 10 seconds if that's a 10-minute halt. Looking to open at 283 from a 59 halt. ALLR going nuts, that $3 level.
Oh, we're gonna have to get
Here
out
we
of my
go.
meta.
We're there already.
I'm gonna have to get out of my meta.
Is this
Likely
gonna
here.
break $3? The spread is nasty on this one.
Unless we
Only
hold
2 million
13.
volume so far. See, it's kind of reserving that 99, reserving 3.
Oh my goodness.
Doesn't want to break. I don't know.
And CFRX just opened to the high side as well. 167 top. It's super spready. Very dangerous. Wow, man. There's no relenting on these ones. There you go, 167 top. Now all of a sudden we're making a move back down. Keep an eye out for that 141, 143 area. That's the halt level. Does it bounce off there? Yes, it does for now. Do you get continuation back to the high side? This is typically, oh, wow, look at that. Hwadunk right back down. Bamboozlement in full effect. Oh, my goodness.
ALR
look
on
at
the other
side. It's so brutal. These stocks are brutal.
Sharif, we're at 350 on ALLR. That 3 break was clean. Should have taken that one straight to 350. Probably going to halt up. Surprised it hasn't halted up already. It's only $3. Shouldn't it be? Maybe it's 20% on this one.
Yeah.
But yeah, gets right to that 58, which should be a halt level, and turns around. But extremely strong on ALLR. This is the one of the moment. Damn, that 3 break would have been money. It looked like it was going to be money before it happened, but the breakouts have not been
tough.
so great.
They've been tough.
Maybe this is the indicator that the breakouts are back, small caps are back. So many halts today. I wonder if we could get like a count of how many halts there have been on the day today.
Halt count. What we
is
need
nuts.
is a halt level indicator, man. I'm going to pound the
that would
desk
be
for
nice.
that. I think that would be awesome sauce if we had a halt level indicator. But I think PTPI maybe starting to get going here. Here we go.
It
We're
looks
breaking
like
through
it.
7. I got long at 7 exactly. So, but the spread is really tough on this one. So let's see if we can scalp through because it's like 10 penny spread. There we go. We'll take another piece out there. There goes a $0.25. We'll take out some there. Here comes 35s. We'll take out some there. Let's go. I can't even concentrate. I can't even concentrate. He starts smashing the like. I love that. He gets so excited. There we go. So we'll get out of that one as it Hwadunks back down for the rest break even. Wow, that was clutch out right there because that was a big Hwadunk right back into 6. Quick on the keys. You have to be for this. Yeah, look at that, eh? I mean, that is just dangerous right there. Neil letting me know about something with respect to yeah, we have put in tickets for halt bands. Yeah, we're getting that, guys. We're working on it. We're working on putting those on there for you to make this, the best trading experience possible. So maybe those halt levels, halt bands, whatever they're called in the trading world. But look at that Hwadunk right back down. My God, on PTPI. We get a nice 50 penny winner there, and then we break even for the rest. But wow, what a move down. Meta, though, that is a trouble trade for me. I'm going to have to be really careful. The reason I haven't got out of this one because we're still doing a dance with 13-1 on the NQ. We really haven't decisively broken 13-1, so I'm not ready to call it quits on my meta position, but I only have about 20 minutes left here on the show before the big man Obi takes over, and I'm sure he'll be looking at some Amazon as well. What's up?
They brought it back up to 7.
Right up, yeah. I mean, I can't hold it $1 against me.
No, you can't hold it, but
right?
that looks like that might be the stop out move, and then over 750 would be the breakout long.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's what I was moving for here. And usually we have one fake breakout before we get the real one. And I notice that a lot with these breakouts. Yeah. I mean, with these small cap crappers. So
it seemed to be the double fake out is the way to go now. Mm-hmm. I used to play the single fake out. Now I got to be looking for the double fake out.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you.
Looking good though. If people are still long that one.
Yeah, that's a tough trade right there. I mean, yeah. Look, you either. You either got a lot of deep pockets, let it go. Like if you're going to several thousand shares, which is really how you're going to make big boy money with this 50 penny move, you gotta let it go against you $1. I mean, I just don't think that that's a feasible strategy, right? Or one that has longevity. So, yeah, these are super tough to trade, and they always are. They always have been. You got to be super quick on the keys, and you have to have a real intuition for them, right? So.
Yeah. CNSP, the one that I was going to punch in at 150, halts up, opens up, straight into another halt at 195, looking to open up at 197 in about 1 minute. Yeah, this one would have been fantastic on that 150 break. Right back up. Now, anybody who's short in this range is underwater, not having a lot of fun right now. So, yeah, definitely room to go. We looked at the daily on this one, I believe. Yeah, we had that 350 kind of level, 250, and then $4 or $5, and then we got all-time highs, the crazy stuff. Yeah, this one could be the one to go. Still like no volume, 5.5 million shares. I'm gonna look to get Google off of VWAP if we bounce 13.1 again here.
Here we go.
I'm gonna try one more time on Google. I mean, this is the strong one. This is the one that's holding VWAP. Nobody else is holding VWAP that I can see on the large caps. So I think if we get that turnaround off 13.1, then getting Google down here in that 107.60 kind of range is going to give you a nice trade with a clear out at 107.50 to get that move back up to like maybe 108.50 or potentially 109.20, which would be the local high. CNSP now open, makes a new high, crashes back down a little bit, lots of green on the tape, and now we get the selling. See if we can hold up. 175 would probably be the stop on this if it does go down, but looking to hold up right now, breaking $2. Man, the tape is crazy on these ones today.
Absolutely, bro. I mean, and like the liquidity is a little suspect. Anyway, we're not going to complain anymore about these small cap cappers. Keeping my eye on that 13.1 on the NQ, though, still holding up. Meta retracing, and some of these big cappers retracing as well as we kind of do that dance with 13.1 and 41.50, the equivalent level sort of here on the NQ. So yeah, that's where we find ourselves, dabbling a little bit back with PTPI at that $7 level. Going to give it to 750. Going to give it 50 pennies of risk. If it breaks below that, I'll be out. Looking for a continuation after there was bamboozlement there. Going in a quarter size though, guys. So you know, take it easy here. Don't go too heavy, and give yourself plenty of the requisite amount of room. As you can see, based on these candles, it is really it's really wide in its trading. I mean, you could have a 1 minute candle have a range of 50 pennies here, right? Even more. So keep that in mind. It's a rangy trade. And yeah, so keep that in mind, and that's what I'm looking at as well. I'm holding on to this meta long as we hold 13.1. I'm looking for continuation on PTPI. We're hanging back out at that 90s where I got in. Yeah, there's it's a 10 penny spread, maybe even more sometimes, 13 pennies. Still though, nothing really to report other than the small cap crappers are back in season, and they're moving. They sound like a fruit or something. They're back in season. What is ALLR? Is it retracing? Oh, ALLR, interesting trade coming up possibly on that, retracing slowly into a halt level, Max. Look at that, bouncing off halt levels multiple times. Here it goes again. Look at that halt level at that 260. You get multiple dips off there and then bounces right back up and looking to make a new 1 minute candle and make a new high. If you're looking for continuation, I guess you want to see it above 3, but here we go, testing those halt levels again back into the 60s. Do we hold at these levels? Who knows? The bamboozlement is real on these guys. Here we go, back down into that level. Here we go. Now we're making newer lows, so you got to wonder if that halt level is going to continue to hold out. $2 stock, started the day out sub $1, and now it has a 386 high. So some strong upward momentum on some of these names.
Yeah, that CNSP also went down back into a halt. Where is it? Yeah, tapping $1.55. So it breaks $2, 210, 211 high, and then quadruped back down. If this opens at 160, that would be mega pain for the longs. But probably, creeps back up into the 175s.
Did you ever watch
before
wrestling?
It opens. Not really.
Do you know any of the old school wrestling, like Hulk Hogan and Macho Man and stuff?
Yeah.
Do you remember the Mega Powers when they made this union WrestleMania 4? WrestleMania 5, was it? WrestleMania 4? Yeah, so when you said Mega something, it just reminded me of the Mega Powers. That requires a search, Max. We can't just mention the Mega Powers without actually showing the Mega Powers. So come to my screen, Mega Powers, Hulk Hogan. There we go. That should get it done. Oh, we can't show any videos, obviously, because the demonetization. But there is the infamous handshake. Oh no, that's a YouTube video. That's a YouTube video. That's a YouTube video. No, I didn't know it was a video. This is the infamous picture right here, baby, of Miss Elizabeth and the Mega Powers. Do you have that poster, Sean? Sean actually might have that poster. Yeah, and I remember they gave Savage the belt there, and that was like a big deal for Hogan to actually put over Savage. And yeah, so that was an interesting area of wrestling. One of my favorites, actually. All right, PTPI. Here we go. We're going to give it to 650, and that's the end of that trade. So we're at a PTPI. No can do, and it might be the end of the meta trade. But the only reason I'm still in this meta trade is because we're still above 13.1 on the NQ. That's my Q for it. So keeping an eye on that. Yes. What's his name? Only Ohio. What was this? Someone was asking about the Huadu. Okay, that's funny. Explained it, done. All right, guys. So that is basically it at the moment. CNSP halted again to the downside. Here we go. Let's just bring that one down. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second here. Having some technical difficulties. CNSP halted again, 182 to the downside. This one, all sorts of weak now as it's rejecting that $2 level. We're seeing that with a lot of these big cappers today. ALLR also selling off. That's to be expected. I thought, maybe we'd see a little bit of a different one in BFRG. Hence, I tried to get in at that VWAP, thinking maybe it was a bit of a slower mover. It did a nice little bounce off here. We got up to about 776, but then we sold off, and I got out of that one. That ended up being a break-even trade. We're retracing now off that 650, looking to test that $7 and maybe ultimately back into VWAP, which is around 730 at the moment. So, VWAP has been respected by the stock. So if we get up here, respect that possible rejection level, which is a 730 rejection level on BFRG, possibly on that. So we shall keep an eye on that one as well. And we shall keep an eye on these big cappers because it is moving down, and this meta trade does not look like it's going to be a good one for me. We're really retracing down here. I'm long 76s, and now we're in 35s. Again, the only reason I'm still holding this is because we're above 13.1. Let's see what the JAT is up to. BA is jumping. Can you check? Sure. Let's have a look at what BA is up to. Obviously, Boeing has had a bad catalyst today as a result of some of its 780. Was it 787 or 737? Whatever. There's going to be delays as a result of some issues with one of its suppliers and some of the parts that they made, not really being up to standard.
Wow, Boeing makes the move.
Yeah, it made the move back. So, I mean, look, it's down 5% on the day where we're gapping. We gapped down, but you had a bit of a double bottom there. I want to say off 190, a little bit above 198, right? 198 and a quarter, 198.15. And it's been stair-stepping up since that time. Do we test those higher days? Let's zoom out. Wow. Boeing making an interesting recovery here off a big boy sell coming off that bad headline. Max.
So I got my Google long a little bit higher than I wanted to get it, but yeah, we're long like 74s basically. I'm gonna add once more around 60, 55s, and then if we crack this decidedly, I will be out at 49-ish, maybe 45, depending on how we break that. But yeah, Google's still strong in the face of this 13.1. I feel like, 1230. Is the market going to just make that down move now? Probably not. So thinking we can get a little bounce here, get a bounce back to VWAP on the market, make a decision if we want to turn around at that like 13,150 here around VWAP. That would be my, that's the thesis here, that we're going to hold 13.1, go back up for a bit, and then maybe make that move back down. But we'll see. Google is the one that I want to be long if the market's going to bounce. This is the one name that is strong, holding above VWAP. So yeah, Google looking good. Also, Amazon just doesn't get down to that, where are we, Amazon? Won't get down to that like 101 area that I want. So 101.40, 101.30 kind of is what you got to be paying up if you want to get long Amazon. Just chilling in this consolidation below 75. If it cracks this, I mean, VWAP's 102.10-ish. We got that area right here. So 102.10 might actually be like a good breakout on Amazon now that we've done all of this consolidation. Maybe that's the one that I should be long. Maybe I should be long both. Why not? But yeah, market's still kind of testing lows. So don't want to get too long on the large caps yet. Also, I was looking at NVIDIA. It holds that 264 again. I say all these things, and then I don't execute on them. But yeah, 264 gets to like 13s, whatever. You're giving it down to this 263.90. I mean, that's a great trade for the move back up to 265. You get 90 cents on that. And I mean, if the market decides to go back up, which it looks like it wants to crack right now, but if it goes back up, I mean, VWAP is like 266. So yeah, NVIDIA on the dip looking good, holding the low of that range. If you were swinging this, you want to be like 261.50 kind of out, and you're looking for that 269, 270. We obviously don't swing around here, so you got to kind of structure a different type of trade. But yeah, what is happening with Meta right now? Kind of breaking down. Breaks the low of that consolidation, so I guess Sharif is out of his long, breaking below 219 and going back into the lows here. So Meta, which looked strong for the past little while, is now kind of giving it up. Maybe this is the topping candle on Meta for now, and we get back down into this consolidation range 217 to 212. I did like the short off 217 yesterday, but that just absolutely blew out and went all the way up. But yeah, maybe this resistance kind of zone here from 216 to 217 becomes the new support on Meta. I will be watching out for that tomorrow for sure. 218 also a level on the daily chart for me. So yeah, 218 long on Meta. I don't know if I like it today, but I definitely like it next week. Yeah, we'll see what happens with this market. And the market is breaking down, but Google isn't. So still feeling decent about that one. If we do crack the lows, though, got to get out of Google. But this is still the strong name. Google is the one today. Catch a bounce on that NQ so we can get paid on Google. But yeah, not looking like it right now. 41.50 being given up, 13.1 given up for the moment. Still, not finished on this 5-minute candle. So we haven't closed below 13.1 yet. If we can close back above, the longs are still looking all right. What about small cap land? CNSP ended up opening down in the 75s as expected, but yeah, can't make the move back up. So CNSP kind of dead for now. I think I guess 135 is the ultimate short zone, but if it can't hold VWAP here, I mean, probably not going to happen for CNSP, sadly. I was thinking we could get that test of these 250 highs and then maybe 350 if the small caps wanted to run. But for now, all of them pulling back. And yeah, my Google not pulling back. So feeling very good about Google now that that 13,100 has held for the time being. Maybe we get this breakout now back up to the VWAP area, and that would probably give you, 108.50 kind of area on Google. So stopped out poorly early, but we're back in, back long. Going to try to get some money back on Google today. What is the chat saying on SAI? Is SAI still going? No, SAI takes the hit, so nothing there. 420, oh my God. No way. Look at this, 420 level on SAI. Always support, always resistance. For whatever reason, every small cap has a 420 level. So maybe this is the spot that holds on SAI. I'd say it's dead for now. Obviously, 430 pre-market was the breakout level. $5, decent breakout level too, but it's kind of given everything up on the day. It's doing these nice consolidations for you, though, so you can structure trades at the low of the consolidation, stop out below, and if it goes, who knows where it's going to. I mean, you never count a small cap out until it's kind of below like these pre-market levels at like $3 here on this one. So yeah, SAI could still go. If it breaks the high of this consolidation, breaks the high of this consolidation, then everybody's kind of screwed who has shorted since 10 a.m. And then maybe you get that squeeze back up. This was just an insane move pre-market, and then basically nothing happened once the market opened. Back to here. You good to go?
Yeah.
All right, guys. We got Omi coming on.
What is up,
New
guys?
pair.
How's it going? Is this on? Okay, yeah. What is happening?
What's going on?
Nothing much, man. How's that Amazon been treating you?
Amazon? I've missed every trade on Amazon so far. How about you?
I took a few trades. Nothing like. I didn't catch a lot of the trades that I wanted to. That's what I'm trying to say. I was a little bit more focused on the JPM trade. I think JPM was definitely like B plus pushing into A territory type of thing off of that 135. But we'll talk about it in a second. Let me just go over Amazon real quick. Again, going off pre-market levels, we had some crazy action. I think I told you the 4 a.m. candle on Amazon tested 104. And then coming out the open, we make a lower high at 103s, right? Definitely missed that short over there. Here, let me pull this in so you guys can see it a little bit better. Yeah, so coming in, these 102 bidders right out the open, they were pretty solid. Now, you can see that we kind of recycled 102, and this even 102 here was a pre-market level from before where we kind of broke and recycled. So coming out the open, I'm definitely watching that 102. But again, a lot of missed trades because I was focused on JPM. But this 102 bid held really, really well and just rocketed. And then I took a piece of the short here on this side, but like again, very aggressive size showing up near like 102.50. So got that out. Hesitated on the short at the 103, but that's okay. We came back to the 102, and lo and behold, the first retest of the 102, bidders are there. So I took a little piece there and then just let it go. Just some other scalps because I am looking for. I think I was waiting for 101.30s, right? And then we see that we are holding above this, which is something that I like. Now we are kind of in a chop zone, so I don't really have a trade idea on Amazon for now. If it can come back into some of those levels, like the 102 or even the 101.30, which is kind of consolidating above around, I might look to get back in here. I did take a couple pieces in, but other than that, nothing too crazy on Amazon. But yeah, no. The other name that I traded was JPM. Let's pull that one up. JPM is on the NYSE. Just 1 second. Boom. All right. So now, I fumbled this trade, man. I fumbled this trade pretty badly, but you know when a trade is good, like you can fumble and it'll still kind of work out in your favor, right? And even in the morning meeting, we were talking about that 135 being pretty key. Now let me pull up a chart here. Let me just duplicate this so we can check out JPM on a larger time frame. Okay, bing bang. Let's go. All right, so looking left on JPM, why are we interested in the 135? Okay, well, first of all, if you just look left, like a simple look to the left, we gap up on earnings, right? We break all of these highs. You guys see this? All right, we break all of these highs, right? Gap up on earnings, you consolidate, whatever, and then you look left, there are these tops at 135. 135.10, pretty close to 135. I like the 135. 135 is also like a psychological level, right? So the plan was I'm going to wait for 135. If the bidders show up at 135, I'm going to get in. Guess what happened? The bidders showed up. I did not get in right away. Yeah. Right? I kind of chased the move, and when it did get back in, I was kind of like shaken up already to be like, okay, I need to bid more here. I need to get in some more, maybe into my full size position, but that didn't really happen. But again, it's a work in progress. So I kind of chased
from like
that.
a risk management perspective, like you're getting in 136.
Yeah. That's pretty bad.
Like
That's horrible.
135 was the entry,
Yeah.
so you can't really size up on that and necessarily
Yeah, exactly.
smoke
There's
the trade.
definitely no serious size on that. I was in full position, but yeah, no. When it did come back in, look at the second 3-minute candle, right? Let's actually pull up the 1 minute to see how long it actually spent there. Look at that.
Spent no time there.
It spent 3 whole minutes bidding up off of, so minute number 31, 32, and 33. Look at these bottom wicks off the 135, clean, right? So these bidders were definitely in there, and it was my downside that I didn't get more in at the 135 test. But got a little lucky, right? These bidders stepped back in, and then we broke the 136 highs from before, bid that level again, and I just took it off into the 137 and 138 test. Right now, sure, we've gone forward, and I think they had great earnings too, right? So definitely a positive on that one. And yeah, no, in retrospect, when something like this kind of happens, I gotta definitely size into a trade when it sets up like this is definitely a B+ trade. Yeah. I think so. At
well,
least.
I mean, at the entry at the lower entry in that 135 zone,
Yeah.
I mean, that's like pretty much A+. It just wicks it one time down to like 93 there, and then holds it. So yeah, that one. I mean, you can risk 10 cents basically and get a $5 move almost. Those are the trades that you look for. Those are the ones that are really going to pay you. But I mean, if you're not ready for it off the open, or like
exactly.
Preparation
is another thing too, right? That shows kind of a little bit of lack of preparation on my part. So definitely something to improve on there.
And like visualization can be key too. What do I want to see when this stock opens? It goes and breaks a level, instantly rebids. That's kind of like your tell that there's people down there that are very, very interested in buying.
Oh yeah.
I didn't have that one on the list. I was short biased on the banks. I figured everybody's still scared of them. So yeah, definitely a wrong bias for me today. And I got a little smoked by BAC trying to continue that one through the lows.
Damn.
But yeah, no, that's
great
idea.
I was talking to a couple of buddies because they were like, oh no, either hard long or hard short for the banks. And I was like, sure, you can have a strong bias, but guess what happened yesterday when I had a strong bias?
Yeah.
On Amazon. Right? I just tried to short it a couple of times and then stopped out, shorted again, stopped out, shorted again, stopped out. And like I wasn't able to really necessarily flip that bias. And when I did flip the bias, I didn't really hold it for that long. So like, I don't know, having a too strong of a bias is, it definitely doesn't work for me. But what I said was like, okay, sure, for the JPM earnings or just banks today, I'm like, I'm not gonna have too strong of a bias. I'm just gonna have some levels and then see what price action kind of does with those levels. Because like, I can have a bias, but the market almost always proves the strongest bias is wrong.
Yeah.
So that's just something that I experienced this morning, I guess.
Yeah, it seemed like the money fade on the banks this morning, and I guess anybody who was thinking that got kind of smoked on the short.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, if everybody's thinking
trade.
about it.
Yeah, if everybody's thinking the same thing, and the bots see people building shorts, they're going to want to squeeze them.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to fall victim to the bots.
Yes. I don't know how much they can manipulate JPM, though.
They're running off of AI and like self-learning and everything now. Yeah. These bots are really keeping us on our feet. I mean, I'm sure you see it on some of the smaller caps, like the level of fugays.
Oh yeah, it's gross.
Right?
Today, I don't know if you looked at any of the small caps today, but the
SAI.
I
know you've been on that
crazy.
one.
I missed the long on that one in the morning.
Yeah, I know we were talking about that, and while we were talking about it, that's when it broke into 6, right?
Yeah.
That was pretty crazy.
A miss on that one. Market's kind of giving up this 13.1, but my Google is still slightly in the money. I don't know how to manage this one. Google, this wick is fake, but it did get to like 87, 88, maybe 90 there. Yeah, it got to 90 on my other platform, so maybe a little bit of wick top on Google. Market kind of breaking down as we can see on NQ. The long may not be in, folks. 1350 would be the next stop, and then 1300. So I think I'm gonna have to bail on this one, sadly. Gonna just get out of Google right here and take the 10-cent loss. No big deal. And yeah, maybe it's a short below 107.50. I don't think Google's the one to short. I think you could have shorted NVIDIA at that 264. I was thinking long maybe, but yeah, look at this breakdown here. 264, you give it 20 cents, and then it's 70 cents in the money already, going for low of day. Everything really breaking down. Meta as well.
Yeah, it's coming down. But Amazon here is still kind of holding this, no?
Yeah, I think Amazon 101 could be that long level.
Yeah, maybe.
If we go down and hold 101.
We got a few levels, even from a couple days ago. But yeah, no, my main level was at 101.3, and we're kind of testing there. And like, it was my main level. I do need to get better on executing at the levels that I think are pretty important. As you can see that it's kind of held this level multiple times. Even like look at this, like this flush, this hard flush that we get. Like I was watching this all day yesterday. Yeah. Amazon held the 8 moving average for the longest time. And I was like, there's no way it could keep on holding this. There's no way, but it kept on holding it. Yeah. And then it drops down, and then bidders step up at a lower moving average, and then they step up at a lower moving average. And I was like, oh damn, well I got to stop fighting this thing, right? But yeah, no, even after this flush down, like look at how this level kind of supports, right? So it was holding 8 MA, 8 MA, 8 MA, and then I was watching, I was like, oh, there's no way it's going to do the same thing 2 days in a row, right? That's why I was a little hesitant on the short here.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I got a little burn on some of the shorts yesterday, but like this was a prime. Like I even had like that gut feeling of like, hey, just take it maybe even to the bottom of the trend. This is nice, the 103 fail.
Yeah.
Right? It is what it is, but yeah, no, this 101.30 area definitely showing its worth here.
Yeah, we'll see if I can break that and maybe hold 101. That would be my next attempt at a trade. But like market breaking down, 41.50 has been a bit of a level on ES for a while, and that 13.1 on NASDAQ just gave up. So.
Yeah.
I don't know what levels are below, like significantly 13,000.
Yeah, 13,000, but that's like 60 handles away.
Yeah, exactly. So Amazon's not going to be at 101 when we're at 13,000.
Yeah, well,
and if it is,
I mean, if it is,
that's a banger long.
Yeah, then we have something. Then we got some information there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, we got another halt here.
Oh no way! You got a lot of windows up there.
You're not going to believe.
How are you navigating these markets?
Oh, trade ideas, man. I'm a trade ideas guy through and through.
Nice.
What are we looking at? It's OB, LG.
Okay.
Halted up as soon as you get on the show. I don't know. I think the bots are listening. The bots are listening.
Is that
they
name
halt
calling
OB
to me?
up as soon as he comes on. I think you have to go long this one.
Oh man. It's one of those days.
500K volume so far, tapping 272. That looks pretty good. Where are these names coming from? There's no news.
Oblong.
I mean, it's just the same setup. Look.
These candles look a little oblong right now.
If I just delete this name from this trade ideas window, every halter has the exact same thing. Float 1 million-ish, short float 2%-ish. Market cap, nothing.
Write that down. Is it a pattern? I don't know.
This is the pattern today, guys. Go find all the stocks that are 1.5 mil float with 2.5% short. Just get long at a key even level and wait for it to halt up. That's apparently what's happening today.
The best.
This is crazy.
200 IQ strats.
200 IQ strats. Yeah. This is nuts.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about these. Daily levels doesn't matter. They all have the same daily chart too. This is just pattern recognition. This is AI bots just looking for something to squeeze up. It looks like.
Yeah, what's a short float on some of these? Like the average short float on
it's
some
like
of these?
2%. There's no short float on any of them. It's not like
just...
they're squeezing anybody in particular. But yeah, I mean, same chart, like $4, $3, $4, $5 on all of these.
Maybe
I wish I could have
pops. I don't know. I'm just thinking what could be the potential cause. But like, sure, I'm thinking because I wasn't there for the trade. I wasn't reacting.
Yeah, I think it's legitimately just pattern recognition by these algos. They're just looking for something.
Okay.
And that's what's happening today. There are those like Telegram groups that just pump stocks.
Mm-hmm.
And
use
the is the whatever subscribers is X liquidity.
Yeah, those Telegram groups are pretty wild for like crypto, and I remember NFTs. They were a lot of people were using those.
Exactly. So
to move
maybe
them
that's
around.
what maybe that's this is. They're just like searching for these names that they can pump super easily. I mean, 500K volume. You need like zero buying power to pump something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you can understand the underlying mechanics of like stock market structure, then yeah, you can have some fun. I would say so. If you had a bigger bank and
exactly.
if you're willing to break some rules.
5,000 followers, just reading your Telegram group, waiting for the next pump.
Yeah.
Yeah, but today's the day for $1 names or $2 names, whatever it is. 1 million float. I have not had any success on them today, sadly. But
which ones did you take?
Which ones did I take? Let's look at the. Oh, this one's open. No volume whatsoever on this guy, but still going up.
Yeah, it's running on 500K.
Yeah, let's see if this one can get some volume.
Nothing.
But,
500K,
there's a bid.
$2. That's like about $1 million worth of. Yeah, we just it's, as we speak, it just goes up.
It's just
50
going
cents.
up, guys.
That's pretty crazy.
$3 break might be the one. The $3 break was great on that AU whatever ALLR, I guess it was.
AUUD, was that the one? Or oh no, that was yesterday.
ALLR. It went to 380. Kind of the same tape as that one. I'm not taking a $3 break right now. I'm not willing to lose it all on this one, but yeah, maybe $3 break is the trigger for that $455. These things are just nuts today.
What do you say? OBLG to 420 also, or what?
To 420.
We've been hitting that 420 quite often.
420 is the level today. What's the daily chart look like?
I think it's just like that level has kind of been, because I remember, again, during the past couple of years, especially during COVID, a lot of those names would have 420 as like a key level, and it just out of nowhere, and it just became a theme.
Yeah.
Right? So now we're seeing it over and over again. So like psychological levels, 420 is definitely a thing. Just observations, no opinions.
Yeah. Just observations here. It does fail that $3 break. Still no volume though. Like, this is crazy. You can't punch into something like this. What you could punch into though is that PTPI, which did the bounce off VWAP. So 550. It's kind of what I was looking for, but I let this one get away from me. Yeah, that would have been a money trade right here. Does a little liquidity drop right back into that 580-ish area, and now we're back to $7. $7.50 for me would be like that squeeze level on PTPI where we get back to $8.50. What was the name yesterday? CXAI?
CXAI.
It did the afternoon breakout of 550 after all this consolidation, so kind of similar pattern. This one, went up a lot faster around that $10. But I mean, it did the same thing. The 350 break goes to 850, consolidates, and now we're looking to test those highs again. And what did CXAI top out at? 950, 990 yesterday. So I mean,
wasn't that the one that went to like $40?
CXAI went to $69 pre-market this morning.
This morning?
This morning. Let's see if we can pull up a 5 to be a little more. Oh, this chart doesn't have the data.
It doesn't have the.
But,
hold on. I might be able to pull that up potentially.
Anyway, 69. This one, I was trading at $2.50 yesterday. Took the loss.
Oh, yeah.
And it just goes up all day. This 550 kind of area breakout. Never looked back. You get to 10, and then in the pre-market. This is not the real high. It went to $69.
I got it up here. If you guys want to go to my screen, this is wild. I have not seen something like this.
This is crazy.
In a very long time. Check this out. Hey guys, you want to come to my screen? All right, right here. Look at this. Look at this price action. Let's go to the 1 minute. I wonder if someone got squeezed.
Somebody got liquidated there. Right?
Just maybe. A little bit of accounts blown on that move there for sure, for sure. I mean, been there, done that. That's why you can recognize it.
Been there, done that. He says. You used to swing small caps short overnight, right?
Yeah. Yeah, been burned, made some money, been burned, learned some lessons, and maybe caught some PTSD as well. So
PTSD.
no, definitely these kind of taught me how important it is to really not be front side on a small cap.
Yeah.
Right. But now I'm learning the similar lessons of being front side on large caps.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
It's just like it's very similar, but. Definitely not holding as long as I would in the past.
yeah,
for
exactly.
sure, you know?
And like, you need that confirmation that it's dead.
Yeah,
before
exactly.
you're, I mean, if you because you could have got short CXAI yesterday.
Yeah.
Off of that $10 level,
Yeah.
you're like, all right, it's dead.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
I mean,
They were like, oh, perfect, $10.
it never
size
even gave up
in.
VWAP. Like VWAP
Yeah.
was $5.
There's no
it's
way.
Still, it closed at 7.
And even before that, like, look at this flat action in the morning, right?
Yeah.
Like, if it's done 10, right? If you have 10, like this is how you know this is almost a recipe for parabolic, right? It runs from sub $5 with significant volume, PR, whatever, news, catalyst, stair steps up. After hours, can't break. Sure, you broke 10, but you can't break back below some of these intraday consolidations, right? Come into the morning, 4 a.m., you gap up and you start holding this area on top of this. That's if you're sitting short, any size, any significant size, like you're starting to sweat heavy. And if you guys want to see what pure exhaustion looks like if somebody has a tape on this move here, this is what pure exhaustion looks like.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
It's just pure, like buying pressure, buying pressure, buying pressure. Lo and behold, when that buying pressure suddenly disappears, you just crash, right? Because most of that buying pressure is just a result of shorts covering. It's not real, actual buying pressure from bidders who are holding the stock.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So pure exhaustion, definitely for sure. And then getting in on the backside out the open because now you're at 20. Yeah, you could structure that.
I think the fact that we're above yesterday's high of that 970, we're still holding above 10. We're holding above 11.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that this is necessarily dead yet.
No, it's definitely not dead yet. Because think about it, you got to think about it like this. The players who got in here and here, if they were able to still hold, right? If they have huge, deep pockets, and they were like, I don't care, this thing, I'm selling this thing all the way up to $50, $60, and I'm just going to slowly size into it, and when the backside comes in, that's when I'll hammer. And then it doesn't break below 10 again. We could get some residual pops for sure.
Yeah,
right?
I would not call this dead until we break
There's
$5
no way.
or $6, really.
Unless it goes back to exactly where it came from.
Yeah.
Then this thing is not over. There's definitely opportunities here. You can definitely structure trades around this name. Again, just using support and resistance levels, keeping it tight, and making sure that you don't get caught in a crazy outlier move, right?
Exactly.
But yeah. Some crazy volatility we've been having in these markets lately.
Yeah.
You think the market's dead for a little bit, and then suddenly it comes back in a different shape, and then it comes in waves,
Yeah. Hopefully this is not the end of the small caps.
Hopefully
we haven't
just the
gotten
beginning.
our fill yet. Let's hope there's some crazy ones left. I mean, all these ones halting today is kind of nuts. I mean, there's another one, RCLF. That's only done 60K of volume, though. That's nothing. CNSP just halted down again. I mean, today is a day of halts. Nothing really actionable, though. No high volume halters, other than that CXAI, obviously, that halted 1 or 2 times off of the open today. But yeah, I'm gonna have this on watch for the next couple days. If we don't break that 10, I think there's people who are still gonna be stuck offside, and this 2050 halt probably gives you that upside trigger for the next move back to 69. So we'll see.
Back to
next
69,
week.
yeah.
Next week.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if this is this 2020? Is this 2019, 2020, 2021?
Please be 2020.
I don't know if we have the same
been
kind
waiting.
of volatility, but seeing stuff like that is exciting, right? Because you're pushing on the doors of that kind of volatility, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, something that came from $2 going up to 80 within 48 hours. Yeah, definitely
Yeah,
meat's back on the menu, boys.
Meat's back on the menu. It came from sub-dollar, I believe.
Yeah.
CXAI. Let's check the daily on this.
Yeah, sub $1, I think.
Yeah,
right?
like 90 cents or something.
Yeah.
Hard to see here.
And I think another thing to also
$1.30.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe not
in
sub
3
dollar,
days.
but yeah. So there's definitely something there. I had a couple of buddies pointed out in the pre-market yesterday around like a few, I think it was like $3, $4, $5, something like that. In the pre, definitely long. Congrats to those guys. If you're still holding or if you held into that pre-market pop,
If
that's pretty
anybody
crazy.
swung this yesterday into
Long.
the pre-market today,
Yeah,
long,
swung it long. Yeah. Oh man.
you'd be thinking like maybe $20 today.
Yeah.
You wake up, it's at 69. Like, all
Yeah, but
right.
look
you
at
take those.
how long it was at 69 though, right?
Yeah, you would have to
Right?
be watching.
It's just like you.
It was there for 2 minutes.
It was there for
Probably
at
10
most,
seconds.
Yeah, let's see the 1 minute. How long was it actually there for?
But I mean, you could have got filled in
You
the
had about
45s,
2 minutes.
40s, 30s.
2 minutes. Within 2 minutes, it gave you about a $25 range-ish, maybe a little bit more, on the second red candle. But yeah, no, it was definitely the opportunity was only there for a couple of minutes. And I think we talk about this on the floor a couple of times too, where it's just like some of the best prices can get really, really competitive.
Yeah.
Right? So
exactly.
if a price is really good, like good luck spending too much time down there or
Yeah,
up
the
there,
good
right?
trades are the hardest ones to get into.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's like if something's really good, you got to understand like there's gonna be demand. People understand that it has a potential to be a good price, or exhaustion, and there's opportunity on the board. Then yeah, definitely this is something like if you see this lower high, then yeah, you can definitely structure some shorts around 40, 50 to 35, even like 35 psychological level. Like you had time to do that. But yeah, no, the thing is on these, you definitely have to protect your risk, and keep your risk wide. Because when something is halting up and down like this, like you better have like a $5 to $10 risk on the move. And yeah, sure, if you had a $5 risk at 35, right, and you're like, if it goes up to 40, I'm gonna get out. Look at where we open, right? That's more than a 2 to 1.
Yep.
Right, so definitely something there to work with. Now, what was it? NVIDIA I wanted to look at, right? NVIDIA I definitely have some close eyes on, because we look like we're kind of slowing down this uptrend, or kind of consolidating, right? We've tested this 280, we've kind of came down, and even yesterday was interesting when the whole market kind of ends near its highs, and NVIDIA literally retraces the whole move into the close, right? So coming in today, I was definitely watching for weakness. We didn't really see that weakness continue into the open. It would kind of strength pop back, and then you revisit the range. So it does look like it is slowing down. We've had this like hard selling the day before, and I think we had this reaction off of the CPI number and everything. So definitely watching this like 260, 262 area, just for like an under-over type of thing, type of play on NVIDIA. And it kind of makes sense that some of these AIs are pulling back as well, with NVIDIA kind of selling off at the same time, right?
Yeah, people are asking about Tesla. What do we think on Tesla? I think Tesla's just in the middle. So I have 186.50 and I have 180.50 as levels from the daily on Tesla, if we can see them. Not really from all the wicks, but yeah, 180.50, 186.50, kind of the range for me on Tesla. Right now we're in the middle, so I don't see a trade on it particularly, but holds that 182 kind of area quite nicely. Double bottom down there, and now we're moving back up. So you're long Tesla, not bad. Probably see VWAP if we get a market bounce. Yeah, Tesla looking good. What are we thinking to earnings on Tesla? I mean, look at where we are on the daily. We got $40 up, and we got $40 down, basically. So Tesla, good earnings, probably seeing 220, 225. Bad earnings, back down to 150, 140. We're kind of right in the middle there, so kind of perfect for a nice volatile earnings call on Tesla. get some. Hopefully, it's long. I am much better long. We always talk about this. I can't make money short, but
and I'm kind of the opposite way, where I'm a lot more. I guess I have a little bit more confidence on the shorts than I do the longs, and sometimes that can come and bite me in the rear. But yeah, it's what we were comfortable with, right?
Yeah. You just can't let it get offside. You got to definitely make sure that your bias is in check at all times.
Oh yeah.
Meta as well holds that 218 level beautifully. So goes down, tests low of day. Wow, is that a perfect double bottom? Not quite. But like 217.50 breaks 218, right back up. Test it one more time right here. You get one last chance, and now it's in the 80s, in the 90s almost. So yeah, Meta catching a bid, everything kind of catching a bid. Maybe we come back up over that 13.1, and we did not get our Amazon long.
Yeah, I was just saying, we were making a wick on ES and NQ.
I was waiting for one more wick down on Amazon to get to that 101, and I'm not willing to pay the price right now.
Yeah. We're having too much fun here. We're missing good prices.
Having too much fun.
Missing good prices.
Talking small caps, missing prices on large caps.
Small talk on small caps
is the way that it goes. Google also does a little double bottom, so everything kind of comes back down into these like intraday support levels, and then makes its bounce back up. So I had bamboozled twice on Google. Not going to try again, but it looks like that 107.50 is kind of like that level where, if it touches it, you can go long. If it breaks it, you can go long on the break back up.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing right here at 107.50, same thing. So 107.50 is the long today on Google, and we'll see if we can get back up to that like 109. This is probably the strongest one on the day of the large caps, I would say, and yeah, above all of my former prices once again. Google, so got to structure that risk a little better next time.
Yeah, it made it to the 108. Eh? We were talking about 105 break giving way to the 108. Yeah, was it last week or something like that? Yeah, and it's lo and behold, like that's what it's doing today, kind of consolidating right under that 108, and we know it to be kind of a key level from a couple weeks ago. I think early April, we kind of tested the 110 into the end of the day and consolidated at that 108. So yeah. Definitely, Google is definitely relatively stronger than some of the other larger caps for sure, and it is consolidating near its highs, so showing some strength for sure. Now Amazon here, like we were trying to take this range, right? Missed the fills. I think we were both waiting for a little bit of 101, but like the 101 doesn't get there, and sure, yeah, sometimes it's not going to be perfect, and we are seeing a little bit of like range expansion here, I guess a little bit. We make this range and kind of pull back. Failed to follow through on the range break and then pick back up, and now you're respecting kind of that range again. So there's been a lot of this going on, and if you can really get in there and be quick on your feet, like you can definitely capture some of these moves, and that's definitely something I'm trying to get better at. These opportunities are definitely here in the market these days.
Yeah, 219 on Meta now, so $1 in the money off that 218 hold. Wish I took that one, and don't stop now. Mr. CXAI coming back. So that 50 area to $16, that's right where VWAP is. That's right where these pre-market lows were.
Yeah.
People could be a little offside. This is
where you're looking to take it?
10-minute halt. I am not necessarily looking to take anything.
Nice.
The small cap field anymore.
Yeah.
Today.
So usually just morning you're looking at those out the open.
I do like this kind of consolidation breakout kind of thing in the afternoon because you collect all of these people short.
Yeah.
And then once you break this level, which is the high since 10 a.m., which is like, 3 hours ago, now all of these people, and it's been doing volume. Like it never really stopped doing volume today. I mean, it's not great, but there are definitely lots of people who are short since the open. I guess maybe this 19 area where it came up to after the second halt is where people would be putting their stops. But yeah, if it breaks that 2075, that's where everybody's screwed. That's where we opened.
We've got a ways to go there.
We've got a ways to go, but I mean, I'm not counting it out. I'm not saying that we're not getting there. Yeah, what I guess 10% move on this one would be like up to 1650. So you halt there, maybe open 17 something, then cracks this, and you know, we're halting back up towards 20. I don't know. Maybe this is the next HKD. 2,500 incoming.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like it could set up that way, but I think for that 2,500 type of move, if it stopped near, let's say, like above 50, I think that was definitely a little bit more, or like 40, 35, 50-ish.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that we're back down towards that 10, or close to that 10 and holding. That's definitely something to keep an eye on. I think so. Started a bit of a short here on Amazon, just seeing if this range is really respecting or we blow through it. Now I don't know if that's going to happen, but yeah, no, I just chased a bit of a short here within the top of the range, and if it does kind of push near the top, then yeah, I'll definitely get out. But let's see if it does respect or if the strength is a little real here on Amazon. Now, the rest of the market's also kind of pushing back up and kind of trending, so I might very well just get out of this position if the strength kind of continues to hold on Amazon.
People in the chat asking about AMD. Nice little hold here of 90.50. I believe that is kind of recent lows. If I can pull up a 30-minute and it will load for me. Yeah, so we're right here, like 90.75 kind of. AMD holds that, and now we're right back up into the 90s, looking at $91. So yeah, everything kind of holding prices. NASDAQ right back at that 13.1, so we want to see that break back up and hold to be very convicted on a long. This would be like quite a key resistance point. Let's go to the 15 just to make it a little more obvious, but yeah, we'd have to break like 13.115 kind of, but yeah, starting to pick up some momentum on these large caps. I wish I had that long there on Amazon or Google. And I mean, yeah. Meta just kind of flying back up. There's Meta here. Flying back up over those bottoms. So you just take the double bottom play. You could risk this like 10 cents probably, and you get $1.50, $2 almost winner on Meta. Been looking out for that one. And what are you thinking on this Amazon position?
I added a little bit more here at the top of the range. Now again, like anything convincing, yeah, I'll probably get out. But we shall see. Again, I'm closely watching the tape here just to see if anything interesting comes through, or we do see some pressure. At the same time, I have eyes on the markets. Right, this downtrend's pretty strong here on both ES and NQ. So let's see if that trend kind of stays respecting, or we really break it, right?
And they're both at the key level, like the 4150 to 13100 are the key levels. So this is where it's going to bounce off of if the short is in.
Yeah.
So yeah, just waiting to see kind of on these names. Go short the weak ones, go strong, go long the strong ones. So if you're long Google, you're laughing. If you're short a Meta or, well, probably not Meta, but like, yeah, a Tesla maybe coming into to VWAP. Maybe Tesla's the one to turn around if the market decides to turn around. Right at that 183.50 area, which I believe have marked on my other charts as kind of a resistance zone, 183. Yeah, that's more like 183.75. So yeah, if we get that spike into VWAP, I think I might try taking Tesla to the short side back down, assuming the market isn't going to decidedly break these 13.100s and 41.50. But I mean, it is kind of bounce time on the market. We're getting into like almost 2 o'clock. Yeah. This is where if the market's going to bounce, it's going to start to bounce now, and then it's going to make the move at 2 or 2:30 into power hour. So yeah,
let's see if we get some of that.
Either way at the moment. We'd have to, I want to see it take out some levels, take out some consolidation levels back to the upside for me to get long, and if it doesn't, Tesla looking like a decent short off of VWAP if we get there. Yeah. Not really looking to just like short it blindly right here at 183.50 and just give it to like 184. I'd rather, watch it make a move and then show me that there's sellers here. BBAI new life.
BBAI, is that also running?
High is 355. Yeah, so we're back above VWAP on BBAI. It's done a decent amount of volume today. We got size on the book, on the bid here. And yeah, starting to make a move up. This one doesn't look as gross as some of the other ones do on the level 2. So much easier to manage risk on something like this when you see these, you know, offers here of 100 lots, 60 lots, all these bigger offers. We got some bigger bids as well, but really not a lot below that 600 lot bid there. Yeah, BBAI at a decent level right now, this 330. 350, 355 high is that quadruple top right there on 355. Must have been a halt level. But yeah, BBAI definitely room to run. Where did this one go the last time the AI guys were running? Wow. All right.
What's
February,
that
this was at 675 when,
definitely
when
some
the
bags
AI
in
names
that
were
name.
running. So
Yeah.
yeah, we definitely got room to go on this one. 380 kind of level. That's like the breakout level. We saw it twice, before the rally, then after the rally. Now for the second rally, you got to break that price to go. Tesla also kind of made that spike up. But market is kind of going up, so I don't know if I want
it
it
is
yet.
kind of pushing a little
I'd
bit
rather
here.
have it maybe come back below. I don't know, I'll watch. I'm going to see what happens here on Tesla. Looking maybe to get short Tesla. If we kind of wick VWAP here. But Tesla, I mean, if Tesla wants to go, the market's probably going to go with it. And, you know, Meta looking strong and the Amazon, but Google looking strong as well. So I don't really want to get in front of all these large caps if they're going to be, you know, running in the afternoon. But Tesla VWAP, it touched it twice after breaking down today. So I kind of like this one.
You thinking about taking a trade on Tesla off of VWAP?
Yeah, I think I'm short now, 67s. Gonna give it like a little bit past 184 and try to get that move back down to the low on Tesla. But market's gonna have to cooperate and turn off of that 13,115 kind of area and 41.56. Maybe I'm just stepping in front of the trend starting back up.
Yeah, I
am
think I
not
might be
sure.
doing something similar.
Yeah. Amazon's still consolidating. Google just wicked 108 again. And our CXAI starting to heat up again. Maybe the 15 break is the one that makes this one go. I'd love to see CXAI go to like $500. That would be just for pure entertainment for myself. But CXAI getting, yeah, I think I picked wrong on Tesla. But we're gonna see the NQ has to kind of bounce off these 13,115s. We crack that. I'll be done with Tesla. We crack 184.20 kind of area.
Oh, that's some
I will
strength.
also be done with Tesla. Not trying to get smoked on this one. But throw a stop in on Tesla.
Yeah, a bit of a strength really showing itself on the markets here. But like, let's see if it's real, right? Everything's still within that downtrend range. So again, like I said before, we've had a bit of a range expansion or exhaustion or whatever you want to call it, where you kind of violate a piece of the range and then come right back into it just to catch some liquidity. So let's see if that's what's going on here, or if this strength is really real. But yeah, no, what's that Tesla VWAP is holding, or what is that doing?
Yeah, we're just kind of chilling. I don't really want to see a trade above 184. So if we get any kind of trading above 184, I will be out of it. And like Meta's really pumping. So Meta kind of pulling the market up here. Really caught a bit. I don't know if there's news on Meta or what, but have it. Yeah, like look at this, 219.70. So $2 move off the bottom for Meta. We're right at this resistance level from before, right at this consolidation here. So yeah, Meta just kind of gave it all back, and now it's coming back up. Strange move on that one, but we're kind of, yeah, pulling back, and Tesla is too. So I think 184 is my stop now on Tesla. Now that we've made the move up and we're pulling back from it, I will stop out if it takes out the high of this move up and just round up to like 184. But yeah, maybe this isn't so bad after all. I think I might add if we crack 183.50
I was just thinking
again.
about adding some more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not sure though. Like ES currently chilling above 41.50. I want to see it below 41.50 to be super convicted on the short. But you know, new 5-minute candle here. We'll see. We take out the highs again. I mean, probably got to be out. But yeah, potentially on the right side of this one.
Yeah, I like the waves of dark red coming in on some of these tapes, right? Kind of signaling that the selling pressure is definitely there, and you can kind of see that with the pullback in price. Now, if that selling pressure kind of gets countered before, like in places where we've seen players show up before again, like around these areas, then I guess we can be like, okay, well, it's holding a higher level, and maybe we'll step up from here. Or again, looking bigger picture, we came off 103, right? And then we made a high at 102. And now we pushed up to 102, and now we haven't even tested 102 yet. But so far, with just the data that we have on this chart, we've kind of made lower highs, right? And lower lows. So that's kind of what's holding me in this position right now, just to see if there is follow through on the move, and if we are kind of in this slightly downtrending range. I guess the range is more around like 140, 130 to 101. Let's see, 101.70s. So that's like the range here, and look, it's chopped up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times already. Maybe the 7th time's a charm.
Seventh time's a charm.
7th time's a charm. So I don't know if it's been doing that a couple times. There's definitely something there to take a piece from. Again, I was thinking about adding some more here where the tape, like we saw the strength kind of come in, and all of a sudden, if you were watching the tape, like it was mainly greens, and then suddenly just starts pushing reds, and a lot of sellers just show up printing size on the tape, right, into this lower high from before. So that's definitely keeping me convicted on the short here. My average not so great. Again, could have been a little bit better with getting in closer to the 102 for sure, but it is what it is. Here, like I wouldn't add more here because this is kind of like the halfway point of what we've already done. Again, like we said, coming back into this area, do those bidders kind of show up again? Is this range going to hold, or are we going to go further back down to this 101.40 area on Amazon? Now, we can see that kind of coincides with this 15-minute candle on ES that was green for a second, but then it went went green to red, right? So again, more confluence in holding this short, holding on to this short here. Right, because I'm getting that confluence with some of the futures, as well as Microsoft kind of pulling down into that low of day as well.
Yeah, NASDAQ kind of did reject the 13.1, so feeling good about these shorts right now. It only got to 112, comes back in. Going to, yeah, I added on this Tesla short, so my average is now 59-ish. And yeah, just looking to get like 15s here, then see if we can crack 183. I want to see what happens around here. And I think, you know, if the market decides to go back down, Tesla's going to see low of day again. This is one of the weaker names in the market today, down 1% when everything else is like down a half, down, you know, 0.8, up a little bit on Google. So yeah, feeling good about Tesla. Stop is above this high. Yeah, just need to see the market kind of crack back down.
Yeah, follow through on the trend that it's kind of been already doing.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
nothing too crazy, but and like if we see that trend fully break, then we'll be like, oh, okay, now for sure the shorts are
exactly.
Other than that, yeah, sure, we could potentially get clipped a little bit on some of these shorts. I guess payment for information right? Like we can see that the candles are kind of teetering, price is kind of holding. So we don't know if there's going to be follow through yet, but like I guess if you're still long from here, you're pretty solid off that dip. We missed that, and if we hold higher lows, then yeah, we could potentially retest this 102. But like again, markets are in a strong downtrend. Like that's like the overwhelming trend. Sure, we could be turning around at it's 130 right now. Middle of the day, nothing too crazy. It is also a Friday, right? Friday after a long weekend. So again, people are probably still haven't gotten over that like relaxation mode from the long weekend last week. Yeah. But yeah, no. How was you had an extended long weekend, right? How was your golfing trip, man?
Fantastic. Played pretty terribly, got a little destroyed by some very nice golf courses, but had a great time nonetheless.
Awesome.
Lots of eating, drinking, golfing. It was perfect.
Beautiful.
Awesome trip. Charleston,
Yeah,
great city. Highly recommend going to Charleston if you like, let's see, surfing, beaches, boating, golf, food, alcohol. Is there anything else that you would
Pretty
ever
much
want in a
anything
vacation?
fun. Yeah,
I mean,
like,
it's
what more could you ask for?
yeah, great city in Charleston. Very expensive real estate, so we're gonna have to size up on some of these positions if I'd like to buy a vacation property there someday. But yeah.
Let's go. Only if we could just push like 100,000 shares at a time, and the market would just take it.
Yeah. If you could just kind of get in and get out, just look at
like
the chart and be like, I could put 1 million shares there. Why not?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there might be times where you could slap that kind of size, but yeah.
I mean, Amazon yesterday afternoon, 1,000 lots at 101.30s.
Oh yeah.
Gets taken, goes up a little bit, comes back down. 1,500 lots now at 33s. They take it again. I mean, 1,500 lots is what, 150,000 shares?
Yeah.
That's a lot of size that's just right there for you to take. If you want to trade that much size, I mean, good luck getting out of it if it goes against you. But
you got to piece it out. I think a lot of these firms have like algos that kind of help them get in and out of these larger positions, right? And it's like I think yesterday was definitely kind of an example of like algos on the tape, where it was like you just had like rigorous buying without much size, but the price would just trend up, right? So I kind of like looked into it and found that like when larger players are trying to buy throughout the day, throughout the week or whatever, they're running their algos. So you're not necessarily going to see size on the book kind of buying it up. So you have to kind of understand that those days are kind of entail that like not really illiquid book, because there is volume there. There is liquidity. You don't see it.
Yeah.
Right? You don't necessarily see it, and being able to recognize that can definitely give you an edge, because you're like, okay, this is a different playbook play. Right? Yeah. Now, if we're in a strong trend day, we might not necessarily see size all the time, but if we're kind of like melting up, then sure, maybe you can find some way to structure a trade around that. But yeah, something I learned yesterday.
Yes, finally starting to get into money on this Tesla one. I was going to take a piece off, but I'm thinking like, why am I taking a piece off on 20 cents in the money on Tesla when my risk is like 40? So leaving that bid there at 1-to-1, and then going to take more off as we crack 183, 182. Market kind of starting to come back down, making some new lows on ES. NASDAQ holding up, but yeah, this ES kind of starting to make a new low on the 5. If we crack 4145 there, get back down to 4140. The trend seems to be in today to the downside after making that pretty nice move up to start the day. I really thought that I missed the Amazon long today. I really wanted it off the open around like 150 and didn't get in there. And then I probably would have still been long and gotten smoked on that down candle after that 10 a.m. number came out positively. But yeah, kind of seeing some buying here on Tesla, strangely, when the market is still going down, but not changing anything. Bid is in, stop is in. My trade is in on Tesla. Not going to overreact to any micro price movements here. Somebody chill vibe saying Google's still strong. It is, but I mean,
it's testing. It almost tested high a day on that move.
108. Anything above 108, there's sellers there. Nobody wants to buy it above 108. If the market does catch a bid today and Google decides to crack this high of day, I mean, you probably have a lot of people that are short since, I mean, 950 it made this high. Literally all day, people have been selling Google up here. If we crack, maybe there's the FOMO longs and then the short covering, and you can probably get a good trade up to like the 108.50, 109 resistance potentially. But I mean, market not really looking like it wants to do that with ES trying to crack low of day. We're only 2 handles away. NQ kind of following suit, cracking the 50 period on the 1 minute chart here. Yeah. So yeah, we're in the shorts.
Still kind of respecting that trend, eh?
Respecting the trend to the
downside.
Who would have thunk? Don't fight the trend. Don't fight the trend. Find a weak stock and get short, I guess.
It's the middle of the day.
Yeah. Great trades about to come in for us.
Maybe. We'll see. I'm still up in the air, man.
Still up in the air. We have to crack that 183. We have to crack 101.30 for you. But yeah, we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, maybe not even 101.30. I'm looking for like the 40s, maybe the 30s. The 30s would be nice. But,
so you're just pure scalp play on this one?
Yeah, because it has done this a few times, right? Like we said, this is the 7th time it's doing this, and it kind of like expanded the range on both sides. So let's see what it's really trying to do. But like I said before, we talked through this. What's holding this is lower highs, lower lows, consolidation, market downtrending. Microsoft making new lows, like it's about to break 284. So like almost there's a few things on our side here, right?
There we
like
go.
Amazon kind of broke through some moving averages as well. So here we go. Let me start some of my covers here.
You get a profit taker. I get a profit taker. We're
Everybody
printing
gets a profit
on the short,
taker.
Guys. First shorts of the day, really, for me.
Oh my God.
Yes, sir.
Finally figured out the trend.
Shorts aren't so bad.
Yeah.
Shorts aren't so bad.
I mean, it would be more fun if we were screaming to the upside, but shorts are all right. Bounced off the 50, though, so we need to crack that 183 for me to really be laughing on this one.
Yeah.
How's it going for you? You're in the 30s almost.
Yeah, it's almost, 50s, it kind of picked up off of that. So like I said, I don't know what we're really trying to do, but let's see. ES is making newer lows for the day. Yeah, it's making newer lows for the day.
ES made a new low.
And NQ is starting to get there. It's starting to push there. So let's see.
NQ wicked the bottom for sure.
We're pretty solid here. But we're getting to the bottom of the range. Like we see that there's multiple wicks here on Amazon. So like the bidders have been here. We don't know if they're still there. Like look at that strength kind of pulling back up. So I don't know. Maybe like relative change is what I'm kind of looking for, right? Let me just get out another piece, kind of lighten up, and see if this really kind of follows through. There we go. Yeah, just lighten up and kind of reduce the risk there while we're still in the money, and take it for a ride. Because like if this kind of does follow through, we'll see like 101.30s, even maybe even the 101 we were looking for earlier, right?
Yeah, 1300 incoming, 101 incoming. Let's see it. Then you can flip long at 101, ride it all the way back to VWAP. That's the.
I didn't really like that scoop too much just now. That 3-minute candle kind of wick bottomed at a higher low. So while ES and NQ are kind of wicking off those lows at the same time. So
yeah, we got to see that follow through on ES and NQ. I think though, if the trend decides to continue right now, it's only 1:30. 2 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock is when things start to pick up again. If we're breaking lows already, probably doesn't look good for the market heading into like power hour. And it is a Friday when, things tend to trend if they are already trending. So let's see some more selling, hopefully. Maybe print on some of these shorts finally. What is happening with all those small caps too? I think they kind of died, sadly. But I will be watching for the small cap longs on Monday, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Market longs on a Monday on small caps tend to be a little bit spicy. Missed the amazing long today. I won't be missing it on Monday, even if that means I'm getting smoked.
They've been a little extra spicy.
They have been a little extra spicy.
So And like I think we're getting something down here with some of our morning meetings, identifying some levels and some risk around some of these names. And lately they've been working out pretty decently, some of the levels we've been identifying. So
I would desperately like to see somebody graduate on a small cap long. That would be great to see.
Yeah.
I told Ian today when we were looking, I was like, somebody could graduate on one of these longs if these things decide to pop off. And I don't know if there was one today, maybe the SAI or whatever.
Yeah, SAI, definitely. Think about it.
All right.
You did like
so,
almost.
People who haven't graduated have typically a $50 shutdown. You take this 435 break, give it 10 cents, you take 500 shares. 435 up to $7, that's $2.50. You're like halfway to graduation. You just got to do it twice. Just short it all the way back down, and then you grad.
There you go. Take both sides, right?
Take both sides.
Take both sides.
Yeah.
You got to have the finesse. You got to have the finesse. Yeah.
Yeah, easy. Once you get out, because you are right, and you know all the prices, you just short it all the way back down.
I mean, in the most ideal scenario, look, I covered way too early on this short. That kind of scared me out a little. But again, funny enough, sitting here convincing myself, I'm like, yo, this is how we're moving. I can't even hold the short as long. But yeah, no. What were we talking about?
We're talking about Tesla breaking down again, going for that 183. We're at 05s. Break 183 and get me to 182.50.
Yeah.
I
remember.
Where do I want? I want 67s. Feel free to front run me. We're going there anyway. Yeah, market breaking down, making a new low again. NASDAQ still hasn't done it yet, so we need to see that like 13.050 to get the shorts really in play. But yeah, we're still feeling good. So you're fully out of Amazon now?
Yeah. I got fully out around 60 cents. It did come back down to like 50s. Which would have been a nice cover, and maybe I could have been a little bit more patient with the rest of it. But yeah, no, because we sold off. It looked like we were kind of making a higher low, and like I said, I don't know what we're really doing here because we have been kind of consolidating. Sure, yeah, it could very well revisit the bottom, but like we kind of got that quick flush, right? The rapidness of the flush. I was just like, yeah, let me just take it out, and then when it held after that, I was like, I don't want to get caught in a move where you kind of wick down and pop back up, right? So I did cover everything, so the trade is off the table. I don't want to take the next, I guess the 20 cents if it does come down to 35 here, which it looks like it is kind of headed there. But yeah, no, I remember what we were talking about. If you had the finesse, you could sauce both sides.
Yes.
Right?
Sauce both sides.
You could sauce both sides.
You love the sauce analogy.
Yeah, you don't want to get lost in the sauce, but you could definitely have the sauce. Right?
Sauce both sides. Yeah, I mean it's it's a simple consolidation there on that Amazon once it broke down.
Yeah.
Like
here, if you have something that's ranging, like why not? Like you could definitely sauce both sides.
Exactly.
Right? Take the long at the bottom of the range. Take the short at the top of the range. And it sometimes it does it 7 times in a row, you know. So
yeah, I mean, if we look at my BAC chart today, which was pretty sad, like this thing ranges from 40s to 25s for 45 minutes here, and then I mean the range on the day ends up being exactly where I stopped out, down to this 30 low. So if you are a range trader. And you have that mentality. I have more of like a breakdown kind of mentality. Yeah. I'm not very good at structuring like a range trade per se, but if you're good with the ranges, look, you just short 43s, you buy 25s, then you short up here at like 50s, you buy 30s, 35s. I mean, this is how people get paid. Trading ranges. You find a name that is doing this, and I mean, you can make a lot of money. Look at the book on BAC. That's that's 20,000 shares right there. 20,000 shares, 15 cents. That's $3,000. Yeah. Right? Yes. Yeah.
You can easily you can easily churn 4 to 5 figs on something like this. Like if you're really focused, you're really really on it, then yeah, definitely.
And confident.
And you can see that kind of liquidity is present just by looking at the book. You know people are doing that.
Yeah, if you pull up a stock and it looks like this, then you know what there are parties that are interested in taking size as well, and you can play off of them. You can use them as liquidity for you to get out, and you know that people are probably doing the exact same thing as you.
True. Yeah.
Tesla just kind of bouncing here. The ES caught a bounce. NASDAQ caught a bounce. ES did not. So maybe I should get out a little bit more on Tesla.
I did notice that it did not make a new low like ES did.
Yeah, NASDAQ couldn't make a new low.
It was wicking up off
then higher low right over here. Higher low here. And so just waiting for that decided 30-60 break on NASDAQ for the shorts to really come in. PTPI starting to heat up again as well. Going for that 7 break. I'm thinking 750 is the number on this one, but not really willing to take it. Missed my stop on this one, so lost double what I wanted to lose on it, which is kind of put it on the you know what list. So no more trades for PTPI for me. But 750 looking like a breakout level. Obviously 850 the breakout level. And target for me if I was trading PTPI, $10. Now it's breaking 7 as we speak.
NQ, is that a tech stock?
PTPI NQ. Yeah. So we have the size on the book, kind of at this consolidation high. Needs to take out that 25, 50.
NQ just went red to green, that 15-minute candle that wicked.
Okay, I'm gonna get out of Tesla right
Yeah.
So
Tesla's seeing that early on is a little,
Sadly, it gave me that 183. It kind of wicked 183 there on Tesla. So if we go back to Tesla, it gives you 183, 182.97, gives you the 183 wick long kind of thing. I probably got out of that too early. Probably should have left my stop there, but whatever. Decent trade on Tesla. Not gonna cry about that one. Market deciding to bounce at the time of day that the market likes to range. So who would have guessed that we're not going to get a breakdown right now?
We were talking about this kind of play on small caps, right? Where you kind of wick down a little bit lower, fail to follow through, and then just rip back up. Yeah. So again, not necessarily solely for small caps, but definitely it is a market mechanic. That's been happening.
It for sure is, and when liquidity is at a premium, there are liquidity grabs everywhere. If people need to buy, how do you buy? You force everybody to stop out, and then you use those stop outs as your liquidity to purchase something, or same thing on the short side. People stopping out to the short side, you sell to those people, and then it just reverses right away. So that is something that I use all the time to try to find longs. CXAI never did it. CXAI made a clean double top.
Yeah. Here's the thing with those kind of tickers that are kind of in their own sector, smaller caps. Why I used to like those a lot is they don't really get as affected by the overall market.
Yeah, almost never.
The sentiment and the buying and selling pressures are kind of they're kind of off of different forces, I guess, right? So it's it has more of an intrinsic factors that are running it rather than greater market picture.
Exactly. Right? The catalyst that's running one of those names is much stronger than any market move that's going to happen. Yeah. Unless some market news comes out in that exact field. Yeah. It's not going to affect the way that stock is trading on that day.
Maybe it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy where it's just I would assume that a lot of players kind of watching those names aren't necessarily looking at the greater market as well.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's why would you expect that price action to necessarily reflect the greater market action?
The algos aren't trained to watch the market when they're trading those stocks. They're trained to look for liquidity, find places where they can stop people out, find places where they can, not manipulate necessarily, but manipulate pretty much the stock price in their favor. Yeah. What else is going on?
This is a jungle. It's a jungle out here, guys.
It is a jungle, and we got the king of the jungle beside us to lead us through it.
It's just Amazon, guys. It's just Amazon.
Just Amazon, though. Don't Amazon, listen to him on anything else.
It's a large cap. No, definitely smaller caps, man. I would say that you need a lot more finesse to trade small caps effectively. And so that's something that you do really, really well, man. And it's definitely great to be around traders who have such a wide array of skill sets, right, to add to the toolkit.
For sure, for sure. Just looking for NVIDIA. Apparently there's Tesla news that has to do with NVIDIA. So NVIDIA kind of off the bottom, but nothing really substantial. Let me try to look at this.
Tesla's got news?
There's some Tesla news to do with NVIDIA, apparently.
Yeah, didn't Lucid have deliveries? Have we taken a look at Lucid today?
Yeah, Lucid got smoked today.
There was news on NVIDIA.
Tesla.
On NVIDIA?
Oh, news on... You have the chat?
Yeah, we don't have...
It's right there, our Midday chat. It's even in our company chat.
All right, we don't have the news yet. We're figuring it out.
Chat you're looking right at right there. It's in the chat.
Oh, this. All right. Elon Musk plans artificial intelligence startup to rival OpenAI.
Oh, okay. What's
featuring
AI
NVIDIA.
doing? What's featuring NVIDIA.
Has secured thousands of high-powered
Oh,
GPUs
yeah,
from
there you go.
NVIDIA.
I think we've been talking about this for the past few weeks, where it's like NVIDIA's the one providing the AI chips to everybody, right?
Yeah.
So
NVIDIA not really reacting all that much to this news. Kind of just bounced off VWAP. Oh, that's Tesla. Wait. Where's NVIDIA?
yeah, what's Tesla doing off of that? And then let me
NVIDIA
pull
going
up the
down,
AI
Tesla
as
going
well.
down, NVIDIA spikes right to VWAP. So, wow.
NVIDIA is spiking.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Volume spike on NVIDIA, hits VWAP, bounces right back off. That's a decent
catalyst.
move. That's a decent move. I don't know that an order from Elon Musk is necessarily going to change the outlook for NVIDIA as a company, but more.
But it could change the sentiment on the day.
Yeah, for sure. Sentiment on the day. Get a nice little move up off the bottom here. So if you're short, sorry to you, but hopefully you had a stop in and got out. If this goes back above VWAP again, maybe you could take it long, but I feel like they're just going to fade this move for the most part, given that NVIDIA has a whole lot of customers and they don't necessarily need thousands of processors from Mr. Musk.
Here's the thing, though. How many followers does Musk have? Whenever Musk tweets anything,
all of his followers are going to start up
like
AI startups?
Dogecoin will rip up like 50%.
That's true.
You know what I mean? True. So it's like there's definitely some dollar volume behind his words. Let's just say that.
That is a very fair statement. For sure. Let's keep an eye on NVIDIA.
Like, look at this volume bar, right? So like if we do hold here, let me pull up NVIDIA, I guess. I think you just talked about it, but yeah, no, it's here. Let me pull up 3 minute. Yeah, so if we just hold like some of these intraday levels, then yeah, this catalyst could potentially be something. Or yeah, if it doesn't, then yeah, it could just be just a sell-off, right? It's a quick pop and nothing else, and kind of respects the overall trend on the day.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, the overall trend's still down unless we take out
like,
that
it literally
267
rips
kind
up.
of area.
It rips up kind of into that area, right? So like, I'm not really one for trend lines, but like that's kind of where the area is from the previous top, and we kind of rip right back into it and see some resistance show up. So if we can get past this, then yeah, this move could be something. For how much time we got? We got like an hour and a half, or an hour and 15 minutes ish, till the close. Then yeah, start pushing some of that short float intraday, right? Because look, shorts are definitely they were definitely chilling until that news came out, and you have this solid, huge green bar, right? Everyone's running for the door.
Yeah, and then you get the longs fumbling in there.
Yeah.
Pushing it up even higher. So yeah, maybe NVIDIA is something to watch into the close. PTPI did break 750. The 725 break was pretty money, gets up almost to $8, and then we reject that back down into 7. Unless we're below this 560, I wouldn't count it out. I wouldn't hold it down to there if you took the 750 break, because your target is only basically $10 probably, unless you're a psycho like me and probably think it can go to 20. But yeah. So PTPI rejecting for now. I think if it takes out 8, that might be the spot. It has to do it very quickly though. When it kind of grinds up, you're not looking for like a liquidity event when it's just grinding up like this. Yeah. If it slams up from 7 to 8 right now and then takes out that 8, that's when you want to take a breakout. That's when you want to punch into that crazy squeeze tape.
Yeah.
And hope that it goes in your favor, because if it doesn't, you're getting smoked. But you know, that's where the risk reward is there. You got to think of risk reward in terms of both, you know, the actual dollar value, like risking 50 cents to make $2, and then also probability. If it's a 99% that you're going to lose, then it doesn't matter that it's a 4-to-1.
Yeah.
If it's 50-50 and it's a 4-to-1, that's a pretty great trade.
Yeah.
So expected value is how you would say that in statistics. I'm sure you know you're well versed on such terms.
Right side of the V.
The right side of the V as well.
Shout
we got a
out
bid
to,
here on
Lance.
PTPI. 720. Do they want to fill it? Do they not? 720, the kind of breakout level, starting to move back up. Maybe not done yet on PTPI. This is a nasty one to trade, though. The spread is nasty. It kind of teleports on the tape. So, yeah, not something that I'm willing to get in. The bid is gone now off 720. So, yeah, there we go. They're letting it go down. Yeah, not sure on this one. And also, it looks like I got rid of Tesla a little bit early there. It's still a little weak.
Is it? NQ's kind of pushing back, eh? It's we're kind of we've held above that wick, and this candle's starting to push towards that 3100. But sure, maybe we still respect the trend. I don't know. We're still there, but the little bit of strength showing up on some of these names, right?
Seems like we're getting a little bit of relative weakness in Tesla.
Yeah.
Maybe they're not liking this news that Elon is spreading himself thin again.
Yeah.
He already has Twitter. He already has Tesla. He already has the other one, SpaceX, and now he's starting up some AI things.
The man's playing real life Monopoly, man.
He's playing real life
Monopoly. You can't hate him.
No, I like Elon most of the time, but yeah, it seems like, I mean, he's the man. He's the innovator.
Dogecoin to the moon.
Who competes with Elon in terms of innovation and
definitely been I guess more positive than negative to the advancement of mankind. I would say his efforts, and of course the efforts of his team and companies and whatever, right? But yeah, no, he definitely. I guess he wasn't the maker of Tesla, right? But he kind of like bought it off them and took it to the next level, and really changed up the EV scene. So big up to Elon for that.
Yep. What do we got going on in the market? Still chopping around. The market seems
chop.
It's slowed down. It went and made that new low, and now we're just slowing down, doing kind of nothing. Volume kind of dying on both ES and NQ. So still haven't made the decision yet. I guess waiting for that power hour to make the decision if we're going to break down lower or not. But yeah, eyes on NVIDIA still, eyes on Tesla. Nothing really happening.
Yeah,
Google's
just on
still
that
just
chop.
hanging out. Yeah,
Microsoft did $1.
Today. I think a lot of people are already at the bar, probably. Most
Maybe.
traders
It's Friday.
are done.
If you want to take a quick Friday, I don't know if I'm about that, but because I mean, there's opportunity here. I mean, we're sitting here doing the show.
Yeah.
But like, Microsoft just did $1 off of low of day.
Microsoft
right?
did.
And then there's definitely other moves that are going on. So it's not like there aren't any opportunities on the table right now. But no, for sure, definitely people are taking time off for sure.
Yeah, Microsoft did take $1.50 off the lows there.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying. It's still going. And 285 is testing. So potential.
Yeah, this is a name that you like to play. I just don't like the high price on Microsoft because I feel like I have to give it more risk, like just in terms of the amount of cents.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
it gives you
take a
those
piece.
dollar moves.
I'll take a piece every now and then, right? If there's anything like really good that stands out, but more often than not, Microsoft along with Apple, I'm just watching them just to see where kind of market's going, along with ES and NQ as well, right? But yeah, no, they're kind of like market leaders, right? Microsoft and Apple. So I always have them on the board, just keeping a watch on. And yeah, if there's outlier moves or if something kind of stands out, like yells at me, then yeah, I'll definitely take a piece or try to. Yeah. What are you guys looking at going into Power Hour?
Yeah, what are we looking at for the Power Hour rally that is probably incoming, given what NQ is doing right now? I think if I was still short, might be bailing at the moment. If we take out that 110, NQ here.
Yeah, 3,100 just, sorry, 13,100 just kind of popped up.
Yeah, broke again.
NQ.
So maybe looking for that retracement to VWAP. Maybe that Google long is the one to have. I like the idea of Google breaking 108 decisively. It hasn't done it today, but GOOGL going for 108 again gives you 107.50 again. So that's the price to get long on Google today. I saw that, recognized it, mis-executed on it, and yeah, screaming back up. So congrats to anybody who's long down here on Google. I think, yeah, if we get the NQ rally, like this one's the one to go.
Yeah,
this
going
one,
into power,
I mean,
we kind of
Amazon,
downtrended all day.
Exactly, exactly. Everything else downtrended. Google's still like higher lows all day.
You can see the strength on Google is very obvious relative to the other names, because like you break up out of pre-market. What opening price was around 106, I guess. 106 or no? That's the is that candle in pre-market? Never mind. So I guess yeah, just under 107, and then you've kind of held this consolidation between 108, 150 all day, and pushing near the highs, kind of creeping up into it here. Let me pull up a chart to visualize what I'm talking about.
Yeah, taking that 107 breakout on Google on the open would have been absolute money today. But, kind of recycled level, hard to take a breakout like that. But yeah, something else to look at, which like, I mean, these are the stocks that we've been trading, because these are the ones that we deem to be in play. Amazon kind of setting up as well for that power hour rally. We got lower highs here. If we break this, 101.90, get into 102, NASDAQ keeps rallying. Amazon looks like it has a breakout level at like 102.06. Call it just 102. If it holds above 102, above VWAP, Amazon's probably, you know, got another move in it. Yeah, like these are the ones that are holding up. You trade the ones that are holding up. Nvidia also back over 265. So there's kind of lots of options. If you're thinking that we are going to retrace the NQ move today, going into the close, you know, Google, Amazon, Nvidia, all kind of looking stronger than the rest.
Right.
Haven't really looked at Meta in a minute, but I'll take a look at Meta here. Yeah, Meta doing the same thing. So Meta back over 219.50, you know, cracks 220 area. Not looking bad on a Meta 220 re-break today. And yeah, getting that move back up. I'm not like, this is kind of a crazy move.
Would you be tempted to short? So like on these highs, because like, yeah, sure, we're kind of pushing up these tops, right? Yeah. But I think almost everybody's kind of looking at that as like, oh, okay, we might potentially break out now, right? Yeah. But the fact of the matter is the data that we have kind of shows us that we've sold off, now we're revisiting. Now, what's the probability of us selling off versus actually breaking out? I think the only thing kind of affecting that is that we have kind of made these higher lows. Not necessarily, this one's not necessarily a higher low, but like this one here, and NQ as well, kind of holding above low of day. What would you?
For me, I want to see an exhaustion move. So I want to see that push into 220. I want to see 220 maybe break, and then we get that exhaustion move and it comes back down. That's where I would want to short. Yeah. I'm not looking to just jump in short here, because where am I risking off of? Like, you have to watch 220 break, in my opinion, or just watch it like hold very strongly. And like, do I want to risk 50 cents to try to get another like maybe 80 cents, maybe $1 if this does continue? But yeah, that's what I would want to see. I would want to see something break. I would want to see Google like break the high and then come back down. Probably don't want to short Google today though, based on its strength. So yeah, that's how I would structure it. I want to see that same thing on Amazon. Why does this one not save? Same thing on Amazon, like it breaks the 102, kind of fail breaks, maybe gets to here like 20s and then stops, and then you see that on the tape. You can kind of structure it there, give it like 5 cents to go back down. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to think necessarily on the market.
But you know how to react if you see that.
Exactly. I know what I'm looking for. I'm not sure that I'm necessarily looking for longs unless we get that like 102 hold. Maybe that would be the one. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to put some thought into that going into the close here if I want to take another large cap Momo trade today, I think, yeah, that 102 might be the one, or the Google 108 hold.
Oh yeah, look at this is what I was talking about. Finally got the Google chart to work. All day, dude. We have not made new lows since I guess since 10:30.
Yeah.
10:30, right? Off that strength only pulls back not even a full dollar, 80 cents, and we hold in this consolidation range. And the consolidation range, again, adding more confluence. This whole range is above yesterday's highs, right? We're holding these ranges above yesterday's highs.
And
so
if you're
Google
trading that
definitely
properly,
strong.
buying a pullback, you would give it to that 107.20 or whatever that was, the first low, and you'd never get stopped out. So, yeah, kind of easy on the Google long today to just be in a winner all day. Kind of misexecuted by me, but it looks like we are at 2 o'clock.
Oh, we're having too much fun here. We're losing track of time.
You're having fun.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely been a great one.
Yeah.
How's your day been?
My day, trading-wise, terrible, but it's Friday, good mood, had some fun. Good show from the three of us. Nice new pairing.
I like it.
Yeah. Good luck to everybody else into the close. I don't know. Are we sending it to Sharif here for the recap?
Yeah. Have a good weekend, guys. Take care.
Welcome to the closing show. Markets trying to bounce here as it's been a tough day. You got the NASDAQ, you got the ES, both red as tech had a strong week and a strong day yesterday. Let's look how American markets are doing. Like I just said, the S&P down 0.59%. The Dow really taking on the chin, almost down a percentage point at 0.8. The NASDAQ down 0.75 percentage point. Toronto kind of unmoved